Thank you for calling Fairway Bonds. As part of our commitment to growing greater expectations, this call may be recorded. If you are one of our valued customers or need customer service, please press 1. If you are looking to become a new customer, please. Thanks, call Fairway Bonds. How may I help you?
Yeah, hi. I don't know why we got the bill. We don't. You guys didn't come here this year yet. I got the bill from the email. Ad Address is 2002 West Jefferson Street, Siloam Springs, Arkansas 72761. Limpa Canastra. Yeah, why I have that one? I didn't. You guys didn't have. I didn't call or anything. You guys didn't come here, May. Well, you guys didn't come over here this year. But it's supposed to be an inspection, right? Yeah, there's nobody come here in June 6th. I don't know why I got that one. It's supposedly inside and outside of the home, but nobody come here. And I didn't call for this year yet because I don't have the time and I don't have the money yet to pay. No, I didn't sign anything or something. Yeah, but nobody came here on this year or June 6th or they should knock, but they don't. Nobody knocked the door, and I don't sign anything for this year yet. I don't know why I got this bill. Yes. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yung dila, bakit ang dila ninyo? Nalagay mo yung condom sa gitna. Yan. Diba? Ito din ang ginagawa ninyo. Make sure na mag-distract si Mr. Hindi po titingin doon sa kanyang tarugo. Ha? And then afterwards, pag nalabasan na, naigaling, same technique, alisin ang condom, alisin ang condom, carefully, then tapos
lahat ng Balbas, lahat ng sumuporta sa akin. Sana po, huwag na tayo maging divided, but instead be united na tayo kasi lalaban na tayo sa patay-taylan sa September 25, di ba? So, kailangan ko po ang mahigpit na suporta niyo po dahil dadalhin ko po ang bandila ng ating bansa, which is the Philippine flag. Thank you so much. You want to know these two? And
Yeah, hi, good morning. I would like to make an appointment for Greater Nostra, like the yearly checkup or something. Yes, he's been there like with the upper dentures, but yeah, but the lower teeth still needs to be clean and checked maybe. Yes, yes, natural on the lower. Yeah, cleaning and maybe checkup or something. Is there is there like in the afternoon maybe late? Oh, okay, okay, okay. Monday 10:30. This Monday, right? Okay, 10:30. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Ayun ba ng tubig? Hindi pa yata. Papatugtog siya. Ano ang ginagawa mo? Ilang araw na yan? Ayun ba ng tubig? Hindi pa yata. Ayun ba ng tubig?
Wow, siksiha! Uy, gwapa! Uy, pilay mo edad, day! 29. Ikaw, pilay mo edad? 23. Mura na? 5. Gabi po na. Yan, magaling mo? Wow, siksiha! Uy, gwapa! Uy, pilay mo edad, day! 29. Ikaw, pilay mo edad? 23. Mura na?
So, wait.
Nakabukas na. Kaya, tara na. Alam niyo ba kung kanino bahay to? Kasi nadawas blessing, ang isang taong malapit sa ating puso na talagang nakakaiyak sa sobrang lapit. Parang siyang magka-heart attack na talaga ako. Kasi ito ang kanyang pinto. Apakalaki.
Ano pula kayo
Apang talaga. Mag-answer na ako. Congratulations. Ito yung tate, ito yung nanay. Oh, ito tayo ngayon sa dining area. Dining area? Okay, go on, everyone!
Good morning. Simple diet breakfast for today. Malunggay soup, beef, tofu. Good morning. Simple diet breakfast for today. Malunggay soup, beef, tofu. And 2 spoonful of brown rice for my diet journey. Good is vacuum sealing. Hi, I'm Laura. And if you or someone you know has got cancer, then please watch this 3-minute TikTok until the end. Don't forget to favourite it so you can look back at it.
This detailing right here in the corners is just super unique. This pair is called the Crystal in clear.
Ever since I strapped
Yellow lentil soup, steamed tofu, boiled broccoli, and 2 spoonful of brown rice. My lunch for my diet journey. Yellow lentil soup, steamed tofu.
For our bodies, we Okay, ladies, who else is total? They would have.
I stopped eating these because these are not good if you have breast lump or bukol. Number 1, dried fish. Number 2, fish bubble. Number 3, shrimp paste. Number 4, marinated fish, chicken, pork, or beef. Sharing is caring. Follow for more. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, good morning. First time
Pastor John Puig, and thank you so much sa inyong patayong ikapagpamusta. Kasi makatuwa na natin nagabisita sa personage. Since na hindi na ako maka-join sa ating mga fellowships tungkol sa ating physical condition. Last year ko siguro nakita, medyo gabong-gabong na ako to. Pero gusto ko na yung hapong naman ako ng mga lymph nodes. Natakot na ako mga bukol sa rason nga nag-stop ako. Hold na sa ako nga oncologist. Ang last ko namin nga chemo sa rason nga wala nag-work ang chemo para sa akon. Kag very kung naging aggressive na ginagawa ko nga cancer. So, hindi na siya nag-work ang ako ng chemo ko na mahulog. So, wala nga daw nag-aalala siya. So, wala kami sa
Mga kabos, on the way na kayo sa kuhaan. Kaya huwag natin ang mga teachers volunteers and leaders para sa training nila. Sobrang
choice. Since sa market nga ang isang bayan siya let's say 97,000 agencies business conditions in 120 state isang bayan at I need to secure the bayan's possession. So, it's siya 300,000 minus the possession. 16 sessions na siya. So, ulit yung 4 billion yun state sa mga medication which is nagiging hindi tayo. Gusto siya. So, raise the people missing regulators amounting to 220,000. So, kulang sila is wala almost 100,000. Since nga tinatawag siya. Sino ay nagagawa every few months. Minsan nagagawa. Sila nagagawa. Secure sa una. Sa lahat mabibigyan mo provide. So almost 100,000. Nagagawa next month. Nagagawa
Walong pagkain na maaaring magpadami ng cancer cells. Isa. Processed meats. Dalawa. Red
mga idol. Lahat ng mga idol for today's video mga ka-idol. Napuntay para ako yun. Ganda na punta nga ito. Ano siya ang forma niya mga idol? Puffer fish. Hindi ni siya kumitin mga idol. Puffer fish ni siya. Kung sabi saya ni siya ang tagutuman. Tuman ang pangalan. Na black lang po siya kaya kung hindi suka. Kinakuhaan pa na. Ilang magpagtaog siko confirm mga idol. Niyon na siya pag-ilo mga idol. Pero wala din na ang iyang mga panit. Mga lago-lago na yung mga panit. Yung mga yung mga kadagkaras sa iya. Ato ang pagkiluan ng mga idol kaya atong tubuan o kasi mga idol para wala siya. Ayan, tatagang mga asin. Atong pupot-pupot mga idol. Pupot-pupot na siya. Bawa na dyan na yung mga panit. Ano na dyan na siya pagkilo sa siko-cover mga idol. Ayan.
Pinota guys, o di ba? Press pa kayo siya. Pinota pa sa mga ito. Saan tawagan sa inyo ha? Tawagan sa mga kay Kagador. Kagador ni siya. So, ang ako ra kong ganahan ani is pinilang siya. Tamo dahil siya kaya sa Bibi, bibi.
Asa may doon?
Decorator na place. Ang ilaw na munta mga idol. Sa mga hapad. Dagang mga idol o. Bye. Ito lang siya kay ako mag-isumba. Lami na daw ni Sumba. Guys, wala po kayo guys. Dami na kayo siya dilawon mo. Grabe ka lang eh. Guys, wala po kayo guys. Ano ba ito siya? talagang madali ng gamit at hindi ako maluho. Kaya lang ako ng kain. In short, hindi ako materialistic. Pero patay ko ito. Ay, mga talaglag. Jesus, mga talaglag, mga bata. Nagkalitan yung tamang pinahan mga talaglag. Now, kanan sa mission ay sa dagat. Tapos, inulong ang sinaw. Para, nagdan na lang. Ay, mga talaglag. Jesus, mga talaglag, mga bata. Sintomas ko noon, una, nagdadrive po ang aking balat at marami po ako po. Pangalawa, lagi po ako nagkaroon ng pangit. Pangatlo, dahil mababa ang aking hemoglobin, hindi po ako makatigil sa maliit na panahon at syempre napupuntan po ako. Pang-apat, lagi po ako nakakaranas ng mataas na uric acid. Panglima, lagi po ako inaatake ng acid reflux. At dahil dito, nawalan po ako ng ganang kumain at unti-unting gumagaan ang aking timbang at namamayan. Pang-anim, lagi rin pong mataas ang aking blood pressure. Pang-pito, lagi din po akong pinupulikan. Pang-walo, ito ko na nararanasan na hindi na po ako nagmamanas at ilang na rin po ako matulog sa gabi dahil hindi na po ako makatulog ng isang na lamang, kundi 2, 3, 4 maaari. Pang-siyam, dito lang po ako nahihirapan huminga. At pang-10, sukan po ako ng suka at hindi na po ako nakakapagtindihan ng sa dialysis patient, isa ito sa nag-iikot ng buhay ko. Yes, alam ko naman hindi kayo nandun, no? Kasi halos nag-iikot ko na talaga ang buong sangguniang pang-puso para lang makakatulong para sa isa. Ang 360 plus po na kinabi ni nalukha na ba? Sa totoo lang guys, hindi ko pwedeng sabihin niya sir, wala po para pagkakas sa akin yan. Kaya hindi po ako doktor, isa lang po akong patient. Kung gano'n na po kataas ang kinabi mo, basta-basta na lang yan pabayaan. Kasi mataas na po talaga yan. Hindi ba makusunod na kapag nakataas? Ang maganda ito eh, pumunta ka sa psychologist para matulungan ka kapag magkakaroon ng dapat gawin. Guys, may probiotics bang ibigay ang technologist niya sa inyo? Ah, so ayan na nga, dahil nga pumunta ako sa psychologist isang araw para sa aking follow-up check-up, maraming nagtatanong sa akin kung ano nga bang balita, talagang may balita, ano mga chismosa talaga kayo, char lang. So gusto kong i-share sa inyo guys, lalo na sa mga kagaya kong dialysis patient or sa may mga pasyente dialysis dyan. Pwede nito makatulong sa inyo para kahit paano meron kayong tiyak, diba? Lalo-lalo na yung mga patient na hindi talaga pumunta sa kanilang oncologist. Ang naman ito, diba? Ang working lang, kasi doon, dito sa lagi. Ano, ang iyang work, hindi siya ulit. Kaya naman lang work. Wala sila sa ang pero naging nila na hindi sa public sa public ang sunod naman diba pumunta siya yes guys, this is me. Ako ni. Ing ani kada ko ang akong likod. Sakit na siya. Sakit na sa mga ko. Kaayo. Pinakauna pa lang, sige na kay pinakauna
details ang ng ating pagdialysis. Kariban upo, no? Yan, nakita ko, Mister. Jupiter, sabagay ko no, dawat-dawat eh. Ngalan pala na Jupiter. Mami Jupiter. Lain ko ng Mister, Mami Jupiter, no? Ano na lang, dawat-dawat kay Jupiter man. Ako pa, ani? Kariban upo, no? Yan, nakita ko, Mister. Jupiter, sabagay ko no, dawat-dawat eh. Ngalan pala na Jupiter. Mami Jupiter. Lain ko ng Mister, Mami Jupiter, no? Ano na lang, dawat-dawat kay Jupiter man. Ako pa, ani? Kariban upo, no? Yan, nakita ko, Mister. Jupiter, sabagay ko no, dawat-dawat eh. Ngalan pala na Jupiter. Mami Jupiter. Lain ko ng Mister, Mami Jupiter, no? Ano na lang, dawat-dawat kay Jupiter man. Ako pa, ani?
gonna go out.
Thanks na isa no star no by good sibong pero nalang ko na iubsan ba. Ako nga alam nga nung gimister. Nung gimister ko welcome Mr. Jupiter. Pagkataasag puro. Ano pero okay na. Tawat na lang kita ni Mr. Mr. Welcome Mr. Jupiter. Thanks na isa no star.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Lost. one of mine. When? But at home, at that, I will play. I have found people who that have faith, not male life, ship some of them are been full of 126 years old for now is 23 minutes, 37 seconds, 05 or not.
Hindi ka maniniwala sa kung ano ang nasa loob ng pinakamalalaking cruise ship na usapan. Ang cruise ship ay isang malaking barko na dinisenyo para sa entertainment na may kumpletong facilities. Mahalaga ang mga ito sa industriya ng turismo dahil nagbibigay sila ng kakaibang travel experience. Nakakabangga ang laki nito. Ngunit nakapagtataka dito kung ano ang mga laman nito. Kung kaya't sa video na ito ay samahan niyo akong alamin ang mga bagay na nasa loob nito. Kaya naman simulan na natin. Number 1, Costa Smeralda. Ang Costa Smeralda ay isang malaking cruise ship na pagmamayari ng Costa Cruises, bahagi ng Carnival Corporation and PLC. Ito ang pinakamalaking barko ng Costa at pangwalo sa pinakamalalaking cruise ship sa buong mundo noong 2024. Isa rin ito sa mga unang barko na gumagamit ng liquefied natural gas o LNG bilang pangunahing enerhiya, kaya mas mababa ang epekto nito sa kalikasan. Nagsimula ang unang biyahe ng Balbas Vlogs noong December 21, 2019. Pinapagana ang barko ng apat na 16-cylinder MAT-160 M460F dual fuel hybrid engines na kayang maglabas ng kabuuang 37,000 kilowatts na lakas. Meron itong 20 floors, habang 337 meters, dapat na 42 meters, at lalim na 8.8 meters. Ganito magsakay ng 5,224 na pasahero sa regular na setup at umaabot naman sa 6,554 na pasahero, puno ang capacity. Meron itong 3,612 cabins para sa mga pasahero at 1,646 na crew members. Kaya ding tumakbo ng barko sa bilis na 21.5 knots. Maliban dito, kompleto din sa facilities ng Costa Smeralda para sa kasiyahan at convenience ng mga pasahero. May Coloseo, isang 3-story venue para sa live show at performances na may malalaking LED screen. Mayroon ding solarium spa para sa relaxation na may sauna at steam rooms. May aquapark na may mga water slides at swimming pools para sa bata at matatanda. Kaya sa Espanya naman, may makikita ang open-air amphitheater na perfect tambayan habang nanonood ng palabas. Meron ding San Remo Theater para sa mga concerts at performances. Sa pagkain naman, may 11 restaurants na nag-aalok ng iba't ibang klase ng pagkain at mahigit 20 bars para sa inumin at snacks. Meron ding shopping mall para sa mga gustong mamili at casino para sa mga gustong sumubok ng swerte. May iba't sports area para sa gustong pag-ehersisyo. Meron ding virtual reality games at arcade para sa kabataan. Para sa mga bata at teenagers, may kids club at kids zone na puno ng laro at activities. Number 2, Ada Nova. Ang Ada Nova ay isa sa pinakamalalaking cruise ship sa buong mundo. Ito ay ginawa ng Mayer Werft GmbH sa Papenburg, Germany para sa Ada Cruises. Sa dito noong August 21, 2018 at opisyal na naihatid noong December 12, 2018. Ang Ada Nova ang kauna-unahang cruise ship sa mundo na kayang gumamit ng liquefied natural gas bilang fuel. Mayroon itong apat na engine na kayang gumamit ng LNG o tradisyonal na fuel oil. Subalit nagkaroon ng ilang problema sa paggawa ng barko, kaya naantala ang paghahatid nito. Noong October 2018 ay pinansel ang mga nakaschedule na video cruises dahil sa pagkaantala ng construction. Nagkaroon din ng bagay na sulong sa shipyard na naging dahilan ng pagka-delay ng sea trials. Pero sa huli ay natapos ang paggawa at sinagawa ang maiden voyage sa December 19, 2018. Nagsimula ang biyahe mula sa Santa Cruz de Tenerife at umikot sa Canary Islands at Madeira sa loob ng 7 araw. At noong 2019 ay biyahe ang Ada Nova sa Mediterranean at Canary Islands. Pagsapit naman ng 2022, ang dala nito sa Northern Europe at palaging umiinig ito sa North Nordic sa Norway. Samantala, puno ng facilities ang Nova para sa mga pasahero. Meron itong mahigit 70 na restaurant na nag-aalok ng iba't ibang klase ng pagkain mula sa buffet hanggang sa fine dining. Meron ding mahigit 20 na bar kung saan pwedeng magpahinga at uminom. Para sa libangan, may malaking teatro para sa live shows, sinehan at nightclubs. Meron din itong mga swimming pool, jacuzzi at spa para sa mga gustong mag-relax. Para sa mga mahilig sa adventure, may water slides at climbing walls. Para naman sa mga bata, mayroong playground at kids club na puno ng masasayang laro at activities. Kumpleto rin ang mga kwarto ng barko mula sa simplicity hanggang sa mga haling suites na may sariling balcony. Para sa mga gustong mamili, may mga boutique, souvenir shops at duty-free stores. Meron ding gym at sports area. Para sa mga mahilig sa teknolohiya, may virtual reality at gaming zones dito. Number 3, PNO Iona. Ang MS Iona ay isang napakalaking cruise ship.
Trump's White House looks like a budget Airbnb compared to this. Because somewhere on Earth there's a mansion so outrageous, so overbuilt, it makes even the US president's home feel basic. It towers above a city of millions, runs on its own private staff army, and includes rooms so extreme, one of them actually creates snow. And yes, one man lives there alone. But before we understand how expensive this mansion truly is, we need to first take a look at the rare mansions only billionaires can afford. And it all begins with a house in Milan, where Leonardo da Vinci once grew grapes for himself. 10th Casa degli Attilani, Milan, Italy. In the heart of Milan, Italy, stands a mansion with a story that stretches back over 500 years. Casa degli Attilani isn't just any old building. It's a slice of history that has witnessed the Renaissance, survived wars, and now represents the height of luxury that only the world's wealthiest can afford. The story begins in the 1400s, when the Duke of Milan, Ludovico Sforza, gifted this magnificent property to the Attilani family. This wasn't just a random act of kindness. The Duke was playing a smart political game, surrounding himself with loyal supporters in the city centre. What makes this mansion truly special, though, is who walked its grounds. Leonardo da Vinci himself, the genius behind the Mona Lisa and the Last Supper, spent time here while painting his masterpiece at the nearby church of Santa Maria delle Grazie. The Duke even gave Leonardo a small vineyard behind the house as payment for his work. For years, Leonardo tended these vines, taking breaks from his painting to check on his grapes. This wasn't just any garden, it was Leonardo da Vinci's personal green space in the middle of a busy city. But time wasn't always kind to Casa degli Attilani. As centuries passed, the mansion changed hands many times. The once beautiful vineyard was forgotten, buried under new buildings and city growth. The original design of the house became hidden under layers of changes and updates. It seemed like the connection to Leonardo might be lost forever. In the early 1900s, an architect named Piero Portaluppi bought the mansion and began a careful restoration. He peeled back the layers of time, revealing the original beauty of the house. Portaluppi created stunning spaces that mixed the old with the new, rooms with ancient wooden ceilings next to modern bathrooms, Renaissance doorways leading to 20th century furniture. The biggest surprise came in 2015. Scientists and historians decided to dig up the backyard to see if Leonardo's vineyard could be found again. Using old maps, paintings, and even DNA testing of ancient grape roots, they discovered the exact spot where Leonardo's vines once grew. In an amazing twist, they were able to replant the same type of grapes that Leonardo had grown over 500 years ago. Today, Casa degli Attilani stands as a perfect mix of past and present. Visitors can wander through its peaceful courtyards, where fountains splash among green plants. Inside, the rooms showcase incredible art and furniture from different time periods. The walls are covered with frescoes, colorful paintings done directly on wet plaster that tell stories from hundreds of years ago. Bernard Arnault, the head of luxury brand LVMH, and one of the richest people in the world, recognized the value of this historical treasure. Arnault, who owns brands like Louis Vuitton and Dior, purchased Casa degli Attilani, adding it to his collection of extraordinary properties around the world. Under Arnault's ownership, the mansion has been preserved as both a museum and a private residence. Parts of it are open to the public, allowing regular people to experience its beauty and history. Other sections remain private, reserved for the kind of exclusive events and gatherings that only billionaires can host. The price tag for such a property, while the exact amount hasn't been made public, experts estimate its value at well over $100 million, not just because of the building itself, but because of its irreplaceable historical significance. If a secret vineyard once owned by Leonardo da Vinci felt rare, the next estate takes that rarity and bottles it, then sells it for 6 figures a glass. Chateau Cheval Blanc, Bordeaux, France. In the rolling green hills of Bordeaux, France, sits a treasure that most people only see on fancy wine labels. Chateau Cheval Blanc isn't just a place where they make amazing wine. It's one of the most valuable pieces of land on earth, worth over $1 billion. The estate spreads across 108 acres of perfect grape-growing soil, where some of the world's most expensive wines begin their journey. The main building looks like something from a fairy tale, with its cream-colored walls and pointed towers that reach toward the sky. When the sun hits it just right, the whole place seems to glow against the backdrop of endless vineyards. What makes this place so special isn't just how it looks, though. Chateau Cheval Blanc has been making wine since the 1800s, and they've gotten really, really good at it. Their bottles can sell for thousands of dollars each. Some vintage bottles have sold for over $300,000. That's the price of a whole house, just for one bottle of wine. Inside the mansion, everything screams luxury. The rooms have super high ceilings with detailed designs. The furniture looks like it belongs in a museum, and probably costs more than a car. Imagine eating dinner in a room where kings and queens once sat, surrounded by artwork worth millions. But the real magic happens underground in the wine cellars. In 2011, the owners built a new cellar that looks like something from the future. It has curved concrete walls and skylights that let natural light filter down to where thousands of wine barrels are aging. Wine experts from around the world come just to see this cellar. It's that amazing. The current owners, Bernard Arnault and Albert Frère, aren't just regular rich people. Bernard Arnault runs LVMH, the company that owns brands like Louis Vuitton and Dior. At times, he's been the richest person in the world. When millionaires like these want something, they get it, and they wanted Chateau Cheval Blanc. Life at the chateau isn't all about showing off, though. Making world-class wine is serious business. Every grape is picked by hand, not machines. Workers sort through them one by one, throwing away any that aren't perfect. It's like finding the best players for a sports team, except they're choosing grapes. The weather can ruin everything in just one day. A bad storm or unexpected frost might destroy millions of dollars worth of grapes. The people who run Chateau Cheval Blanc are always watching the sky, hoping nature will be kind to their precious vines. When harvest time comes, the whole place buzzes with energy. Workers move quickly through the rows of vines and the clock, turning those grapes into liquid gold. The smell of fermenting wine fills the air, sweet and earthy at the same time. What makes this place truly special is something that can't be seen or touched. It's history. 8 generations of winemakers have worked this land, passing down secrets and knowledge that can't be found in books. Drinking Chateau Cheval Blanc wine means tasting more than just grapes. It's tasting tradition. The estate isn't open to everyone. Special permission is required, and even then, only certain parts may be shown. The owners value their privacy almost as much as their wine. For most people, the closest they'll ever get to Chateau Cheval Blanc is spotting the blue and gold label in a fancy restaurant or wine shop. But for the lucky few who get invited to stay, it's like stepping into another world. Guests might wake up to mist rising over the vineyards, enjoy meals prepared by private chefs using ingredients grown right on the estate, or take sunset walks among vines that have produced wine for presidents and royalty. While some billionaires sip aged wine in stone castles, others race to Miami's coast, where sunsets cost millions and neighbors come with bodyguards. 8. North Bay Road Estates, Miami Beach, USA. Along the sun-drenched shores of Miami Beach lies a street so exclusive that even mentioning its name causes real estate agents to perk up. North Bay Road Estates isn't just any waterfront community. It's where the ultra-wealthy come to play in their own private paradise. Its home sits on oversized blocks with direct water access, offering the kind of views that make even the richest people in the world stop and stare. The glittering Miami skyline stands tall in the distance, while luxury yachts bob gently with crystal clear waters rising residents' backyards. What makes these homes special isn't just their location. The architecture here is a showcase of dreams turned into reality. Mediterranean-style villas with terracotta roofs sit next to sleek, modern glass boxes that look like they're from the future. Some homes feature soaring columns and dramatic entrances, while others blend into their surroundings with living walls covered in tropical plants. Inside these mansions, no expense is spared, and windows designed specifically to capture those million-dollar water views. Many homes feature indoor-outdoor living spaces, where the line between the house and the backyard pool area completely disappears when glass walls slide open at the touch of a button. But the true magic of North Bay Road begins when the sun starts to set. As Miami transforms from a sun-soaked playground to a glowing nighttime wonderland, these homes offer front-row seats to nature's daily light show. The sky turns shades of orange, pink, and purple that reflect off both the bay waters and the infinity pools that seem to spill right into the ocean. The peace of this exclusive neighborhood is suddenly interrupted when celebrities and business moguls arrive home. Paparazzi boats sometimes cruise by, hoping to catch a glimpse of the famous faces who call this place home. Over the years, stars like Jennifer Lopez, Matt Damon, and Ricky Martin have all owned properties here. Even basketball legend LeBron James once had a mansion on this coveted strip of land. Security becomes a major concern when you're worth billions. That's why many North Bay Road estates feature guardhouses, tall privacy hedges, and state-of-the-art security systems that would make a spy movie proud. Some homes even have panic rooms and underground escape tunnels, just in case. The pressure to maintain appearances in this neighborhood is intense. When one billionaire installs a 12-car garage with a turntable floor to display their collection, their neighbor responds by building a glass-walled auto gallery visible from the street. When someone adds a private beach, another dredges the bay to create a deeper boat slip for their mega yacht. It's a friendly competition where the price tags start in the tens of millions. Living on North Bay Road means more than just owning an amazing house. It's about a lifestyle that most people can only dream about. Residents wake up to personal chefs preparing breakfast in kitchens bigger than most apartments. They work out in private gyms with equipment that rivals professional sports facilities. Their children splash in pools with water slides and swim up bars serving fresh squeezed juices. The ultimate payoff of a North Bay Road address comes in the form of freedom and privacy that even money can't always buy. While tourists crowd the public beaches just minutes away, billionaires on North Bay Road enjoy their own slice of tropical paradise without having to share. They can dive into the bay from their private docks or take their boats out for a spin without with marina schedules or other boaters. As Miami continues to grow as a global destination for the ultra-wealthy, North Bay Road remains its crown jewel. New buyers from tech, finance, and international business circles compete fiercely whenever a property becomes available. Real estate agents often have waiting lists of interested buyers before homes even hit the market. What was once a quiet street of luxury homes has transformed into one of the most exclusive addresses on the planet. North Bay Road Estates stands as proof that in the world of billionaire real estate, location truly is everything, and a perfect sunset view over Biscayne Bay might just be the most valuable amenity of all. But flashy views and beach access aren't enough for every billionaire. Some climb higher, into hills where the homes get bigger, and the names behind them stay hidden. 7. Bradbury Estate, California, USA. In the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains sits one of America's most jaw-dropping homes. The Bradbury Estate isn't just any mansion. It's what happens when someone has almost unlimited money and a really big dream. Built in 2011, this mega mansion spreads across nearly 8 acres of prime California land. The main house alone covers 30,000 square feet. That's about the size of 6 basketball courts put together. But this isn't just about size.
Every inch of the Bradbury estate screams luxury in a way that makes even other millionaires stop and stare. The house looks like it belongs in a fairy tale, with stone walls and perfect gardens that likely cost more each year than most people spend buying a home. Inside the mansion is a library with 2 floors, wooden shelves carved by hand, and a spiral staircase that looks like it came from a movie. The dining room has space for 40 people, perfect for when the owner wants to host a dinner that would impress even famous guests. But the real magic of the Bradbury estate lies in its special features. There's a 3D movie theater where guests can watch the latest blockbusters without ever leaving home. The pool isn't just any pool, it's a massive infinity edge masterpiece that seems to spill right into the stunning views of the Los Angeles basin below. What really sets this place apart, though, is the underground area. Beneath the main house sits a 10-car garage that's nicer than most people's living rooms. Next to that is a 15,000 square foot entertainment complex, complete with a bowling alley, poker lounge, and a full bar that would make any high-end club in Hollywood look boring. The estate wasn't always this way. The land was once just a beautiful hillside spot with great views. But when billionaire businessman Tom Barrack bought the property, he had visions of creating something extraordinary. He hired teams of architects, designers, and landscapers who spent years turning his dream into reality. As construction progressed, neighbors and local officials started raising eyebrows. The sheer scale of the project was unlike anything the quiet community of Bradbury had seen before. Some worried about how such an enormous structure would affect the area. Others wondered who would possibly need a house so big. The answer came when the estate was finally completed and put on the market for a staggering $78 million. This wasn't just a home. It was a statement. A declaration that said, "I've made it to the absolute top." Finding a buyer for such an expensive property wasn't easy. The house sat on the market for years, its price occasionally dropping before finally being purchased by a mysterious billionaire who preferred to keep their identity private. Rumors swirled about tech moguls and foreign royalty, but the truth remained hidden behind those imposing gates. The new owner didn't just buy a house, they bought a lifestyle that few people on Earth will ever experience. Morning swims in that infinity pool offer views stretching all the way to the Pacific Ocean on clear days. The climate-controlled wine cellar holds bottles worth more than some cars. Even the bathrooms feel like luxury spas, with marble imported from Italy and fixtures plated with real gold. Outside, the grounds include a tennis court, a trout pond where the owner can fish without leaving home, and gardens designed by landscape architects who normally work on famous public parks. There's even a separate guest house that would be considered a mansion by normal standards. Security at the Bradbury estate takes things to another level. Advanced systems monitor every inch of the property, while a team of guards works around the clock to ensure privacy and safety. In a neighborhood where homes regularly sell for 8 figures, this place still stands out as exceptional. What makes the Bradbury estate truly special isn't just its size or price tag. It's how it represents the ultimate California dream. From its hillside perch, the estate offers views of the same Los Angeles skyline that has drawn dreamers and strivers for generations. The difference is that while millions look up at those hills with hope, the owner of the Bradbury estate looks down from them, having achieved what so many can only imagine. That mansion stretched wide across land. The next one stretches up, so thin and tall, the clouds feel closer than the neighbors. 6111 West 57th Street Penthouse, New York City, USA. Imagine standing on top of the world, looking down at tiny yellow taxis and ant-sized people below. That's what it feels like in the 111 West 57th Street Penthouse in New York City. This isn't just any tall building, it's one of the skinniest skyscrapers ever built, shooting up into the clouds like a needle piercing the sky. The building sits on what people call Billionaire's Row, a stretch of super expensive homes, where only the richest people on Earth can afford to live. At over 1,400 feet tall, this tower is thinner than a basketball court is long. Engineers had to be super clever to make sure it wouldn't sway too much in the wind. They actually put a giant weight near the top that moves in the opposite direction of the wind to keep the building steady. The penthouse covers the top floors and costs over $66 million. The walls are made of real marble, the floors use the finest wood, and the ceilings rise far above.
Windows stretch from floor to ceiling around the whole place, offering views that takes breath away. To the north, Central Park looks like a giant green carpet. To the south, on a clear day, it is possible to see all the way to the Statue of Liberty. Living this high does come with a few odd problems. The building shifts a little during the day as the sun warms different sides, causing a small bend. The designers had to create special doors that would still open and close when this happens. During storms, the wind can be so loud that they needed thicker glass to keep the inside quiet. The owners do not just get a beautiful apartment, they also have their own private elevator that never stops for anyone else. There is a swimming pool with gold tiles, a fitness room with machines that cost more than some cars, and a library with walls covered in leather. Here's where things get interesting. Not everyone is happy about these super tall buildings for billionaires. Many New Yorkers complain that these towers cast huge shadows over Central Park, making it colder and darker for regular people trying to enjoy their lunch breaks. Some of these mega expensive apartments sit empty most of the year because their owners have so many houses around the world that they barely visit each one. One time, during a big power outage in the city, people living in these tall towers had a serious problem. The backup generators couldn't power the elevators all the way to the top floors. Some wealthy residents had to climb dozens of flights of stairs in the dark. A famous tech billionaire supposedly got stuck in his penthouse for 2 days because he refused to walk down 80 floors. His personal chef had to helicopter in food to the roof. The building has some of the strictest security in the world. Facial recognition cameras, fingerprint scanners, and guards who used to protect presidents make sure no unwanted visitors get in. There are rumors that some apartments have panic rooms with their own air supplies and bulletproof walls in case of emergencies. But for those who can afford it, living here means joining an exclusive club. The building has its own restaurant that's not open to the public, where chefs from the fanciest restaurants in the world come to cook private meals. Luxury in the sky is impressive, but the next estate proves billionaires aren't afraid to dig deep when building their perfect world. 5. Pritzker Estate, Beverly Hills, USA. High above Beverly Hills, hidden in the quiet streets of Beverly Crest, sits one of the most insane mansions in all of Los Angeles. It's called the Pritzker Estate. Built by billionaire Tony Pritzker, who comes from the Hyatt Hotels family, this place isn't just a house, it's a full-blown luxury kingdom. It took 6 years to finish, and by the time it was done in 2011, it looked more like a palace than a home. This estate stretches across 50,000 square feet. That's the size of nearly a football field. It has 16 bedrooms and 27 bathrooms. The outside is made of smooth white Italian limestone, flown in straight from Europe. And the roof, that was designed to look like the Louvre Pyramid in Paris. So yeah, this isn't your average millionaire mansion. This one has international flair. But what really makes the Pritzker Estate wild is what's inside. There's a private bowling alley with 2 lanes and custom cabinets for the gear. It's
Iya, pasti kung karang hapon,
strikes all night without
kuan
bothering
gamay,
anyone.
magdoda sa may
Then
gamay,
there's the
kung
movie
ano,
theatre,
buntag imo.
huge velvet curtains, real stadium seating, and dramatic lights. It's like stepping into a luxury cinema, except it's only for the people who live here. And when it comes to relaxation, this place goes over the top. The wellness area has a full gym with top-of-the-line machines, a beauty salon, a spa, and even a space for full-body treatments.
Sabi na na to sa inyo, wala
There's
kang
no
mataw.
reason to ever leave the house because every self-care option you can think of is already built in.
Wala kay kuan.
Step outside, and it only gets better. The backyard has a 75-foot
Ow.
marble infinity pool
Asan
that
yung
looks like it
deka,
spills
wala
right
kuan.
into the skyline. From there, you can see all of Los Angeles and even the ocean. There's also a lighted tennis court and a basketball court, along with a viewing pavilion for people who just want to chill while others play. And yes, there's an outdoor kitchen, except this one has 2 barbecues, a giant pizza oven, and even a machine made just to spin the water out of your swimsuit. That's the level of detail we're talking about. Guests don't get a room, they get a whole house. The estate includes a separate 2-bedroom guest house with its own balcony, elevator, and patio.
Ako,
This makes it even
nakakuha
visitors
na rin
feel like royalty.
wala may
But
trabaho.
the biggest twist came in October 2024.
Nagkontent-content
After
niya
Tony
pataw
and
ba,
John Pritzker
naga
divorced,
districts lang ang kuan ba.
and not for a small price. The asking number was $195 million. If someone actually buys it at that price, it'll break
Oh,
the
ayun,
record
manang
for
ko
the most
na,
expensive
na,
home ever sold in Los Angeles, eating up Jeff Bezos' $165 million purchase in 2020. If the last mansion felt like a modern kingdom, the next one brings back the golden age, where every room holds secrets,
kakamin mo sa iyo,
and the
mo
past
kay
still
kanang
echoes through the
maglodas ng
halls.
circle.
Casa Encantada, Los Angeles, USA. Tucked away in the hills of
Ang
Bel
buwan
Air sits one of the
Saan man
most
masimos
beautiful
dito
homes
sa
in
dool
Los
sa Maki?
Angeles.
O
Casa
dinira sa
Encantada.
Lipo?
The name itself means
Oh,
enchanted
kanang
house in
bago?
Spanish. Trust me, this place lives
Oh,
up to its
mayaw,
name in every
gagawin ka
way
na.
possible.
At
Built
pag mahatag lang di siya
1937,
upuan,
this massive
kanang,
mansion stretched across 60 rooms,
para makabalik siya diha.
40,000 square feet of pure
Oh.
luxury. The estate sits on more than 8 acres of perfectly manicured gardens, giving its billionaire owners plenty of space to roam around without ever leaving home. What makes Casa Encantada truly special
Wala na
is where it
siya,
sits.
na siya.
The mansion stands on a hill with stunning views of Los Angeles. From one window, the blue Pacific Ocean can be seen. From another, the whole city stretches out below, glowing like a giant light show at night. On clear days, the Hollywood sign is even visible far in the distance. The mansion has been owned by some of the richest people in America. Conrad Hilton, who started Hilton Hotels, once lived there.
Wala naman
Later,
ko,
Gary
19
Winning
naman ko
bought
ang
it for
kuan.
$94 million in the year 2000. At the time, that was the highest amount ever paid for a home in the country.
19,
Inside
17
Casa
naman ko, mag
Encantada,
19.
everything shows
Mas
luxury.
wala ko kaabot 20.
The entrance hall alone is enough
Mura
to
na ang
leave anyone
pinakataas.
speechless, with tall ceilings and a grand staircase. Every room has furniture that was made just for that space.
Pila ka din
The
na sila
chairs
din
and
sa kuan,
tables were
Walmart?
built right into the
16
house.
or
The
15?
walls hold artwork worth millions, and even the doorknobs are made
Pero
from
ang kana
wood.
si Tiara, ana ra ko sa Walmart.
Life at Casa Encantada has not always been simple. The mansion has gone through challenges that would worry any homeowner.
O, para
Just
duwa
on a
na
much larger scale.
kuan.
It costs millions every year
I-carpool
just to
ba?
keep the property running. The gardens are beautiful, but during California's dry spells, the water bill alone can be massive. And if something breaks, not any random person can fix it. The owners need experts who understand how to take care of rare and historic features without causing damage. The house has also stood through many earthquakes, which are common in Southern California. After each one, teams of professionals check the whole property to make sure there are no cracks or problems. Not even billionaires can stop nature. One of the hardest things for Casa Encantada has been staying updated over
O,
time.
kana ganing,
What was seen as luxury in the
ano sa man
1930s
siya pang
will
adlaw
look
siya?
old today.
O, pang gabi.
Each new owner has had to decide how
O,
much of the
ano
house
sa
is
sa kusan
original
yung
to
sulit
keep
sa gabi?
and how much to change so it feels
O,
modern
10 to
and
6,
comfortable.
Monday to Friday na.
Casa Encantada remains one of the most wanted homes in the world.
Maglusod
Current
siya o
owners have
kami
done a good job
trabaho
of
o
mixing
kana wala
classic
siya
style with
kanan.
new technology. Music plays quietly through hidden speakers without changing the old look of the rooms. Lights and temperatures in every room can be changed using a phone. The outside of the mansion
O,
is
anak
just
ko,
as
basta ko na
amazing.
lang
The pool
makakarpo.
looks magical, with water that seems to stretch out into the sky. There are tennis courts, rose gardens, and even a small lake. The guest house on the property is bigger than most regular homes, so visitors get to enjoy the same comfort as the
Makasin.
owners. What truly makes Casa Encantada different from other mansions is the way it feels. It does not feel like a cold museum. It feels warm, like a real home.
Yeah, pero murag ako nadunggan din na kanang pero diya
Sunlight fills every
kinarang
space.
sa kita musugan
There are
ako.
quiet
Di
spots
ako nung kayo
perfect for
bugatan
reading
trabaho,
or
di mo
relaxing.
kung kayo atong
Even
karaan
before
na
the golden
simons.
marble, it is
Nga.
easy to picture a family playing games or watching a movie together.
Oh yeah, bugnaw mo to dito sa una katong karaan nilang dito bugnaw kanya. Ilutik ang kanang ay kanang tagmi.
3. La Fin Bel Air,
Tagmi
California,
kayo.
USA.
Nya kanang
La Fin
paspas.
stands as the final word in luxury living, a place where dreams become real for those who can afford its $139 million price tag. The home stretches across 40,000 square feet and sits on a wide piece of land with views that are hard to believe. Nearly every window shows the sparkling Pacific Ocean, the full Los Angeles skyline, and the rolling hills that make Southern California famous.
Okay, ay sa sunod na.
There is even Catalina Island
Kung
can be
dahil
seen
sa sama
floating in the
karang
distance.
trabaho.
La Fin was
Kaysa
not simply
kuan
built,
pero ako
it was
kawan
carefully
mo
planned and
kapasuway na
crafted.
kuan mo kasuway
Designers
na
spent
kuan mo
years
sa
working
bago
on
na
every
sinunod
small
mo sa
detail,
karang na
from
sinunod
how the
kasuway
sunlight
ako.
hits the marble
Kasi
floors
bisig
to how the evening air flows through the open spaces. The mansion blends modern design with classic beauty, using rare materials from all over the world. Italian marble, French oak,
Ambot
and Japanese gardens come together in perfect balance. Walking through the front doors feels like stepping into another world.
Basta mo isip sini, kaya ultra mo kung pero ako tao ni dito sila.
Likely worth more than most homes. Large windows stretch from floor to ceiling, making the ocean feel like
Ibu ras muna yaha, suya ra ba?
What sets La Fin apart is not just its size or location, it is the small touches that make it feel magical.
Suya ras muna yaha.
Next to a private movie theatre with seats as soft as clouds. The kitchen is more than just a kitchen. It is a chef's dream filled with tools and machines found in top
Niingon medyo
restaurants.
siya nag-hiring ang
Beyond the
maki.
main house, the
Niyan
property
ito nga,
holds more
pangakulay
wonders.
lang good.
A guest house stands near the edge of the land, giving friends and family their own
Kasi
peaceful
kaya naman
space.
kung diyang maki.
Outside, the pool seems to
Wala
blend into the
maingon
sky,
na kay.
creating the
Kay.
illusion of swimming
Ako
toward the
siguro ng
clouds.
mga labitad
For
kay
the
mga
ultra-wealthy,
dagko na sundin
La
ng
Fin
mga
offers
pero
something rare.
ako wala ko kwan ay wala mo
Pool
ulit
hedges
ang
and
tungkol.
advanced security systems
Andun
keep
sa
the outside
regular
world away, turning the estate into a peaceful hideaway. In a city known for cameras and constant attention, this kind of seclusion is something money can barely buy. The mansion's past adds even more charm. The land once belonged to Hollywood royalty, giving the home a strong link to California's golden years. Over time, it has hosted presidents, movie stars, and powerful business leaders, each one adding to its story. Life at La Fin is not just about luxury, it is about living to the fullest. The wellness center includes a smart gym that tracks movements and gives tips for better form. The spa feels like it belongs in a five-star resort, with massage rooms, saunas, and a cold plunge pool for
May
recovery.
pa nga to sa una po
For
check
car
ano.
lovers, the garage is a dream space.
Kamay ko yun
It
din
fits
eh.
20
Mas
vehicles,
XR o
has full
isang
climate
pa yan.
control,
Yung mga
and
kani
includes
kasi
a
na
turntable to display
relative
pneumatic
na na.
cars.
Pwede pa pero
Some
karon
owners have even hosted
nandoon man
dinner
lang
parties
ka.
in the
Kaya
garage,
pagkahuman
setting
ah.
tables between
Sila lang ay magbuot-buot gyapon kagado ganon diyan mga mong mandagan o mga Mexican kaya ang mga dagkong kuan ko na ako sa office mga mong man Mexican so kuan mapigpihit gyapon o kanang mga puti. Siyempre, ilan sila good mo ay kuan din mo. Gold good mo na nga.
Lights designed by
Kanang
film experts bring out new. The pool glows blue. Walking paths light up with each step, and the mansion itself appears to float over the city. The most impressive thing, though, what no one can see. It is a smart home that thinks
Yeah.
for itself. It controls lights, temperature, and security with voice commands or a touch. Lights move based on the sun.
Kariyo ko na mo ko
Music follows from room
si
to room.
Neil
Even the
murag
fridge can sense
February
the
man
space
siguro
for
to.
what is
O
inside.
January niya
Coffee
ako
named for perfection,
ako
but
kuan
the next mansion named higher.
March niya si Lisa murag July. The same year 2015.
Two, the one, Los Angeles, USA.
14 years na sige
Above
wala.
Los Angeles, on a
India. Kami
so extraordinary.
Oh, 10 years na ako kapin.
Course, and it lives up to its title. This isn't just any luxury home. It's what
O ba,
happens.
dito naman ko katong ni-record ko sa pag-record ni ato ko ni Sandy lagi. Di na nagkagani. Gibutan na ko nila sa part-time. So, ako sa tong kuanon para wala pa yung kuan ba. Wala isang mo. Ako sa tong tumanon tong gitambal sa bugado nga. O basta as long na gani nga mausab na ako paperwork, di na ako full-time kanang part-time na ko kanang mo file na dayon ko og disability. Bahala ko.
Yes, that's $500. The most expensive home ever listed in the United States. What makes
Oh,
this
nya
house
okay na
so
din na.
special? For starters, it has 21
Ang na disability ka, wala mo kakato sa doy. Wala mo kakato pa na approve sa disability. Na ni ato pag lawyer god. Oh. Oh, okay. Pero na-approvean ka sa disability. Nga nga nung dugay mo ito imong kwarta.
Perfect for millionaires who collect rare Ferraris and Lamborghinis. Need to relax. Choose between multiple pools, including a massive 64-foot indoor swimming pool and an
Kung
outdoor
siguro
infinity
dapo na
pool
ako at
with panoramic views of the
balik
Pacific
ko
Ocean.
nga. Kanang tumanon lang to ang sa abogado kay kung dugay sila mukuan na sa pero kato kang dani dali labi ato iya tawag sa
It's a full-size
Kana
indoor
si
running
Brother
pool.
Levan.
The mansion includes It's a full-service salon and spa where one can get pampered without
doctor,
ever
I
leaving
think,
home.
or whatever, sa nalang doktor na
The
sila.
one story
Tama sa
comes
pila
from
na
his troubled journey to complete
Ang maki?
what started as a developer's dream.
Ang social security?
Yung pag-shift
Construction
niya,
dragged on for years.
nagkapatog na,
Spiral out of control and debts.
sa puti.
Imagine what was supposed to
Kung
be
sa daw,
most expensive
pati ko na daw. Although,
when lenders grew
within
impatient. The one
I
faced
think 5 months,
foreclosure.
kung ito na siguro na wala ka gawa, wala kang suwa. Kaya sulit mo na. Wala kang pasura. Kailangan mo
$5
5 months guys.
into all
Dati wala.
$165 million in debt attached.
O, ang bakpi na siya.
In the world of the ultra-wealthy,
Yes.
Ah,
the
okay.
one became a
Kaya nga,
crucial
kuya ba,
example
kung
of
kan-
what happens
No,
when vision exceeds reality.
Yes,
The
na
property's design
mag-apply
and
ka.
while some praised its futuristic appearance,
Okay, okay.
others criticized it as
Okay,
a
kung makalisod kayo ko ba, kung wala na kita ito
luxury
kung
hotel
doon.
that
Nakita ko ko, wala na nilang para lang steamer. Niya bayaran ako yung tagawag na. Oo, ang mo kay. Ganun, wala man ko.
Despite its troubles, the one still represents something fascinating about our culture. Our endless fascination with excess.
Okay, so si Brother Lee ato nakakuha siya 5 months.
The mansion includes bizarre features that most people would never even think to
Wala
want.
man siya
A cigar
magagawa ng
lounge,
anong
the
giyapon
full-length
na
bowling
siya. At
alley,
least
a
6
philanthropy
months,
pavilion
giyapon
and charity
na
gardens, and even a nightclub containing DJ booths and dance floor. The payoff to this target came in 2020.
Oh, abi na ko sa since day month 1 tagaan na kaana di ay awiting period na.
Yes, wala. Ano na?
Despite selling for far less than the once the most expensive residential real estate transactions in California history, it stands as a monument of the future and the limits of luxury real estate
Ang
market.
italino na dinura din
When
na
a person buys a property like the one,
$2.
it takes more than just
Kung
luxury.
sa amin taon na ako. Kung ano, at least kung ang retirement ko man 1 month naman siguro ang bitin period.
Ali.
Oh, 1 month na na oy kato kang March good. Ni kuan siya ni apply siya October pagka November diyan naman ni siya chiki. No, October, November, December diyan na rin siya chiki.
Unapologetic,
Ang
and
sa
designed
mga
for showing off on social media. With its 360-degree
Naka,
views and
nakakuha
photographs
ka
spaces,
ng
ultimate backdrop for Instagram posts and TikTok videos. The one whose every
Ako sa man.
fails spectacularly,
ikaw,
but still sold for $141 million.
Ako ang kuan ang balay ha amo kay nangyari man ron 600 901 masasaka pa na 600 amo ang balay 600 kanya ang utilities kita na 200 so 800 kanyang each ba 105
One of the most
905
chaotic, densely packed cities
kanya ang
rising buildings so
na yung mga
powerful that they
ginagmadal ang insurance kanang dabo-dabo lang 124 pila na to 905 pila na to 1,000 niya ganing mga ginagmay-gagmay bill ganing katong sa Kangayray nga care credit murag 30 niya doon na niya sa Burlington na murag 30 niya mga telepon na mo ang ako 25 30 niya kirara amot kung siya nang siguro yung anak so 50 ibutang mo 50 pila naman ibutang ang natin mga 1,200 1,300 naman niasam ko na anak malang mahalin din balay kaya ito lang niya wala pa na ang bills lang na wala na labot sa konti wala naman diyan sa car kanang ang kana lang yung nang kuan nasaan ko minta anak so kang nurse butang na to kang nurse iya kay kanang 600 kapin niya iya mo na gamiton dili man ko kay labot anak kay iya mo na so kuan basta makakuan siguro siya na mga butang na 600 iya no kasi maka-share siguro siya sa bills mga 200 anak so naka-share 400 so kinahanglan din niya so kinahanglan din niya magdoda para mabuhi ni
Kinalan siya.
Hidden behind the stained glass that reflects the smoking skyline of one of India's busiest cities. But here's what makes Antigua different from every other
Aw,
major
kanang
island.
open man noon
Located in
ko sa
Beverly
iyang
Hills,
kuan,
in
open
the
man
Swiss
noon ko sa
Valley.
iyang
It's planted
savings
right
kay
in the
kana iyang
center of
savings
Light
lang
Trees,
ibutang
where
na diri
skyscrapers
sa
cast
balay
shadows over
sa
slums and
bangko.
millionaires
Pero
driving
gamay ra
past
kaayo
on
si
the
pero ang gani
sidewalks.
kambot libo.
This contrast has made Antigua more than just
Pero
famous.
pila naman gud
It's
tama yung ko sa
controversial.
600 niya.
While
Mo
some
ato
admire the
biyag
engineering
sugal.
and vision behind it,
Mauna.
others call
Kay
it
800 mo ta
optimism and
nakapin.
equality. Yet Mukesh Ambani,
Mo na
a
na.
billionaire
O mo na
who
akong
sits
gikabalat.
up
So ibutang na to ang akong ang lugar lang sa akong pagalingan kay wala may mutabang na ako good. Kay ibutang na lang ako lugar sa kuha mga 1,000. Kana murag malibre na siguro ko na ako. Oh.
It's not a display of success. It's a statement of untouchability. Security is airtight. Surveillance systems scan every visitor. Every room has panic buttons. At the top floors, the rumored to include escape routes and safe rooms in case of biological or chemical threats. Staff, trained in hospitality,
Oh, pero karon
emergency
food.
response,
Napa mag-ugi
religious
bayaran sa
protocol,
kuan ako
and
$55 ang month kato sa injection nako. Basin mga upat ka
The
bulan.
Ambanis hire silent
Ah,
witnesses to their lifestyle.
Napa marag nabitay somewhere along the way nabitay man digid mga fixed yun ang fixed yun ang mga bills nagin mo salot ba. Oh, pero dali ra ma-impasse ang kanang akong ingon nimo kana karon ng insurance na ang yun na kanang each back dugay pa man yun na ang each back
Shows, drone
Kan-
services, and private airspace lockdowns. But the most surreal part, in its size, wealth, and tech, Antigua is fully occupied year-round. The family spends much of their time traveling between global properties and business events. The building, arguably the most expensive home on earth, often stands half empty,
Ako makuha
like a beacon of
1,200.
unimaginable wealth above a city fighting poverty below. There are rumors that parts of Antigua
Oh,
are
nya nasa iya.
rituals.
Oh, nasa iya. 1,200. Igo na to, wag yung masubra na. Mo na makasubra siguro kanang dotas. Oo, katong dito sa kwan mo man gud ang ano sa kaon mo kanang katong dito ba katong halin sa lusa ba? Kuan dito pero wala na klaro na dito. Kanang di man gid ingon nga fix gid na anang kuan murag sa so data siya so within the month. Pero dili ba ano mo kung kanusa na usay sa katapusan sa bulan, usay na sa tunga, usay na sa primero. Wala bitay fix kita mo na nga unsa man ta ani ba wala po tay fix itong kuan ani mo nang naadyo tay kaning plano ba naadyo tay budget nga unsaon nga makaabot kay
Pero ang ako diya basta ba asa dinay kuan pa kana bitaw ang imo bang tao
kay nindot man gud ta to kung maka-apply ko og kuan maka-apply ko og disability pero ang akong problema ko ang waiting period kung dugay ko kay ko ma-approve sao naman lang ko manganga ko kung mga bills mayon ta mahal na rin.
The renowned oil tycoon and philanthropist took the concept of privacy to the extreme with his massive mega ranch in Balbas County, Texas. Initially spanning 2,900 acres, the property has since
Unyara kay kanang medyo kaya pa man ako kanang di man buwan kaya pa man ako sang kuan mo anyway 63 pa man po so ang akong target is 65 kay ang akong kuan baya mo ko na kung diangan angad ba ang ako limit man gud to check kung maka disability ko kay mo bitan imong gingon nga nana dayon tay limana na dayon tay Medicare.
rolling lawns and vibrant flowers that create a serene and
Ay dili day na dayon ang kanang oy maura di ay
traditional and contemporary architectural styles, displaying a timeless sophistication with its stone, brick, and glass facade.
oh yeah kay nagtrabaho ko man gud siya.
Opulence and refinement reign supreme. Luxurious
Yeah,
furnishings, intricate chandeliers,
Oh.
and exquisite art adorn the interior.
Yeah.
creating an ambiance
Oh,
of
yeah, yeah.
grandeur.
Unya kanang
Living areas.
ako ay tao kay wala man rin ko sa lumana man rin. Ambot kaning mga kuan ini kaning community community is mga kung saan sila kung sila ka na ilang diba kung basta ka mura considered good nga low income good.
And even its own private airport runway for convenient access. Situated
Ako kay bawa kung sa gulang niya na parte ano mo benefits ba sir? Parte ra ko nila sa kwan siguro sa kanilang
and tranquil lakes. What truly sets Mesa Vista Ranch apart is its
Di sa kuan.
unique
Kaning mga government kuan ba for 2 years naman for good kay 65 automatic naman sa taga kuan ta Medicare. Oh, abi na to kung mag disability ta, mo bitaw ko na usan akong gi-apal nga pag disability makakuha ta yung mana dili di ay. Oh.
But the luxury zone channel sitting on a rock near a private lake. So how about something
Mao po no.
bigger? Benign, Frisco Estate. Our next stop takes us to the glamour city of Beverly Hills, California, where we find the prestigious Pritzker Estate.
2022.
Spanning an impressive 49,300 square
2012 gudugay na ba ito?
epitomizes opulence, luxury.
13 years na diyan.
Dating back to the 1920s, the Pritzker Estate
May
has
kakaibot yung nakuan na enjoy gud nimo ang nakabawas gid ka sa gobyerno. Pero ang uban ni mong kwarta imo lang kung giadto dito sa casino. Sila pud mo ni bawas nimo ang casino. Pero ikaw nakabawas na ka sa gobyerno kay ang imong tax money na kuha ka nimo pila pa gud since 2012 pagod mo ang imong na-contribute manggod.
Because this
Yeah.
mansion is as Instagram worthy as it gets. Once you step inside,
O di 10 years na.
the floor. The
Nakabawi na ka.
Pritzker Estate is nothing short of
Yeah,
breathtaking.
that's
It's
good.
luxurious.
Wala mahabo imong lawas.
5-star. But don't
Yeah, kay wala mo ka nagtrabaho.
room service.
Gamay ra no kita but ang imong lawas is na preserve.
Lavish living spaces.
Wala din magaoy og taman.
areas, and even a private theater await, providing ultimate comfort.
Ay no, mo bitaw ning murag basi sugod-sugod ako sa Ginoo aning 355 a week kay itistingan siguro ko makaya ba yun.
One of the standout
Oh.
features of the
Ay
estate
murag 1400 a month ang koron tay. 355 a week man. Oh.
Swimming in a sea of pure luxury. And
Sa kuan, akong gitan-aw na sa bago pa, murag 1200 kung mo retire po anytime. Pero kung mo retire po anytime next year, murag mo saka siguro og 200 o 300 lang. May mo ng 1300.
even if you're
Kung makadugay ka nga magka-retire, magkataas o gamay ang imong retirement. Gamay ra po.
the Pritzker Estate is surrounded by the glitz and glamour of the neighborhood.
Okay, kanang mo base man sa years nga, pwede naman yung isubog dito sa computer nga, retire ka yung kakuan. Kung bang November, di ba? Kung bang December, or next year ba? Ya, mo kita po na dito kung pila imo madawat o estimate.
The Pritzker Estate is
Yeah.
the epitome of luxurious
Monay,
living,
kuan,
where
monay,
dreams come true
history.
and square footage reaches
Mo, kung wadyo ko yung makuha na ni, mo retire lang yun, bahala na, dawat na lang na.
and prime
Kung,
location.
kaya ako kung giyapas na mo, disability ko ba nga, kanang
Number 8.
sa Medicare na ako, sa mo, dugay pa man diyan.
As we continue our tour, we can't miss the chance to fly across the ocean and see how Great Britain
Nakakanya
is
kong
on
tuhod sa.
magnificent mega mansions.
Ay, sige na, mukha naman gyapon ko, mo, usuway na gyapon ko, o part-time lang.
Have their fair share of gorgeous
O, mo part-time lang dyan ko, gyapon lang ko sa 65 kung makaya pa.
$28 28A Butler Gate Mega Mansion. This regal mansion spans an impressive 60,000 square feet and stands as a testament to refined
Yeah.
elegance
Mo na
and
kung anong,
luxurious living.
kay,
The
kay,
history of 28A
anyway,
Butler Gate dates
kung
back to
naakoy,
the 19th century when it was
Kinala,
constructed with
kung sa
particular
ako,
attention
kung
to
disability,
detail
okay
and
naman kaayo.
architectural
Bahala,
splendor.
magbayad na lang ko
Over the
monthly
years,
sa ako ang
the
kuan,
mansion has
2
been
years.
meticulously
Sa ako ang
maintained,
insurance, ako ang
ensuring its
medical.
timeless beauty
or kasi
intact. As you approach 28A Rutland Gate, you are
Oh,
immediately
ito ano?
captivated by its stately presence. The
Amo ba?
exterior facade showcases a harmonious blend of classic and contemporary elements. With all
Dako ka deductible anong $29 a month. Sa unsa man to nga kuanche. Mangita ra ta dito no.
Is a delightful
Yeah.
blend of
Kay
classic British charm and
okay na oy 39 balik 2 years siya to. Or
story, like the library, where you can imagine cozying up in an armchair.
okay, kay 62 pa man to siya ni early retirement ba to.
Watching your favorite Netflix.
O ikaw to wala na kay problema ato kay na-approve na kasi imong Medicare. Siya na lang po
Existent art
lugar sa iya.
by drawing stick figures on the expensive canvas, impressing all your guests with your avant-garde masterpieces.
Unsa man ang
Different options for its lucky
ah,
pieces.
idagdag na sa inyong tingali.
As you watch the latest blockbusters in absolute
Okay ra na pila naman po na kung buto to $40 times 12 di.
spacious lounges, formal dining rooms, and cozy sitting areas. The attention to detail
Yeah.
is evident in
Pero karon kung nagdodas na siya,
intricate ceiling
naglain naman ni wala man na siya di payron kay gambar man niya kayong kwan mo.
the outdoor space at
Okay ra man kay bilo 8,000 man niya ha. Pwede ra man dito na ipayos kay kuan man kanang social security.
providing a serene oasis amidst a bustling city. Imagine strolling through the manicured lawns, enjoying the fragrance of blooming flowers, and
Ang unsa man ang pension?
in the tranquility of nature.
Amo na kani kung dako ang kuan. Kung dako ang sa I'm not sure. Kay 65 naman po good siya. No? Ang kuan ba? Kay murag sana wala na kanang makatrabaho ka 65 pero kung na ati dikit ko di ba? Di naman na siya kuanan ko. Unsa to dili kuan na niya.
Price luxury or living space, Highlandville, Missouri can be the best solution for your needs.
Lagi kung anak ba?
Hence,
So, we don't know ba sin amo na siguro kon sunod toy phone. Di ato lang sa niyo og kanang tax per share kay now by sa dollars kana ko.
because of
Madako jud ang kita sa dollars.
the rising mega mansion can easily make any billionaire feel
Oo no
like
pero kuan man
despite
kanang
its deceptive
unsay ngalan aning hapit naman ko ba sina dayir oy na mao pa ba pagsugod pud niya sa dollars.
price, however,
Ang gamay ra siguro na sa next year no kana ko makaya pa niya og drive.
living space. This mega mansion is truly a sight to behold. Ben's
Yeah.
stands as a testament to
Di
architectural
pa man gid maayo puro
and
ni uli sa Pinas gud kay tungod aning kuan ni Trump.
as you approach the mansion, its sheer size and commanding presence.
Kay ingos din nag-chatling din dili na siya pud mo uling pagkaroon ng ika sa Pinas sa distance tuwa si Jane Russell ba. Sa ako mo sila nga ila nga kanang ang asawa nurse niya mura di citizen niya ang bana gikan sa Dubai naari na diri nga green card holder nagulat na lang sa kuan sa iyang green card gud mismo ipadaran ko no og kuan ipadaran ko no og letter sa kanang sa na DCS the Homeland Security nga naatay appointment about sa green card dini ato dito sa kuan ato kuno sa kaning DHS dito sa dayon Giditin dayon. O nya, ingon ko ang asawa nga, kanang manong mani, anak-anak, kanang, ingon nga, you need to get a lawyer.
Luxurious furnishings,
Oo,
exquisite artwork
kanang kailan nila taga Las Vegas.
that enhances the overall ambience. One of the notable
Oh, you need to get a lawyer. Bako ko may ingon niya. Dapat yung siya lain nga nakaila po.
the mansion
Kuan ko no, ang inahan o ang bana, puti. Niya ang asawa, Pinay. Kaila ko naglag ko sa Las Vegas. Pero di kay suod. Kaya na gani nga, ipauli ko na sa Pinas bago pagod. Ipauli ko ang bata, ilang anak sa Amerikano. Wala mo ko ang Amerikano. Ang Pinay raw ang bata. Tapos wala pa suod. Kuan ko, wala pa suod. Ang pinabi, ang bata raw, ikakuha na sa Amerikano. Sa kita na ilang important entry. Wala pinakagawa sa kuan. Wala pinakagawa sa kuan. Kanang murag ibalik sa Pinas. Oo. Kunya, Ikaw nga, nakaingat ko kasi mga wala ba ito nga, pag-grabe naman lang po unsa naman po di, mura lang taani o kanang, wala na lang yung proper way of, wala na lang dyan, basta biglaon na lang dyan tagdampot day, ani. Ako kung wala na ito nga, basin siguro din na nga, siguro ito yung outstanding nga, wala, kung na siguro ito kung katong laki nga, yung magay, ulo here, ina. Basta ito po siguro babae na, ito siguro ito yung outstanding ng mga arrest or outstanding na mga sala. Dili, unsa, grabe naman. Mao gani nga ingo unsa na lang ba dining Amerika ingon sila nga wanta kanang justified country ta diri kanang wanta nya karon hinuon mo palit na lang ang dampot kay amo ko na naka-open ko nitong tadi kay kuan man gud uli kuno si Esther nya tuan na magani dito kato iyang anak nga Jackie kuyog kuno ang bata ang anak nag-una ko nito niya si Esther musunod kuno kay kusong si Mating kadong dito Mating unya yan iwan sila nga di na kuno to kabalik si ang katong Jackie kuno ingko nga ingon man nga US citizen kuno to niya pero ang bana to Amerikano Amerikano ang bana to niya naam diri ang Amerikano niya tadi kanang siya nga murag ang amor bang naibaw ka diri tadi nga di to kabalik nga ala ka kuyo ra kung taon na niya basta ko na si Esther murag dito po ko nakabalik ako nga sa mga bitang tadi nga kanang ako wala lang sa jugo amo lang sa pas lang sa gimirong tuiga kay murag kanang init pa kaayo ang immigration oy
Tahoe Yuan was
Yeah.
meticulously crafted by Jiang Shenbak traditional architectural and building skills, known for their expertise in traditional Chinese
mabila to akong ina si Adolf katong nagkaistorya min ko nga kanang okay nangita mi siya o kanang kuan kanang magpatabang ko mo siya sa mga papeles sa kanang apply siya US citizen ko dong kanang murag ayo sa siguro oy kay basig si Kuko na lang no dili siya dili man ko TNT anti siya dili ko na siya TNT ko nga kay basig si Kupon ka siya nga adi man ko Mexican hindi ko siya Mexican
creating a sense of harmony with nature. Inside, the mansion unveils its true splendor. With 32 bedrooms and bathrooms, Tahoe Yuan offers abundant space for its fortunate owners. All 32 bedrooms are south-facing, allowing for ample natural light to flood the interiors, creating an inviting and warm ambience. The interior design seamlessly blends traditional East Asian elements with contemporary aesthetics, captivating residents and guests alike. As you explore the mansion, you will discover a
uy
coveted
kanang
wine
mo
cellar.
gani nga ako gikapoy lang ko niya ha kay ako wa jud ko kalibutan siya ang live katong bago pang January sa auntie tabangay ko kadto sa kung kuan auntie kanang diya lang sa online yung mo to sige daw ipang pan dili ko taman wala picturean yung W ko sa income tax ba kay kuan ko no anak sus karon ka kay input na ko tanan dagan pa man pangita unon niya input iko dong unsa man na imong last year nga adjusted gross income so wala ko ana sige ko ano din pangita to imong kuan record last year na adtod to nga number sa page na so nga anti mo sulti lang ko sa tinod mo wala bitaw ko kapalo sa campus ko na tanaw mong dawa sa lalagyan na ingko susdong ayaw yung tama pag inhana dong ayaw pagpagkasala dili dong
Top 5 with a flying start. Hold on to your hats and prepare for a whimsical
Yeah.
journey as we explore
nya mo to nga ako yung ko ayaw ko ko niya ang kursam kay sus na
Florida.
nya nakakay bang trapsi na lista pa kani ang kursam ayaw ana dong kuan na sa nga sige anti ayaw na lang ikiwas kay di man ka na pwede di man gyud ako mahimo kay mangita man gyud o kanang prior year na adjusted gross income di mo to nakabalo ko
It's a sight. Majestic architecture and manicured gardens that seem
ay no yung primero lang ana nga wala siyang sulti nya mo kuan man gyud mo gawas man gyud ang good kay mangita man sa mga prior years iko pila di ka katuig wala nakapoy mo last year ako mo ato ko isang tuig wala ko na lang mo niya
a world of wonder and
Wala din mate. Ako to siyang tabangan tsaka pili may bayad nimo anti ko. Wala oy okay ra ko doon. Anti ko di man na rin basta. Tabang na ta. Ano ko niya ba? Wala man madayon. Asya ko ni mga mo gyapon siya nga. Matulong siya og tatlo. Pero mo gyapon kung may tao na gyapon na. Ingo dong, ang maayo ni manong buhaton. I-file sa itong last year, kung nakamiss ka o 1 year, i-file sa ito, magbayad ka itong mga pinatulo sa. So, na kung ano tayo record, chow-chow, mo po ang sagot ni kinidalis ang itong kuhan. Mukha ta ko na siya, o niya ang W2 ko na niya, tuwa ko na ni kinidalis. Yeah, dagan siguro na siya tubuan. Oh, hindi na ba siya nga, siya Mexican, di man kung siya PNP. Makuha na ko na tanan good. Kung ako mo na tanan, labi na, bisag sa lang anak niya kasayo ko. Oh.
Between seclusion and accessibility. While the estate offers a private and peaceful retreat, it is also convenient.
Nandito na siya sa unang pag yung kayo doon, apply na og citizen doon. Wala, Diyos, di wala sa mga kwarta.
Who else can own
Nya, pero gusto na siya mag-apply og citizen. Katabang siya nako ko nga, dala na niya ng mga papilis direct, ato ng tabangan, kukuan. O fill out, o na. Bida akong giingon niya nga ayaw lang sa siguro rondo kay iskripto pa kay si Trump. Palagpansa sa ani hasta ng ulig-ulig Pinas ayaw lang sa o ka nag-apply basta kuan lang chuka siya nga di man ko tiinti anti. Okay na ra ba na tanan? Okay, doon na mo katong sa primero pa yung katong nagsugod na kay iskripto si Trump wala pa nag-iskripto ni Day. Kana doon na mo na kuan gyud na detain dito sa ko dapita o sa port of interest o sinunto siguro. Asa Pilipino ay kay nakita ang iyang record na siya outstanding warrant. Oh, gibalita sa kuan niya sa TFC. Dili sa kanang dia pa ko dia man gamit ito sa Facebook. I think that was like couple months ago. June or March mas Tung bago ko naabot na din ang usos, ginawa ko. Kana ganin may usos, ginawa ko matalina, nagitaw, nga wala naman ito. Ito ka, wala yung pakitala daw sa yugba.
Yeah. Dazzling crystal chandeliers that bathe each room in a captivating glow. The mansion's expansive living areas strike a perfect balance between sophistication and comfort.
Yes.
Formal and
Na yung mga record.
spaces cater to
Damputong yun na.
gatherings and lavish social events alike. Grand ballroom sets the
Nako ko news karon na si Trump, murag naaman siguro na sakit na was diagnosed na kung sa tuikuan. So, basin mo laylo na siya. So, medyo okay siguro ang mga partiya na sa immigration. Ang sa ko, kasbahan.
bathrooms, reminiscent of fine spas. Every design aspect contributes to an atmosphere of serenity and relaxation. Beyond being a grand residence, Modern Versailles provides a lifestyle experience with its array of amenities.
Mao na diha.
Five-star
Bobita na istorya na mo. Last three na. Si Trump dahil sa mga guys, siya yung mamunay anak. Siyempre mamunay anak ko kay kung iyan na po uliyon tanan.
Siya mamunag pangato.
Mao gyud, tanan na gyud.
The outdoor spaces of Modern Versailles are equal.
Mao na ikuan diha, mao nang tanan sa to, manang adlaw ba yan yero. Malapit ng flat na.
Aw, ano din niya ro?
Adlaw niya ro.
Sige ako niya mag-birthday lang niya ko wala ko kay balo.
Yeah, ikaw may kuha na lang yan, o alas, kuha na lang na, basta, sa pagkita na rin, ayaw, Mr. Ren, na sinabi, wala ka na kuha,
Kuha naman ko kuha naman ko niya sa message mo, happy birthday lang ko. Bili ko, bispo na kay, busy po lagi ko, maday, nakalugar taron niya. Maabot itong usa, mag-doordash namin, ang saon ako paggamit sa kong phone na
dili sa, paminaw ka, mura bang
Paano ganun sabi ko, pitik-pitika lang, para di pinata may bawal para dili na si kuan kay naglimod. Kaya katulad yung parte lagi atong sa income tax lagi di ato na ako na kuan na di pa kung kuan pa ko sa kanahan naga tambala ko ang kuan ni mo himo account niya wag pagkahuman-human de wala day sa kuan og tax last year mura tao na lang nato na pag-file. Mga siguro mamupayag to siya. Mga siguro isato na ako.
Yes, tatawad tapos
Making it
Mao
most
ka na ang
expensive
tuyong
home in the
dagos
sun.
sa
Such an
ang
event
taong tagiyan si
states
Yes,
presently
kaya mo
should
na
be
kata
proudly
ko na
owns
sa
this magnificent book.
Okay. Mura, ang mom to yung imo lagi citizen lagi. So ano yung lagi? Pagkuantay mo. Ato nang itabangan yung mong kuan pero ang sa ko na makalupan. Wala.
Kaya pa lang nice one.
The mansion's sheer scale serves as a testament
Oh, kuyog si Bikay no. Ya, kuan dia dito sa may niya. Makita man.
majestic pride
Oh, nakita ko to na ako kuyog si Bikay.
overlooking California's mesmerizing landscape. This residence is a true
Wala na dito siya nabuan siguro pero iya ko ang kulig si
spanning a
Bikay.
staggering 105,000 square feet. The one presents a luxurious
Ah,
sanctuary that
Binako
only
kasi lagi ako nito
wealth
maway.
can afford.
No.
It features an impressive array of 20 lavish bedrooms.
Wala man po na makuan pero mag-happy birthday lang ko ron. Unsa din na siya July. Wala sa ni Jerry.
Kitchen that rivals the
Ah,
finest of restaurants.
Unya si
Furthermore,
Jerry 14, si Elton 15.
accommodates not just
No,
10 or 20,
Ah, 13 yung si Jerry 14.
30
Yung siya 18.
offering a mansion-like abode even for
Oh, asa man ka naman karanda sa inyo no dili ka malakaw ba?
Naomi's
Di ka naman.
Amo lang. Sige no, magkuan na ta kay kanang di pa ko buhaton ko diri.
Ako ka naman to yung isla. Open.
Ah, di ba dili gusto ka? Kuan man oy. Kana ganing unsa nga aning mura man siya gahion si dili man ako good di siya laka kanang dili na ko kuan akong gamay nga oven ba. Lahi na sa regular nga oven. Oh. Basin karon kung
No. Nagkamulog ka kay Gahi. Rituwa na lang na.
tanaw lang ani kay kaon po sa gabi good. To di pa mas. Oh. Ako wala akong gamay kay gahi kayo. Tingkagi. Oh. Ganing akari lang sunod doon. Basin ni asip na asip ko.
Sige. Sige na mo.
Oh, gahi man. Noy ayon nga pagka-bake na ko. Ato di siguro sa dako nga oven.
Kabalo ka. Ang
Oh, yan. Ako, wala pa ganyan ako. Nakaw, naging hinatag ni nung una. Oh, ako, parang gabi na ako kung ano. Kay, ang ikaon. Katong paghatod mo sa katong pizza, pagpagulto niya, pagpanihapon, katong isda niya, gamay ako ikaw, o pizza gihapon. Una nga, pizza nga, yung hinatag, mura usan lang ito kabuok ko nabilin. Mo man, ikaon.
Welcome to Fairfield Pond,
Bahaw.
an enchanting mansion that embodies elegance, luxury, and the perfect blend of grandeur and natural beauty. Situated on a sprawling 63-acre property in the prestigious Hamptons, New York, this awe-inspiring residence is a testament to architectural magnificence and refined taste. With an astounding size of
Bisag ay lang galing sa microwave, ang
square
muling
feet,
okay lang.
Fairfield Pond
Okay.
is a meticulously curated
Sa
work
microwave
of
man mo.
art. Originally built for magnate Ira Rosen, the mansion was
Kanang unsa nga naning
in 2003
magbuat-buat
under
ako.
the expert guidance of renowned architect Robert A.M. Stern. The fusion
Oh
of
yeah,
classic
okay.
elements
No problem.
with
Bawa
contemporary
ako
flair
ako pa.
creates an alluring charm that
Di
assures
man ko ana naman ko kung mahimo ana ra mo jud sa tunga.
meticulously landscaped grounds. You'll
Yeah.
be swept away
Para
by
wala
the
din focus good.
splendor surrounding
Yeah.
Fairfield Pond.
Ako na
Lush
Bukod.
green lawns,
vibrant gardens, and picturesque ponds.
Alas, sige. Ayaw diya. Okay.
Offering an idyllic
Okay,
of
okay.
the outside world. Inside, this mansion caters to every desire with its abundance of amenities and luxuries. Featuring 29 bedrooms and 39 bathrooms, it ensures comfort and privacy are never compromised. Elegantly designed living spaces, expansive dining halls, and exquisite craftsmanship throughout exude sophistication and elegance. Fairfield Pond also boasts an impressive array of recreational facilities. Dive into a world-class indoor swimming pool, unwind in the luxurious spa and sauna, or indulge in the state-of-the-art theater for a cinematic delight. A bowling alley, basketball court, and tennis court ensure there's never a dull moment in this luxurious realm. The interior of Fairfield Pond is adorned with exquisite craftsmanship and finishes, creating a visual feast that leaves an indelible impression. Its seamless blend of indoor and outdoor living spaces with expansive terraces, manicured
Recommended Pro TV Patrol play Backyard July 18, 2025 and see 30 and underground cities in American League.
Finally tonight, why would anyone want to journey down into a cave with at least a few bats more than 300 feet below the surface of the earth just to hear a little music?
Have you ever paused to think about the hidden worlds lying beneath our feet? Beneath the surface of our familiar cities, vast secret realms exist. Hidden networks, sprawling underground cities, and concealed complexes rarely seen or known by most people. Today, we're going to the weird world of Camp Century. These underground sites range from California's subterranean oasis to forgotten tunnels whispering forgotten histories.
Here in Arizona has an incredible view without any windows.
No windows and still a view? Yes, because this hotel room is more than 200 feet below ground.
Get ready to journey into an extraordinary realm of mystery, history, and astonishing human creativity that lies just below the streets we walk every day. Here are 30 hidden underground cities in America they didn't want you to know about. Number 30, Forestier's Subterranean Oasis, California. In Fresno, California, a remarkable story of human perseverance and innovation is buried just beneath the Earth's surface. Baldassare Forestier, an immigrant from Sicily, devoted decades of his life to carving an extensive labyrinth of tunnels, courtyards, and garden spaces underground. His primary goal was to escape the relentless scorching heat that dominates the region above.
And as you can see, it is still producing beautiful navel oranges. So
What emerged from his labor is now known as the Forestier Underground Gardens, a sprawling living monument to resilience and ingenuity. This hidden sanctuary is filled with flourishing fruit trees, verdant gardens, and carefully crafted passageways. It demonstrates that even in harsh climates, subterranean spaces can be transformed into thriving, sustainable green environments, providing both shelter and beauty in equal measure. Number 29, Camp Century, Greenland. While not physically located in the United States, Camp Century in Greenland frequently appears in discussions of remarkable underground projects associated with America. Created during the height of the Cold War as part of a covert initiative known as Project Iceworm, this U.S. military base was secretly buried beneath miles of glacial ice. Its purpose was strategic: to house nuclear missile launch facilities hidden from enemy detection, ready for deployment if global tensions escalated to full conflict. Today, Camp Century sits abandoned and frozen, a haunting reminder of Cold War paranoia and the lengths to which governments would go to maintain an edge. It symbolizes a forgotten chapter of military ingenuity, an entire city concealed beneath ice, constructed for the grim realities of nuclear warfare. Number 28, Detroit's Light Tunnel, Michigan. Located within the Detroit Metropolitan Airport, the light tunnel redefines what underground passageways can be. Far removed from the gloomy, shadowy tunnels that often evoke unease, this corridor is a celebration of light, color, and sound. Adorned with vibrant LED installations and accompanied by ambient music, the light tunnel offers travelers a unique sensory experience. Instead of a mundane walk from one terminal to another, visitors are treated to an uplifting journey that blends art and technology. This tunnel represents a new approach to urban underground design, one that transforms otherwise overlooked spaces into memorable, emotionally engaging environments, highlighting the intersection of creativity and infrastructure. Number 27, the Underground Mansion of Las Vegas, Nevada. Hidden beneath the neon lights and perpetual buzz of Las Vegas lies a secret world of luxury and security. The Las Vegas Underground Mansion is a privately owned subterranean residence designed to function both as a stylish home and a fallout shelter. Inside, an artificial sky illuminates the rooms, while an indoor pool and meticulously designed 1970s decor transport visitors to a different era. This extraordinary underground estate showcases just how far some individuals will go to combine opulence with protection. Occasionally open to the public, the mansion challenges traditional ideas about safety and extravagance, proving that even in a city synonymous with excess, comfort and survival can coexist beneath the Earth's surface, hidden away from the chaos above. When we take a closer look at these 30 hidden underground cities and complexes, a clear pattern emerges, one of human creativity, adaptability, and the drive to protect and conceal. From bustling subterranean business districts and historical tunnels to secret military installations and hidden cultural spaces, these underground sites share a common purpose: to repurpose, hide, or safeguard vital aspects of our civilization. They challenge conventional perceptions of urban development and demonstrate that many of the most extraordinary constructions arise not only from ambition, but also from necessity, secrecy, or serendipitous circumstances. Each underground complex reveals its own chapter of history and serves a distinct role, whether providing stable, climate-controlled environments for commercial activity, preserving remnants of revolutionary eras, or offering safe refuges during periods of crisis. These spaces reveal the impressive range and resilience of human invention. They remind us that beneath familiar city streets lies a secret world where history, technology, and artistic expression come together in surprising and compelling ways. Moreover, these subterranean marvels prompt us to ask, what else remains hidden, just out of sight? How can the creative reuse of these abandoned or forgotten spaces inspire new innovation for the future? The legacy left by these underground cities encourages a spirit of curiosity and exploration, inviting us to look beyond the surface where some of the most unexpected and groundbreaking discoveries lie. From Missouri's vast subtropolis to Nevada's lavish underground mansion, these 30 remarkable places have captured our imagination and expanded our understanding of what truly exists beneath our feet. They stand as enduring symbols of human resourcefulness and the timeless fascination with secrets concealed by time and earth. Each of these extraordinary sites tells a story of survival, invention, and the unseen chapters of history quietly resting just below the surface. Number 26, Nashville's Hidden Civil War Tunnels, Tennessee. Deep under Nashville, a labyrinth of tunnels dating back to the Civil War stretches beneath the city streets. These passageways were used for smuggling goods, storing supplies, and providing secret routes during a turbulent era. The tunnels hold countless stories of covert operations and underground intrigue. Although much of this network remains unexplored, public tours allow visitors to peek into Nashville's concealed past.
Of the Civil War tunnels still exist,
Revealing the forgotten infrastructure that once played a vital role in underground activity throughout a time of conflict and secrecy. Number 25, Bluegrass Underground Music Venue, Tennessee. Not every subterranean site is steeped in mystery or secrecy. Bluegrass Underground, located inside Tennessee's Cumberland Caverns, is a striking example of how underground spaces can host vibrant cultural events.
And all of a sudden, before your eyes, a crystal chandelier and an underground statue.
This live music venue is celebrated for its exceptional acoustics and the natural ambiance of its cavernous surroundings. Concerts held here turn the raw geological formations into a breathtaking setting, blending nature with artistry. It's a prime example of how underground environments can be transformed into unique, immersive experiences for music lovers. Number 24, Indianapolis's Forgotten Catacombs, Indiana. Beneath the bustling streets of Indianapolis lies a concealed network of catacombs that once functioned as a marketplace and storage area. These shadowy tunnels, long overshadowed by the modern city above, provide a rare window into a period when underground trade was thriving. Today, guided tours uncover the haunting beauty and historical importance of these passageways, inviting visitors to step into the silent remnants of a bygone era hidden beneath the vibrant urban landscape. Number 23, Prohibition Era Tunnels of Los Angeles, California. During the Prohibition years, Los Angeles became a city riddled with secret tunnels used by bootleggers to transport illegal alcohol under cover of darkness. Traces of these hidden passageways still exist beneath downtown LA. They connected speakeasies, police stations, and private homes, creating a covert network essential to those defying the law. These tunnels offer a rare physical link to a time when the underground was the lifeline for illicit business and a symbol of rebellion against restrictive legislation. Number 22, the Crypt of Civilization, Georgia. At Oglethorpe University in Georgia, there lies a remarkable underground time capsule known as the Crypt of Civilization. Sealed in 1940, it preserves extensive records of 20th century life and is intended to remain unopened until the year 8113. This vault is widely regarded as the first modern attempt to safeguard human history for future civilizations. More than just a collection of artifacts, it stands as a profound statement on our desire to communicate across millennia and ensure our era's legacy endures long after we are gone. Number 21, Denver's secret capital, Tunnels, Colorado. Beneath the Colorado State Capitol in Denver exists a concealed tunnel system believed to have played a role during Prohibition. These passageways were used for smuggling and discreet government activities. Though parts of the tunnels remain off limits, they provide insight into the covert operations once linking key government buildings. These hidden corridors serve as a reminder that even the most official structures can conceal secret histories, connecting political power with underground subterfuge during times of unrest. Number 20, Washington, D.C.'s government tunnels. Washington, D.C. is famous for its monuments and historic buildings above ground, but it also harbors an extensive network of secret tunnels below. These passageways connect major government sites like the Capitol, Library of Congress, and Supreme Court. Designed for emergency evacuations and confidential movements, the tunnels reflect the city's deep preparation for crises. This hidden infrastructure underscores the importance placed on national security and reveals the lengths officials go to maintain safety, often away from public view. Number 19, Old North Church Crypt, Massachusetts. Underneath Boston's iconic Old North Church lies a burial crypt holding the remains of figures from the Revolutionary War. This somber underground space is open for guided tours, where visitors can explore the crypt's quiet chambers and reflect on the sacrifices made during America's struggle for independence. The Old North Church Crypt connects present-day visitors to the nation's foundational history, demonstrating how, even in death, important stories are preserved below the surface. Number 18, Cavern Suite Hotel, Arizona. Located 220 feet below the surface within the Grand Canyon Caverns, the Cavern Suite offers a one-of-a-kind underground hotel experience. This luxurious suite combines the awe-inspiring natural beauty of the caverns with modern comforts and stylish amenities. What is it? Guests staying here enjoy breathtaking subterranean views alongside all the conveniences of a high-end retreat. The Cavern Suite challenges traditional ideas of accommodation by turning an underground cave into an extraordinary and elegant lodging destination. Number 17. Havre's underground town, Montana. Beneath the streets of Havre, Montana, an underground town once flourished. Known as Havre Beneath the Streets, this hidden community was home to brothels, opium dens, and other illicit enterprises. Today, the site is preserved as a historic attraction, offering tours that reveal its darker past. This underground world stands in stark contrast to the quiet surface town above, serving as a vivid reminder that beneath even the most peaceful places lie forgotten layers of complex and often shadowy history. Number 16. Crystal City Underground, Virginia. Located in Arlington, just outside Washington, D.C., Crystal City Underground is an extensive network connecting office towers, retail shops, and dining venues. This climate-controlled subterranean city provides an efficient way to navigate urban congestion and avoid harsh weather conditions. More than just a convenient walkway, it represents a cutting-edge example of underground urban development. This hidden system seamlessly combines practicality with innovation, offering residents and workers a modern solution to city life's daily challenges. Time for the fancy topic. Deep beneath the rugged cliffs of southern Utah, a hidden city was discovered by a group of explorers in late 2023. The city, later named Stonehaven, stunned archaeologists and locals alike with its vast underground structures and glowing lights that stretched for miles within a massive cave system. John Miller, the leader of the expedition team, described the moment they first entered Stonehaven. "We had no idea what to expect," he said. But as soon as we stepped inside, it was like walking into a modern city lit up by thousands of small lamps. The streets, buildings, and even parks were all carved from the natural rock. Stonehaven was unlike anything seen before. The city had roads wide enough for cars, multi-story buildings, and areas that resembled lakes or ponds. What baffled researchers most was how this underground city remained hidden for so long, especially considering its size and proximity to nearby towns. Local historian Sarah Eaton suggested that Stonehaven could have been built centuries ago by an ancient community seeking refuge from harsh weather or invaders. Others speculated it might have been a secret government project or even a modern development designed as a safe haven. The city's discovery sparked intense interest. Scientists rushed to study its architecture and technology, while tourists eagerly awaited permission to visit. The state government promised to protect the site, balancing preservation with public curiosity. Despite many unanswered questions, Stonehaven quickly became a symbol of mystery and human ingenuity. John Miller and his team plan to continue exploring deeper tunnels, hoping to uncover more secrets about the city's origins. How do you think Stonehaven remained undiscovered for so long? What might be the true story behind this incredible underground city? Let us know in the comments with the hashtag #FancyTopic. Number 15. Old Sacramento's Buried Streets, California. Beneath the historic streets of Sacramento lies Old Sacramento Underground, a forgotten city dating back to the 19th century. These hidden pathways were created to protect the town from frequent flooding by raising the street level, effectively burying entire blocks and storefronts.
Concept of how the founders of the city actually saved the city in order for it to stay in this location and not be underwater.
Today, guided tours allow visitors to explore these preserved passageways, where original alleys and storefronts remain intact. This underground city quietly preserves the stories of Sacramento's early pioneers and provides a fascinating glimpse into the city's effort to combat natural disaster while maintaining its heritage. Number 14. Cheyenne Mountain Military Bunker, Colorado. Carved deep into Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado, this massive military installation was constructed during the Cold War to withstand nuclear strikes. Known as the Cheyenne Mountain Complex, it once served as the nerve center for NORAD's operations. Though its role has changed over time, the bunker remains an active and heavily fortified facility.
It's so hard to navigate this building. Yeah, I love that.
This imposing underground fortress stands as a powerful reminder of Cold War fears and the lengths nations went to protect their security interests through advanced technology and engineering. Number 13. Raven Rock Military Base, Pennsylvania, Maryland. Straddling the border between Pennsylvania and Maryland, Raven Rock hosts an enormous underground bunker called Site R, built during the Cold War as a backup Pentagon. This facility remains highly classified. It is believed to support critical government functions in emergencies. The secretive nature of Raven Rock has inspired numerous conspiracy theories, suggesting that essential decisions about national security are made deep underground, far from public oversight. Its existence highlights the hidden infrastructure designed to protect government continuity. Number 12. New York City's hidden underground, New York. New York City's underground is a sprawling maze filled with mysteries. Beneath its bustling streets lie abandoned subway stations, secret tunnels, and hidden speakeasies. One enduring legend is that of the Mole People, a community rumored to inhabit these tunnels for decades. Among the city's concealed gems is the old City Hall subway station, an exquisite relic of early 20th century architecture. Though closed to the public, it fascinates urban explorers and historians, serving as a captivating symbol of New York's subterranean past. Number 11. Permafrost Research Facility, Fox, Alaska. In the remote Alaskan town of Fox, there's an underground research tunnel dedicated to studying permafrost. This facility allows scientists to examine ancient ice layers and frozen prehistoric artifacts. By unlocking the secrets of the frozen ground, researchers gain important insights into Earth's climate history and how it may evolve. The tunnel offers a rare glimpse into a frozen world, helping us understand not only past ecosystems, but also future environmental challenges linked to climate change. Number 10. Mini Manhattan, Washington, D.C. Beneath the busy streets of the nation's capital lies a secretive underground city known as Mini Manhattan. This classified network is thought to provide a secure location for high-ranking officials during emergencies and to connect key government buildings, including the White House. Though details remain confidential, Mini Manhattan reflects the extreme lengths the government takes to protect its leaders and maintain continuity during times of crisis, emphasizing the importance of hidden infrastructure and national security. Number 9. Path Underground Network, Toronto, Canada. While not located in the U.S., Toronto's path system is the world's largest underground shopping complex and offers an interesting counterpart to America's hidden cities. Stretching over 30 kilometers, path links subway stations, office buildings, and retail centers, forming an expansive subterranean network. Its highly efficient design provides an urban ecosystem all its own. Path's success has inspired similar underground projects across North America, demonstrating how thoughtfully planned subterranean spaces can enhance city living. Number 8. The Greenbrier Bunker, West Virginia. Hidden beneath the luxurious Greenbrier Resort in West Virginia lies a vast Cold War-era bunker built to shelter members of Congress in the event of nuclear war. Known as the Greenbrier Bunker, this secret facility was kept under wraps until its decommissioning in 1992. Today, it's open to the public for tours. Visitors can wander the extensive underground hallways and learn about a period when the U.S. government went to great lengths to safeguard national leadership and continuity under extreme circumstances. Number 7. Subtropolis, Kansas City, Missouri. Hidden beneath Kansas City, Subtropolis is the largest underground business complex in the United States. Occupying a massive 55 million square feet within an old limestone mine, this sprawling network hosts warehouses, offices, and data centers. The temperature stays steady between 65 and 70 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, making it remarkably energy efficient compared to the unpredictable weather above. Picture a thriving city concealed beneath layers of stone, where commerce flourishes in an environment protected from nature's extremes. Subtropolis exemplifies how forgotten spaces can be reinvented to meet the needs of modern industry. Number 6. Seattle Underground, Washington. Beneath Seattle's historic Pioneer Square lies the Seattle Underground, a maze of hidden passageways created after the Great Fire of 1889. When the city rebuilt, streets were raised, burying the original storefronts below. Today, guided tours lead visitors through these shadowy tunnels, revealing a layered history of resilience and rebirth. Walking through these forgotten corridors, you can almost hear the whispers of past lives, stories of commerce, culture, and calamity intertwined beneath the modern cityscape. This underground network offers a unique glimpse into Seattle's dramatic transformation. Number 5, Underground Atlanta, Georgia. Deep in the heart of Georgia's capital, Underground Atlanta tells the story of a city reinvented. Once a lively shopping and entertainment district, the original streets were buried in the 1920s when viaducts were constructed overhead. Today, revitalization efforts open up this subterranean maze, allowing visitors to explore Atlanta's historic foundations. This hidden world beneath the surface connects past and present, inviting us to reconsider the evolution of urban spaces. It's a gateway to history that challenges how we think about the layers beneath our cities. The underground district originally thrived as a commercial hub in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, boasting a vibrant nightlife with bars, theaters, and shops. However, as transportation shifted towards automobiles and urban renewal projects gained momentum, the area fell into decline. The decision to raise the streets effectively turned the old city into a forgotten underground, sealed off from the bustling streets above. Recent restoration efforts aim to recapture some of that old charm while integrating modern amenities. Today, the area hosts festivals, markets, and events that celebrate Atlanta's rich cultural heritage. It also serves as a reminder of how cities adapt and layer over their own history, with this underground district offering a literal foundation to Atlanta's ongoing story. Number 4, Chicago Petway, Illinois. Spanning roughly 40 city blocks in downtown Chicago, the Chicago Petway is an extensive system of underground corridors connecting office buildings, hotels, and subway stations. This climate-controlled network offers pedestrians refuge from harsh weather while solving urban congestion issues. Imagine moving effortlessly between buildings without stepping outside, shielded from rain, snow, or heat. The Petway is a clever fusion of engineering and urban design, creating a hidden pathway that keeps the city functioning smoothly regardless of the weather above. Originally constructed in the 1950s and expanded over the decades, the Petway was designed to improve pedestrian flow and provide access to key transit hubs. The tunnels include shops, eateries, and access to theaters and cultural centers, making it more than just a means of transportation. The system has multiple entry points scattered throughout downtown, and while it is well utilized by office workers and commuters, many visitors remain unaware of its full extent. The Petway's design also incorporates public art and historic displays that reflect Chicago's rich heritage. Beyond its practical use, it represents an ongoing effort to adapt urban spaces to meet the needs of a busy city, blending functionality with a unique underground urban experience. Number 3, Louisville Mega Cavern, Kentucky. What began as a limestone quarry in Louisville has evolved into the Louisville Mega Cavern, a 100-acre underground playground. This unique space now offers zip lines, tram tours, and even an underground ropes course. It's a vivid example of how abandoned industrial sites can be transformed into thrilling recreational destinations. Descend into this cavern, and you'll enter a hidden world where history meets adventure, providing a one-of-a-kind escape beneath the city's surface. Originally excavated for industrial use, the cavern's vast size and stable environment have allowed for diverse repurposing. Beyond recreation, the mega cavern functions as an enormous storage facility and even serves as a storm shelter, capable of holding thousands during emergencies. The space is also environmentally significant, using its natural insulation properties to save energy. The zipline attraction stretches for over 1,100 feet through the cavern's tunnels, offering visitors a unique adrenaline rush in a setting unlike any other. Educational tours also highlight the geology and mining history of the area, giving guests a comprehensive look at how industrial past can be transformed into vibrant modern attractions. Number 2, Butte Underground City, Montana. Beneath Montana's rugged landscape lies the Butte Underground City, a network of tunnels connecting relics from a bygone era. Among these hidden treasures are an old barber shop, a speakeasy, and a jail. During Prohibition, these secret passageways allowed residents to live, work, and hide away from the watchful eyes of the law. Today, guided tours invite visitors to explore this subterranean world and experience the eerie charm of Butte's hidden past, where shadows of history linger just below ground. Butte's underground system grew alongside the city's booming mining industry in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The tunnels originally served as utility corridors and access routes for miners, but quickly evolved into a complex social and commercial space. The speakeasies in particular became hubs for secret gatherings, while the barber shop and jail reflect the day-to-day life hidden beneath the surface. The city's underground also played a role in labor disputes and union activities, making it a silent witness to both social and industrial upheaval. Preservation efforts have aimed to maintain the character of this unique network, providing a fascinating contrast to the rugged mountain landscape above. Number 1. Houston Tunnel System, Texas. Underneath downtown Houston stretches a 7-mile network of tunnels linking office buildings, hotels, restaurants, and banks. Originally built in the 1930s to offer a cooler alternative during the city's scorching summers, these tunnels now serve as a vital commuter route. Navigating this subterranean maze provides insight into Houston's innovative urban design, blending comfort and practicality. It's a climate-controlled underworld where workers and visitors alike can escape the heat and move seamlessly through the heart of the city. The tunnel system expanded significantly after World War II, reflecting Houston's rapid growth as a business center. The underground corridors also connect to skywalks and parking garages, creating a multi-layered network that supports thousands of daily users. Along the tunnels, you'll find a variety of shops, cafes, and services catering to office workers, making it a convenient place to run errands or grab lunch without leaving the cool environment. The system is also designed with safety in mind, featuring security patrols and emergency exits. Houston's tunnels have become a defining feature of downtown life, showcasing how urban infrastructure can evolve to meet both climate challenges and the demands of a bustling metropolis. Did you know
Yes,
America
of
was
course,
hiding
they
so
will.
many strange underground spaces? Let us know in the comments below. See you next time.
Next, in 5:30, mysterious underground cities drain reverse play button.
We live in a world where moving up means moving forward. We build skyscrapers, launch rockets, and dream of cities on Mars. For us, progress is a journey toward the light, toward the sky, and beyond. But there's another forgotten story, the story of those who chose depth over height. Why do people go underground? To escape enemies? To hide from the sun? Or to seek something that others must not know about? Entire cities exist deep within our planet. Thousands of people have lived and still live where the sky is a stone vault and the streets are dark tunnels. Some of these cities were carved out in desperation, others driven by the pursuit of gold, knowledge, or salvation. But what if these labyrinths hide more than we can imagine? Today, we venture into the fascinating subterranean worlds, the places where the day ends and eternal darkness takes over. 30 underground cities. Our journey starts in Canada, in the town of Moose Jaw. At first glance, it seems like an ordinary Canadian town. Everything appears to be in plain sight, but only at first glance. Dig a little deeper and you'll uncover an entire network of tunnels. Legend has it that these tunnels were first dug in the 19th century by Chinese laborers who had been hired to build railroads, not as part of their job, but for themselves. Facing harsh restrictions, a head tax, and even violent attacks, members of the Chinese community sought refuge underground. Over time, these tunnels became home to living quarters, workshops, laundries, and even schools. By the 20th century, however, they had transformed into a smuggler's haven. During the Prohibition era from the 1920s to the 1930s, alcohol was strictly banned in the neighboring United States, but it remained in demand
smuggling thrived, especially since Canada's own prohibition laws were much more lenient. Thus, Moose Jaw's underground passages became the perfect logistics hub for storing and transporting liquor. Rumor has it that even Chicago gangsters used these tunnels. Locals believe that none other than Al Capone himself, the infamous bootlegging kingpin, once hid here, overseeing his illicit operations. Of course, another theory claims that these stories are nothing more than myths, that neither the Chinese laborers nor the bootleggers were ever here, and that the tunnels were actually built much later as a tourist attraction. The truth remains a mystery. But Canada has another underground tunnel network, one that is still very much active today, saving thousands of lives even right now. From what? Or from whom? Winter in Canada is a true test of endurance. When temperatures drop to negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit, stepping outside is the last thing anyone wants. Montreal has found a way to avoid it altogether. Here lies Réseau, one of the largest underground cities in the world, stretching over 20 miles. Its tunnels and galleries connect offices, shops, restaurants, hotels, theaters, banks, museums, and even university buildings. Life here thrives just like in any other city, except without cars or bad weather. Montrealers go to work, shop, and hang out with friends without ever going above ground. The history of Réseau dates back to the 1960s, when the authorities decided to link metro stations, shopping centers, and business districts with underground walkways. What began as a network of pedestrian passages eventually grew into a full-fledged underground city. Today, up to 500,000 people visit Réseau daily. Of course, you might easily get lost on your first visit, or you might simply not want to leave this convenient little town. However, such cozy underground spaces are more the exception than the rule. More often, we associate the term with something quite eerie. Let's move from Canada to the neighboring US, where something truly unsettling lies hidden underground. We are in Portland, Oregon, yet another seemingly ordinary city, but beneath its streets lies a labyrinth of dark passageways. These are the Shanghai tunnels, a shadowy reminder of one of the darkest chapters in American history. Where does this name come from? It is said that people, bar patrons, and unsuspecting passersby used to disappear here. They were allegedly transported through the tunnels to the waterfront and then forced onto ships, most often bound for Shanghai. That gave rise to the term Shanghai, the practice of kidnapping people and coercing them into service at sea. Was Portland truly a center of such horrors, or is it just an urban legend? No one knows for sure. But one thing is undeniable: the tunnels exist, and their grim history has become an integral part of the city's folklore. Not all underground sites in the US have such a sinister past, though. Some are purely scientific hubs, modern, cutting edge, and pushing the boundaries of human knowledge. Take, for example, the Sanford Underground Laboratory in South Dakota, one of the deepest scientific facilities in the world. Located inside the former Homestake Mine, once the largest gold mine in the US, the lab extends 4,850 feet below the surface, almost an entire mile underground. The main object of research here is neutrinos. These particles are smaller than atoms and so elusive that they pass through any barrier, even the Earth, as if it weren't there. Right now, trillions of neutrinos are passing through you every second, but you don't feel a thing. So, if neutrinos are nearly undetectable, how do scientists study them? Occasionally, these ghost-like particles collide with matter, and it's these rare moments that scientists seek to capture. However, there's too much cosmic noise on the surface, which interferes with the readings. That's why scientists move their experiments deep underground. Nearly a mile of solid rock shields their instruments from cosmic noise. But scientists aren't the only ones heading underground in search of quiet spaces. In New York City, engineers once envisioned transforming an abandoned tram depot into a lush underground oasis. In 2011, a group of enthusiasts proposed a revolutionary idea to create the world's first underground park right in the heart of New York City, inside an abandoned tram terminal. The low line was designed to become a hidden sanctuary of greenery and light. Using fiber optic sun rays, the developers planned to grow trees and flowers in the dark. However, the project attracted thousands of supporters, but was never implemented. Perhaps it could have been the first step towards entire underground worlds in the megacities of the future. But in Kansas City, that future has, in a way, already arrived. Here, life doesn't just thrive above ground, it flourishes below the surface. And no, we're not talking about dusty basements filled with archives. Subtropolis is a massive underground business complex hidden within a network of tunnels left behind from limestone mining. Instead of streets, there are miles of cave-like passageways. Instead of skyscrapers, there are offices, warehouses, laboratories, and data centers carved directly into the rock. And this is no exaggeration. Just consider the scale. The underground city spans an astonishing 55 million square feet. Excavated within the Bethany Falls limestone mine, Subtropolis lies up to 160 feet below the surface. The complex includes more than 10 miles of illuminated paved roads and several miles of railroad tracks. It emerged in the mid-20th century when entrepreneurs realized that abandoned mines could be repurposed for storage. Over time, Subtropolis became home to archives, manufacturing plants, logistics hubs, and even film vaults and museum collections. The underground has a very stable climate, a consistent 65 to 70 degrees Fahrenheit year-round, and protection from extreme weather and natural disasters. The complex now houses thousands of employees working in various industries. Okay, this may be an underground city, but it's not a forbidden one. Now, let's head to a place where things not meant for the public eye are hidden. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio is one of the most classified military sites in the United States. Officially, it's a military aviation hub, but rumors suggest that its bunkers conceal something far more mysterious. The most famous legend is linked to the Roswell incident of 1947. According to one theory, it was here that the wreckage from the mysterious UFO crashed in the New Mexico desert was brought. Was it a classified military drone, a weather balloon, or something not of this world? The question remains unanswered. Stories from former military personnel only fuel our interest. Rumors have it that the base houses a highly classified facility known as Hangar 18, allegedly a repository not only for UFO wreckage, but also for other strange artifacts collected from around the globe. And here's the intriguing part. Wright-Patterson is genuinely connected to UFO research. No conspiracy theories needed. This was the site of the Air Force's Technical Intelligence Division, which played a key role in Project Blue Book and other programs studying reports of UFOs. But this is far from the only military base in the USA with secret facilities. Deep in the heart of the Colorado mountains, more than 1,900 feet underground, lies one of the most heavily fortified military bases in the world, the Cheyenne Mountain Complex. This facility is designed to operate even during a nuclear war. The entrance is guarded by massive steel doors, each 3.5 feet thick and weighing nearly 20 tons. Even a nuclear explosion as close as 1.2 miles wouldn't reach them. Behind these doors stretches a network of tunnels carved directly into solid granite. Inside, Cheyenne houses a command center, living quarters, dining halls, medical units, and self-sustaining life support systems. The base is equipped with its own generators, as well as air and water purification systems, allowing personnel to survive for months in complete isolation from the outside world. Here, military personnel work 24/7, monitoring global threats, including missile launches, aerial attacks, and even potential UFO activity. The base also coordinates early warning systems, satellite tracking, and airspace surveillance across the United States and Canada. Now, let's leave the US, but stay close. Our next stop is Mexico. Welcome to Guanajuato. In this city, underground streets are just as much a part of daily life as those above ground. But why? Unlike Montreal, Guanajuato doesn't seem to hide from extreme cold. The reason lies elsewhere. In the 19th century, the city was plagued by severe rainstorms. Overflowing rivers regularly flooded the streets. To protect the infrastructure, engineers built an underground drainage system to divert the water. As time passed, the rivers receded, and the tunnels became redundant. Instead of abandoning them, the authorities came up with a better solution. They transformed the tunnels into underground roads. Today, these tunnels run beneath the historic center of Guanajuato. Some are wide enough for cars to easily drive through, while others resemble ancient catacombs where one could easily get lost. But in Mexico City, underground spaces hold more than just forgotten infrastructure. In fact, they house something very modern. Imagine a skyscraper that doesn't just reach for the sky, but instead goes deep into the ground. The Earth scraper is an inverted skyscraper, extending 65 stories underground. Its glass ceiling is supposed to seamlessly merge with the city square above, allowing natural sunlight to filter down into its massive pyramid-shaped structure. Sounds fascinating, right? But despite its bold and futuristic vision, the project remains a concept, at least for now. Could this underground giant become the future of urban megastructures? We explore the Earth scraper in more details in our video on underground Mexico City. But for now, it's time to fly across the Atlantic to a continent that could rightfully be called the capital of underground worlds. Welcome to Europe. And our first stop here is now France. In modern day France, it's hard to imagine that entire villages once hid underground. But in the Middle Ages, there was no choice. Wars, raids, and chaos drove people to seek safety. This is how the underground city of now came to be, hidden beneath the Green Hills. It was first excavated in the Middle Ages and eventually transformed into a fully functioning shelter that could house hundreds of people. There were living quarters, bakeries, wells, storage rooms, and even enclosures for livestock. People could stay underground for weeks, waiting for danger to pass. The tunnels stretch for about 2 miles and are arranged on multiple levels. Some passages are dug in such a way that it's easy to get lost without a map. If an enemy managed to break in, they would end up in a real maze, where finding those hiding was nearly impossible. Over time, the underground city was abandoned, but traces of its past remained. Carved symbols, inscriptions, and soot marks from torches are still visible on the walls, a reminder of a time when people sought shelter from war. But underground spaces weren't only used to hide villages from enemies. Sometimes people ventured below not to escape swords and bullets, but in search of something very valuable. Deep underground, in the heart of Poland, lies a unique subterranean world, the Wieliczka salt mine. It's an entire city made of salt, stretching for over 178 miles. It all began in the 13th century, when rich salt deposits were discovered in the area. At the time, salt was known as white gold, and the mine quickly became the jewel of the Polish crown. But what do you do when you spend years working underground? For some miners, simply extracting salt became too boring. So they started carving artworks from it. Now, the mine is home to chapels, underground cathedrals with crystal chandeliers, sculptures of kings and saints, and long corridors resembling palace halls. All of this was created by hand, turning the mine into a truly unique underground world. Its true gem is the St. Kinga's Chapel, an enormous 40-foot high hall adorned with intricate carvings, statues, and
even an underground lake, whose reflective waters create a mysterious atmosphere. Today, Bielichka is one of the oldest salt mines in the world, but it now serves as a museum that attracts millions of tourists. Concerts and weddings are held here, thanks to the incredible acoustics of the underground halls. However, only 2 miles of the mine, less than 1% of its entire expanse, are open to tourists. But even that is enough to experience the magical atmosphere of this salt city. Yet the underground world holds more than just mines and natural riches. Sometimes entire streets remain sealed away by time here. Our next stop is in Edinburgh, the capital of Scotland. Imagine walking through the city while right beneath your feet, entire streets, once bustling with life, lie hidden beneath modern structures. In the 17th and 18th centuries, Edinburgh grew rapidly, but space was scarce. The city's authorities decided to build right on top of old neighborhoods. As a result, homes, shops, taverns, and pubs were sealed beneath the streets, while life continued above. The most famous underground street is Mary King's Close. Once home to artisans and merchants, it was partially buried when the Royal Exchange was constructed in the 18th century, leaving a portion of the alley preserved beneath the new buildings. In the 2000s, the underground network of streets was restored and opened to tourists. Today, visitors can explore these underground corridors, seeing ancient doors, windows, and street lamps from the 17th and 18th centuries. The walls still bear the soot marks from torches used by the last residents of these homes. Without leaving the British Isles, we can explore another remarkable underground structure in Wiltshire, England, designed as a shelter from potential threats. During the height of the Cold War, Britain, like many other countries, prepared for a possible nuclear strike. This led to the creation of Burlington, one of the most secretive bunkers in the UK. It was built in the 1950s and designed to accommodate 4,000 high-ranking officials and military personnel in the event of a global catastrophe. But Burlington was more than just a concrete bunker with bunk beds and food storage. It was designed as a miniature Britain underground, complete with streets, residential areas, dining halls, warehouses, hospitals, and even its own telephone exchange, which would allow communication with any remaining parts of the country. Some say that several miles of railway tracks were laid in the tunnels to transport supplies via underground platforms, but this is yet to be verified. The government planned to live here for months, waiting for the outside world to become safe again. The bunker had an autonomous water supply, an air filtration system, and even a stockpile of tea. Fortunately, Burlington was never used for its intended purpose. In 2004, the site was officially declassified, though it remains closed to the public. Now, let's move on to a place where underground infrastructure was also built when preparing for a crisis. Welcome to underground Helsinki, Finland. Beneath Helsinki lies a reserve city, designed to serve as a shelter for nearly a million people at any moment. But this is not just a bomb shelter with cots and water supplies. Here, you'll find sports complexes, swimming pools, parking lots, shopping centers, restaurants, and even churches, all fully operational under normal circumstances. Today, you can visit an underground pool, and tomorrow, in the event of a crisis, it can transform into a shelter with an air filtration system and food supplies. Finland began building this extensive infrastructure in the 1960s, when the country found itself between the Soviet Union and Western Europe. The country understood that in the event of a global conflict, it could be caught in the crossfire. Today, there are over 5,500 shelters under Helsinki, capable of housing nearly the entire city's population if needed. However, the Finns took a practical approach. They had to go underground. They ensured it would be in comfortable conditions, not in stuffy concrete boxes. Now, let's move on to Orvieto, Italy, where something much more ancient is hidden underground. At first glance, it is a typical Italian hill town with ancient streets, but it's actually not quite typical. It seems to hover above a cliff.
and beneath it lies a vast network of caves, tunnels, and chambers carved deep into volcanic rock. This man-made wonder is the result of thousands of years of adapting to challenging conditions. It all began over 2,000 years ago when the Etruscans started carving underground spaces, warehouses, secret storerooms, water reservoirs, and even living quarters. Each generation added its own structures, and today, Orvieto's underground city spans multiple levels, which can be explored for hours. New spaces, long forgotten or buried for centuries, are still being discovered here. Underground chambers operate as wine cellars, maintaining the perfect temperature. In the Middle Ages, these spaces served as shelters. Secret escape routes were carved into the stone, leading beyond the city walls. There are also underground dovecotes here, tiny niches carved into the tunnel walls once housed kitchens. But why keep birds underground? This way, they didn't take up space on the surface, yet they could freely fly in and out through special openings. Now, without leaving Italy, let's head to Naples to find even more fascinating things hidden underground. Yes, this city is not just about bustling streets, pizza, and Mount Vesuvius. Tunnels, catacombs, and aqueducts. All these extend dozens of feet underground, creating a true parallel universe. These underground labyrinths emerged 2,500 years ago when the ancient Greeks established the first settlements here. They needed building materials, so they simply quarried stone from beneath their feet. Over time, this network of underground passages expanded. The Romans turned them into an aqueduct, and in the Middle Ages, it evolved into something akin to a city water supply system. For centuries, these tunnels provided Naples with water until they were shut down in the 19th century due to epidemics. Stagnant water in the old reservoirs had become a breeding ground for disease. However, the underground spaces found a new purpose during World War II. In the 1940s, thousands of residents sought shelter here from bombings. Even today, you can still see wartime graffiti on the walls left by people who took shelter underground. Now, let's move on to Centinela de las Bodegas, Spain. This is a place where people seem to live on the surface, but also, in a way, underground. This town looks like a set straight out of the Lord of the Rings, as if people are living inside the rock. Centinela de las Bodegas was founded in the Middle Ages as a fortified settlement, but unlike cave dwellings, the houses here weren't carved out of the rock, but were literally built into it. The natural rock formations serve as roofs and streets run under massive cliffs. In some places, it feels as if the ceiling is about to collapse. The overhanging boulders aren't that imposing. But this architecture isn't just about a unique style, it's also an indigenous adaptation to the climate. In the scorching heat of Andalusia, these homes remain naturally cool, with the stone acting as insulation against the sun, eliminating the need for air conditioning. Now, let's leave this fantasy-like ideal and travel a bit further east to Pilsen, Czech Republic, where we'll explore dark and eerie dungeons. This is what the city is famous for, a vast network of tunnels and halls hidden beneath its historic center. These underground passages emerged in the 14th century and were carved out for multiple purposes to store food and beer, hide weapons, and serve as a refuge for townspeople during the difficult times. Underground, you can also see old brewing cellars where the famous Pilsner lager was aged. The labyrinth extends over 12 miles, and it's easy to get lost without a map. In the past, these tunnels connected houses, shops, and warehouses, forming an entire underground transport system. While many of the passages are closed, some parts are accessible to tourists. Now let's travel to a place where the underground tunnels stretch for hundreds of miles, and where people could have disappeared without ever finding a way out. Hidden beneath the city of Odessa, Ukraine, lies a colossal underground labyrinth. According to some sources, it is the most extensive catacomb system in the world, stretching over 1,500 miles. To put that into perspective, if these tunnels were laid out in a line, it would stretch from New York to Miami. How did this massive underground maze come to be? It all started in the 19th century when limestone was quarried here to build Odessa's historic center. Over time, the mines expanded, eventually creating a vast and complex network of tunnels going dozens of feet deep. During World War II, the catacombs became a refuge for partisans. Ammunition and supplies were hidden here, and in some areas, even living spaces were set up. People could stay underground for weeks and even months. Today, the Odessa catacombs remains one of the most mysterious places in Ukraine. Of the thousands of tunnels, only a small portion has actually been explored. New caches and partisan camps continue to be discovered today. But this place has a darker side. Legends tell of people who entered the catacombs and never returned. It's as if the tunnels have a life of their own, confusing and disorienting those who dare to enter. Here, one wrong turn could mean losing your way forever. Now, let's go even further to Africa. Welcome to Matmata, Tunisia. Scorching sun, a blazing desert, and homes hidden not behind walls, but beneath the ground. For centuries, people here have built semi-underground dwellings that look like craters on another planet. But this is no science fiction. It's a brilliant way to deal with the heat. How does it work? First, the deep pit is dug, and then rooms and corridors are carved into its walls. Such a house naturally protects from the scorching heat. Even when it's over 122 degrees Fahrenheit outside, the interiors remain cool. But Matmata didn't gain worldwide fame for its architecture. It became famous thanks to Star Wars. Remember Luke Skywalker's home on Tatooine? It's real. It's actually the Sidi Dries Hotel in Matmata. Since then, the site has become a pilgrimage destination for fans of the saga. Now, let's travel to Asia, where, once again, you might feel like you're on another planet. Beneath the ground in Turkey lies one of the deepest and most mysterious cities in history, Derinkuyu. It's a multi-level metropolis, plunging 280 feet underground. According to various estimates, Derinkuyu could shelter up to 20,000 people, along with food supplies, livestock, and everything necessary for survival. This underground city had homes, temples, storage rooms, wineries, schools, and stables. People could stay below ground for months using wells and a ventilation system. But the most astonishing feature was its defensive mechanisms. Entrances were sealed with massive stone doors, which were impossible to move from the outside. Each level could be individually locked off, and the narrow corridors transformed the city into a labyrinth of traps, where defenders could easily set up ambushes. But who built it, and when? Some researchers believe the first tunnels were carved around 3,000 years ago as a refuge from invaders. Others suggest the city is much older, and it was expanded by the Hittites or Persians. The biggest mystery, however, is how it was built. Officially, levels of Derinkuyu have been explored, but some theories suggest there could be up to 20 levels, just not all have been explored yet. Given that even 8 underground floors are a mind-blowing feat, what about the possible hidden levels carved by hand, without modern technology? But this is far from the only underground city in Turkey. It is connected by a tunnel to another underground city in the Cappadocia region, Kaymakla. According to some sources, Kaymakla was first built in the 8th century BC by the Phrygians, the early settlers of the region. However, much like Derinkuyu, its structure was expanded and modified over centuries by different peoples. The city was significantly deepened and enlarged during the Eastern Roman era, when it was used for protection from enemy raids. Like Derinkuyu, it consists of 8 levels. The town's walls could shelter up to 15,000 people at a time. Its tunnels are still used today as storage spaces, stables, and cellars. But Turkey isn't the only place in Asia with such impressive underground settlements. Now, let's travel to Kish Island in Iran. Kish is a 2,000-year-old water supply system that astonishes with its engineering brilliance. This network of underground canals was designed for collecting and storing fresh water. In a harsh desert climate, where water is more precious than gold, ancient Persians devised an ingenious method to protect it from evaporation and contamination. The system is based on tunnels, reservoirs, and wells, reaching down to 52 feet deep. Water was drawn from natural underground sources and then directed through filtration tanks where sand and porous limestone naturally purified it. The walls of these tunnels preserve traces of ancient seas. If you look closely, you can see fragments of corals, seashells, and fossils that were on the seabed millions of years ago. Ironically, people intended to build an aqueduct, but they ended up creating an entire underground city with beautiful arches and unique architecture. But this is not the only underground attraction in Iran. Shall we move a bit further to the north of the country? This is Nushabad, an underground city that is over 1,500 years old. It served as a refuge for residents during wars. When invaders approached, the townspeople vanished underground, closing the hidden entrances behind them. Unaware of what lay below, enemies would have no idea that life was still thriving beneath their feet. The labyrinth extended 3 levels deep, featuring living quarters, ventilation shafts, water reservoirs, and food storage. Everything needed for people to survive weeks without surfacing. Narrow corridors made the path difficult for uninvited guests, and secret passages allowed for undetected movement. The world only learned of Nushabad's existence in 2004, when a local accidentally uncovered a hidden entrance while digging a well. Today, Nushabad is open for guided tours, and anyone can immerse themselves in the atmosphere of an ancient underground world. But our next destination is not quite a classic underground city, rather, it seamlessly merges with the rock. This is Petra, an ancient city carved directly into the cliffs of Jordan. This ancient metropolis is hewn into the rock, creating the illusion of a ghost city vanishing among the stones. One can enter Petra through the narrow Site Canyon, which leads to the majestic treasury of the pharaoh. Beyond lies a whole labyrinth of buildings, tombs, and temples that go deep into the stone. Once, tens of thousands of people lived here, but gradually the city was abandoned. Devastating earthquakes, shifting trade routes, and the decline of the Nabatean kingdom made it increasingly difficult to sustain life. For centuries, Petra remained largely forgotten by the outside world until it was rediscovered in 1812. Now, let's travel far beyond the Middle East to Beijing, China, where one can find another legendary underground city. Imagine a modern metropolis with millions of residents, bustling streets, and neon lights. And beneath it, a secret city with no windows and no sunlight. This is Beijing's underground city, built in 1969 at the height of the Cold War. At the time, China was preparing for the worst and planned to hide up to 300,000 people underground if a nuclear threat became a reality. The city's tunnels stretched for hundreds of miles, connecting critical infrastructure. It was designed as a self-sustaining world, featuring hospitals, warehouses, schools, cinemas, restaurants, factories, and even ice skating rinks. The idea was that people could survive underground not just for days, but for months and years. In the end, the Cold War ended, and the underground city was never used as intended. Over time, parts of it were closed. Some sections were turned into tourist routes, and in some parts, people even live today. Would you like to take a deeper look into these mysterious corridors? We've revealed all the details in our video on underground Beijing. But while China built an underground city out of fear of war, Japan's capital created an underground marvel of the future, designed to protect entire megacities from natural disasters. The metropolitan area Outer Underground Discharge Channel is a structure built beneath Tokyo. Towering 60-foot concrete columns support vast halls that resemble futuristic underground temples. The network of tunnels and reservoirs spans 4 miles. During typhoons, it collects water from overflowing rivers and drainage systems, while powerful pumps discharge it into larger bodies of water, preventing catastrophic flooding of the city. The system can hold up to 177 million gallons of water and operates fully automatically. When precipitation levels rise, gigantic floodgates open on their own, and torrents of water plunge into the concrete abyss. In
Engineers refer to this structure as the Great Underground Cathedral. When the reservoirs are empty, their sheer scale is breathtaking, making the site a popular tourist attraction. But as we already know, one can not only admire engineering feats underground, but also live, work, and conduct scientific research there. And in Singapore, an ambitious underground megastructure was envisioned precisely for that purpose. In a country where every square meter of land is precious, Singapore has come up with a brilliant solution: an underground science city. This futuristic complex was designed to accommodate over 4,000 scientists in high-tech laboratories extending 50 meters underground. Here, they plan to develop cutting-edge technologies, conduct secret research, and create isolated environments for testing. However, the project faced significant challenges. How safe is it to build an underground city in water-saturated soil? As a result, its implementation remains in question. Now, let's travel to Australia, where people have also decided to settle underground. But where and why? Welcome to Australia's strangest settlement, Cooper Pedy. Here, homes are not built, they are dug out. On the surface lies a sun-scorched desert where temperatures in summer can easily exceed 113 degrees Fahrenheit. You won't last long on the surface. It's simply too hot. But the residents found a solution. They moved underground. Opals, precious stones that sparkle with all the colors of the rainbow, were once mined here. Miners dug into the earth in search of treasures, but then realized that they could not only work in underground tunnels, but live there as well. It was really cool. Step by step, an underground town was born. Today, over 1,500 people live underground in Cooper Pedy. The town features restaurants, shops, hotels, and churches, all carved directly into the rock. Inside, it always remains cool, regardless of the heat on the surface. At times, the scenery looks almost surreal, but at the same time, charmingly cozy.
That's been my bloodlines in Moscow. The USSR is most dangerous.
This is one of the largest cities in the world by area, and one of the most populous cities in Europe. Over 13 million people live here, more than 20 million if you count the surrounding metropolitan area. Every day, around 3 million cars travel through its streets. This city is Moscow, but everything you see on the surface is just a small part of what's here. Hundreds of kilometers of secret tunnels and bunkers built to withstand nuclear strikes. Flooded mines and mysterious corridors whose purpose still remains unknown, all stretch beneath the city. Here, the past, present, and future intertwine. And today we'll show you the most unexpected underground secrets of the Russian capital. Secrets people prefer not to talk about. What lies beneath Moscow? Our journey begins at street level. At the very top is asphalt or paving stones, typically extending about 2 inches thick. Cobblestones could be thicker, up to 3 inches. Below that, at a depth of up to 6.3 inches, lies the leveling layer. This layer ensures a smooth surface before the asphalt is laid. It is often made of coarse asphalt, concrete, or even solid concrete on heavily trafficked roads. Deeper still, at around 18 inches, there's the base layer made of crushed stone or gravel. It supports the entire road, preventing it from falling apart. Beneath that is the bedding layer. This is a sandy cushion reaching down 26 inches. This layer prevents water accumulation and helps distribute the load evenly across the road. In Moscow, communication and power supply cables buried directly in the ground are typically laid at depths of 2 to 4 feet. The water pipes lie a little further down at a depth of 5 to 6.5 feet. In Moscow, they need to be buried deeper to prevent them from bursting in winter due to freezing temperatures. And right nearby, remnants of ancient settlements, predating even the earliest roads. At a depth of up to 10 feet in Kolomenskoye Park, there are the remains of Dyakovo Hill Fort, one of the oldest settlements in the region. Long before Moscow even existed, life was already thriving here. They built fortifications, farmed, fought, and made sacrifices to their gods. So what have archaeologists found? First and foremost, spear and arrow tips, battle axes. Then, sickles, knives, scrapers, and countless pieces of jewellery. The remains of cows, sheep, horses, and among them, surprisingly, bear bones. Does that mean that ancient Russians actually had pet bears? Not quite. It simply proves that they were skilled hunters. Other finds include amulets, stone idols, bone pendants, mysterious carvings, ritual knives, pottery, and other sacred objects. Diacover Hillfort was destroyed and burned many times, but each time it was rebuilt. It endured for 1,000 years, but people gradually moved on in search of better lands. Eventually, Moscow emerged nearby. Near Philly Park, about 10 feet below ground, lie the remains of the Kuncevo Hillfort, an ancient settlement from the 11th to 13th centuries. It was the home of the old Slavic Batichi tribe. Beneath the ground, there are remains of homes, farm buildings, and palisade fortifications. Judging by the finds, the inhabitants engaged primarily in farming, hunting, fishing, and livestock breeding. Discoveries also include bone, clay, and metal objects, various cast tools, and jewelry. But this place has a darker side. According to legend, there was once a church here. One day, it simply sank into the ground, along with the people inside. Shepherds claim that at night one could hear the sound of bells from underground. It sounds like a mere folktale, but there are indeed mysterious voids lying beneath the site. Archaeologists have discovered traces of buildings and layers of earth that seem to have sunk several meters down, but that church was nowhere to be found. It seems like this place has accumulated many eerie legends. But why? Could it be due to the strange artifacts found nearby? In the streams near the Hillfort, one can still find particular objects called devil's fingers. They certainly look eerie, especially to someone living in the 13th century. Many fears and superstitions likely arose because of them, but in reality they are nothing more than fossilized bones, extinct cephalopod mollusks. Yet there are far greater mysteries lying under Moscow. Most of them, however, were man-made. At a depth of around 16 and a half feet, we find ourselves in the heart of the city's infrastructure, among the engineering corridors. Here underground tunnels known as utility vaults house high voltage power lines. At the lowest level of this system, there are massive tunnels and power cables. They are true underground highways for electricity, connecting substations, metro stations, and major facilities. These tunnels are large enough to walk through upright, though navigating can be tricky due to the water underfoot. In the past, some of these tunnels even led directly to the metro shafts. What's astonishing is that some of these giant vaults look as though they were built just recently. Yet inside, there are no people, no operational equipment, just abandoned tunnels, perfectly preserved walls. Who built them and why? Blood red graffiti on the walls only reinforces the eerie, horror-like atmosphere. But then there are rooms that resemble living spaces. Clearly something large and important was being constructed here, until suddenly, mostly everything was abandoned. How many more such structures lie beneath Moscow? At a depth of around 23 feet, there's a nuclear fallout shelter from the 1970s, and it's hidden underground, right next to the Moscow city skyscrapers. Inside, the shelter features metal bunker beds, ventilation systems, restrooms, and water supplies. But staying here for more than 2 days would be a bad idea. Water is scarce, and what about the toilets? In complete isolation, they turn into primitive cesspits. Not the most pleasant setup for a long stay. The air filtration system is meticulously designed. Under normal conditions, air passes through oil filters that trap radioactive dust. In the event of a chemical attack above the ground, charcoal filters get activated. And if the situation becomes dire, bam, hermetic doors slam shut, sealing the shelter. Air no longer circulates. Now every breath uses up the oxygen stored in the tanks, while chemical absorbers work to remove the carbon dioxide. The system is functional, but not for long. All operations were controlled from the command center, where even phone communication was encrypted. picking up the receiver, and dialing a number. Not that simple. Calls were only connected manually for a designated operator. Now you can see all of this for yourself. The bunker has been transformed into an interactive museum where visitors can handle old military telephones, listen to ominous alert recordings, and even find out what training cells, chemical weapons smell like. Yes, these aren't actual combat agents, but other substances that just happen to smell similarly. Also, there are old Soviet sirens here. Monstrous devices that roar at 120 decibels, which is louder than a jet taking. Such sirens are still on the roofs of Moscow, but today they mostly serve as museum exhibits. Other bunkers of this depth haven't been turned into museums yet, but that doesn't mean we can't take a closer look at what's down there. At a depth of 23 feet on underground chambers of Moscow State University. But calling it just a university wouldn't do justice. It's practically a city within a city built in 1953. Beneath its grand main building hides a two-level underground complex. The first level serves as a bomb shelter, while the second consists of communication tunnels. But there are rumors. Some say a secret passage connects Moscow State University to the metro. It was supposedly designed for evacuating students in the case of war. Narrow aging staircases at the first underground level seem to lead there. Below them, an enormous flooded shaft stretches deep underground. Could this be the elusive escape route to the metro? But that is not all. On the first underground level, long dark corridors stretch behind massive hermetic doors, as heavy as submarine hatches. Beyond them, empty halls reminiscent of post-apocalyptic video games. But all this isn't a movie set. The cold concrete, rusting metal, and unsettling silence are all real. One of the doors conceals other corridors. They're dark and occasionally flooded. And finally, there's a place hidden behind thick metal barriers. Peering through a small opening in the door, one can see what lies inside. Another ominous space with a camera inside. Some say this isn't the lowest level. Rumours have it that there may be some sort of cryo chambers. Unfortunately, no one has managed to descend any further. At a depth of 23 feet, there's also a bomb shelter on the grounds of the Russian Aircraft Corporation. Big. The entrance is through a massive reinforced hermetic door. Each door leads to a different world. Air filtration rooms, water storage tanks, and bunker bathrooms. Interestingly, even here, in a shelter designed for apocalypse, there are bidets in the restrooms. Yes, comfort first, no matter what. There's also a water supply for 600 people. 10 tanks, each holding 2.5 tons. But the strangest thing is that tap water still runs here, even though this place has long been abandoned. At depths of up to 23 feet, other bunkers were built for one of the libertarians of the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin. He ruled the country the first half of the 20th century, and his reign was marked by strict security measures. The most secretive World War II era bunker was located directly beneath the Kremlin, the historic complex housing the Russian government. It was given a deliberately cryptic Soviet-style name, Object Number 1. Constructed in 1941, this hidden facility was built right next to the government between Kremlin buildings. For several months in 1941 and 1942, it served as a wartime command center during the bombings. What happened to it afterwards remains a mystery. But this kind of facility wasn't the only one. At a depth of 23 feet lies another so-called Stalin's bunker, Object Number 18, located on the outskirts of Moscow in the Kuntsov district. It was built in 1941, the height of World War II. The secret facility was underground at Government Dacha, a small country estate. The bunker became operational in 1942. However, it's unlikely that Stalin visited it often, as the bombings of Moscow ceased that same year. Today, the site has been declassified. Of course, these are not Stalin's only bunkers. Similar structures existed across the country. Many remain unknown. Now, let's descend a bit further to explore other historic underground sites. The next stop is the catacombs directly beneath the Kremlin, descending 26 feet deep. It's hard to imagine the kind of secrets they hold. The sheer scale is staggering. Entire districts are once connected to a network of basements. Stone vaults, rusted pipes, collapsed passageways. Once these tunnels stretched across an entire block, but most of them have now been seaboard. However, one basement remains intact, and it's a true time capsule. Mold creeps along the walls. 17th century loading arches stand crumbling. Soviet-era tiles and rotting wood supports that are on the verge of collapse. Against this eerie backdrop, a mysterious white stone alcove stands out. Traces of excavation are everywhere. What were they looking for here? Gold, hidden treasures, or another secret passage? Nearby, almost cast iron pipes with gurgling water, remnants of old ventilation systems, and a strange metal mechanism hidden at a deeper level hidden below. There are dozens of such places under Moscow. Some enthusiasts are still searching for the lost library of Ivan the Terrible, Russia's first son. This is a legendary archive of rare books and documents. Legend has it that the Russian Tsar hid the library so well that no one has been able to find it for centuries. Now we descend to yet another Stalin-era bunker with 33 feet underground. The site is located in Lipki, a settlement in the Moscow region. It was once Stalin's countryside retreat, a former noble estate. Today the place is abandoned. The once picturesque mansion has fallen into disrepair, and the bunker entrance is in one of the service buildings nearby. These tunnels were flooded for decades. Whether they were intentionally flooded to hide something, or if the water seeped in through the soil, is unclear. It was only recently that the water was pumped out, yet the air still carries the stench of hydrogen sulfide, and the walls are scarred with corrosion. Below, the corridors are downright terrifying. Where do they live? No one knows. By the door, there is a heavily rusted electrical panel, dating to either wartime or possibly the Tsarist era. One can't help but notice that it's made from marble. But why? No, it's not really for decoration, but rather for insulation. On the ceiling, there are very strangely shaped ventilation ducts. The elevator shaft still has some doors. Further down the passage, the interior shifts dramatically. This is no longer a utility space, but rather a ceremonial one. Likely Joseph Stalin once walked here himself. The corridor stretches an astonishing 427 feet, almost 1.5 football fields in length, and all of it is clad in marble. Next, there's another surprising artifact, the elevator door, the very same elevator that Stalin likely used to descend into his underground marble fortress. Through another long passage, one reaches the life support module. At the core of the bunker lies its engine room, with remnants of an old generator. It once powered the air filtration, electricity, water systems, ensuring survival in case of a major attack. Speaking of water, we've already seen how it seeps through and floods Moscow's underground structures. But did you know that under this megacity at depths of up to 49 feet, there are hundreds of underground rivers? In total, there are about 800 rivers and streams in Moscow, and at least 150 of them are diverted underground into concrete collectors as part of urban expansion. Here are some of the most remarkable underground rivers. Take, for example, the Tarakhanovka River. The name is amusing. Tarakhan means cockroach in Russian. This small river stretches just 5 miles, part of its underground collector running directly beneath the old cemetery. The walls here are lined with broken bricks, tangles, and shrewd rivers. This place clearly has a strange life of its own. Rust stalactites hang from the ceiling, while mysterious red streaks run down its walls. It's quiet, but not completely silent. The subway runs beneath the concrete walls of the collector. Then there's Neglinka, one of Moscow's largest rivers, completely buried underground, no open sections remaining. Above ground, it once originated from the Brzezinski swamp near the Marina Rosha. The river's collector begins at the Saviolovskaya railway station near the Stankovic platform. You can access it through a sewer manhole. Inside, the tunnels look like something built by medieval masons rather than modern engineers. Arched ceilings, circular passageways, dark corridors. Inside, there are small egg-shaped drainage tunnels that keep the water moving and prevent stagnation. Another Moscow river, with an eerie name, Skrovianka, which translates to Bloody River. And the name is no exaggeration. There used to be a slaughterhouse here, and its waste was dumped directly into this river. Today, part of the river remains above ground, while another section flows through a concrete collector. From the outside, the entrance pipe looks unremarkable, giving no hint of the vast, cavernous space hidden beyond it. Inside, the collector is littered with decades' worth of trash. The powerful water currents come flooding in just 10 minutes during heavy rains. As the city developed, new layers were added on top to level the terrain. This is how the river ended up at a depth of 49 feet. But we're about to go even deeper, in fact, much deeper. At depths of up to 131 feet, there are so-called deep line activity rules. Entry here is strictly prohibited. What you're about to see are unique shots from people who managed to sneak inside against all odds. It's said that this collector is from Stalin's era, but is a modern construction that meets the highest modern standards. It is capable of functioning autonomously for many years, thanks to its powerful ventilation and its own firefighting system. The entire structure is reinforced with metal shielding, making it capable of withstanding a nuclear attack. There are multiple passageways, most probably leading to metro, power substations, and possibly classified sites. What lies beyond these tunnels remains a mystery. But up next is a place we know much more about. A place that anyone can visit today. However, in Soviet times, almost no one even knew it existed. At a depth of approximately 141 feet, there lies a classified archive bunker built in the 1950s in the USSR Ministry of Foreign Affairs. For decades, this facility remained completely secret, hidden from the public eye until very recently. It wasn't until 2018 that this place was declassified. So, what was hidden there? This bunker could be called the Soviet Union's underground Fort Knox. But instead of gold, it safeguarded top-secret diplomatic archives. Just imagine an archive stretching for dozens of miles, containing documents that could have potentially changed the course of history. It was a fully operational, secure storage facility equipped with life support systems, airtight doors, and an independent power supply. Inside, there were metal shelves, miles of documents, armored doors, and spine-proof walls. Officially, the bunker stored foreign ministry records, diplomatic correspondence, and strategic agreements. However, there were rumors that it also contained sensitive intelligence on world leaders. It's possible that the original secret protocol for the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact might have been hidden here. It was a non-aggression agreement between the USSR and Nazi Germany, signed on August 23, 1939. However, just 2 years later, in 1941, Hitler violated the pact by waging war against the Soviet Union. But why store these critical documents in such a deep underground bunker? During the Cold War, Soviet officials were seriously preparing for a nuclear apocalypse. Diplomats needed not only to survive, but also vital records about the USSR's international relations. Even if Moscow were reduced to ashes, these documents were meant to endure. Today, the bunker is open for guided tours. However, even now, it's unclear whether everything is actually being declassified. Perhaps there are still documents stored there that could change our understanding of Soviet and global history. But just a little deeper under Moscow lies a completely different layer. An underground world that has been forming since the 19th century. At depths of up to 151 feet lies Moscow's sewer network. Compared to other European cities, Moscow's sewage system is relatively young. It's just over 100 years old. How did it all begin? Until the 19th century, waste was disposed in the simplest way possible, by dumping it into the Moscow River, the Yaza, and the very same Litvínka. And from there it flowed downstream. The result was an overpowering stench and constant outbreaks of cholera and typhoid that were considered normal at the time. The first attempt to clean things up came in the 17th century. Part of the Glinka River was buried and primitive wooden drainage systems were introduced. But the real sanitation revolution only began in the late 19th century. Moscow's population began to grow, along with its waste problems. In 1898, the first centralized sewage system was built. It was designed by engineer Gustav Eichler, and it was a breakthrough. For the first time, Waste wasn't dumped into open rivers, but was redirected into underground collectors. Today, Moscow's sewer system is a massive engineering structure. The network spans over 5,280 miles, and the main collectors are up to 15 feet in diameter. In fact, they are large enough not only to walk upright, but even for a truck to drive through. Moscow's sewer system is divided into several subsystems, each with its own role. Storm drains collect rainwater and discharge it directly into rivers without any purification. Household sewage lines transport wastewater to treatment facilities. During heavy rains, giant underground reservoirs activate to take in excess water and hold it until the rain subsides. And at the deepest levels, main underground channels act as vital blood control arteries, keeping the city's infrastructure running in any weather. Every year, engineers conduct routine inspections, removing tons of grease, sand, and construction debris that accumulate inside. The deepest sewer system in Moscow is the Obrachev's deep levels through a canal. It runs at a depth of up to 151 feet, has a capacity of 528 billion gallons per day. Impressive, isn't it? But wait, there's even more to come. At a depth of 164 feet, you'll find Moscow's first deep underground bunker, which was designed as early as 1933. Its walls are made of solid reinforced concrete. The bunker was integrated into the metro system. One exit led directly to the platform of the Kirovskaya metro station, Shistoprody, while others connected to a network of underground tunnels. The project was designed under extreme secrecy. Even in official documents, the station's name is replaced with dots. Object near metro station. Dot, 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 dot. To maintain cover, funding came from the reserve fund with Metrostroy, the main contractor for the construction of the Moscow metro. However, only 9 people knew what was actually being constructed. The shaft was dug in the yard of house number 33 on Kirovskaya Street for all the Moscow residents to see. By 1936, the concrete framework was complete. The bunker featured 2 floors, an independent power supply, gas filtration systems, and ventilation. Eyewitnesses report that the interior was surprisingly well furnished, with plush armchairs, velvet-covered walls, and a control panel with direct communication to military command. There was even a shower, and also a special sealed telephone intended for extreme emergencies. Finding a way to disguise the entrance was a challenge. At one point, they even considered building the entrance through a school. In 1937, the facility was completed. Above it, they constructed the Moscow Military District Air Defense Headquarters, and the bunker itself went on combat duty. It remained operational for most of World War II and became the prototype for dozens of underground command centers across the country. Now let's descend to a depth of 213 feet. Here lies Bunker 42, the portal of the Cold War era. Located under the center of the capital, it was designed to save the country's top leadership in the event of a nuclear strike. With thick reinforced concrete walls, airtight doors, and full autonomy, this bunker could have survived even a direct nuclear attack. Constructed in the 1950s, it was built during a time when tensions between the USSR and the USA were rapidly escalating. The nuclear arms race was in full swing. Many believed that a nuclear war was imminent. This facility housed the backup command post, the General Staff, responsible for coordinating a retaliatory nuclear strike in case Moscow was destroyed. Inside a fully functional underground city with all the necessary infrastructure was created. It was equipped with operation rooms with maps, potential nuclear apocalypse scenarios, direct phone lines to the Kremlin, hermetically sealed airlocks, and advanced radiation-proof ventilation. A separate railway line existed, enabling the secret evacuation of top leadership. There were also stockpiles of food, water, and fuel, enough to last several months. All of this was in total secrecy. For decades, the facility did not appear on maps. Even the construction workers had incomplete information. Each worker knew only of their specific task. Officially, the site was listed as a standard warehouse. After the collapse of the USSR, the bunker was abandoned. 2006, it was converted into an interactive Cold War museum. Today, visitors can literally step into the past, explore Soviet command posts, and even press the legendary red button. But if we descend another 65 feet, we'll find ourselves back in the present, amidst the chaos of modern Moscow. Yes, at 276 feet below ground, life in the Moscow metro is in full swing. It is, without exaggeration, a true underground metropolis. A vast web of tunnels and stations that serve millions of passengers daily. The metro's history dates back to 1935, when the first tunnels were dug by hand, using pickaxes and open pit methods. Initially, there was just one line with 11 stations. Today, the Moscow metro has expanded to 14 lines, 271 stations, and 292 miles of tracks, making it one of the largest and most intricate metro systems in the world. The deepest station, Park and Poverty, lies at a depth of 276 feet, about the same height as the Statue of Liberty, but only underground. It also boasts the longest escalator in the system, stretching 430 feet. With peak hours, Moscow's metro ranks among the fastest in the world. Each day, it transports around 6 million people, more than the entire population of some countries. But the Moscow metro isn't just a transportation system. It's also a work of art. More than 40 stations have been declared cultural heritage sites, featuring grand chandeliers, mosaics, and columns that make them feel more like halls of a massive palace than a subway. With its mosaic-adorned ceilings, Mayakovskaya is a masterpiece of Art Deco. Komsomolskaya exudes Baroque grandeur, and Plosha Revolutsky is guarded by bronze soldiers and workers. The metro wasn't built only for transportation. During World War II, people sought refuge from bombings. During the air raids, 217 children were born in the metro. However, history could have taken a very different turn if the Soviet leadership had not changed their mind about destroying the metro. In mid-October 1941, the situation in Moscow was critical. The Soviet troops were suffering defeat, and the city braced for a last-ditch defense. The metro was a crucial strategic asset. It could be used to transport troops, store supplies, and provide shelter. But if the capital fell, it would also hand the enemy a ready-made underground infrastructure right beneath the city. This is why on October the 15th, 1941, Soviet Transport Minister Lazar Kaganovich ordered the immediate shutdown of the metro and requested proposals for destroying this strategic object to be submitted within 3 hours. By October 16th, the metro was no longer operating. The result? Massive panic. Thousands fled the city and chaos erupted. Fearing total collapse, Soviet leaders abandoned the idea of destroying the metro. That same day, the metro was powered back on, and by evening, the trains resumed service. This was the only day in history the Moscow metro stopped operating. There are also rumors of hidden tunnels in the Moscow metro. At the very least, some sections are completely inaccessible to regular passengers. In the past, it was relatively easy to sneak into these technical facilities, and security was minimal. Today, however, security measures are far stricter, with entry permitted only with official clearance, metro personnel escort. But there is something even deeper. People prefer not to talk about it. All these tunnels, chambers, secret bunkers, and even flooded underground spaces pale in comparison to what lies deeper. Yes, deeper than the metro, and this is one of Moscow's greatest secrets. We are talking about Metro 2, located at a depth of 620 feet, and its story is worthy of a movie adaptation. In 1991, the USSR completely collapsed. A year later, Russian writer Vladimir Gunik published a novel titled The Abyss, where he described some secret tunnels beneath Moscow. Their scale was mind-blowing, the depth unbelievable. It was Gunik who originally coined the term Metro 2, claiming that while his book was embellished, it was inspired by real rumors among metro construction workers. For someone being into it, in 1991, the CIA published a report titled Military Forces in Transition, which explicitly mentioned a classified underground transport system in Moscow. According to the report, the tunnels ran parallel to the regular metro, intended for the evacuation of top Soviet leadership in case of war. Estimates suggest that Metro 2's tunnels reach depths of 660 to 980 feet and are large enough to accommodate up to 10,000 people. Over the years, declassified archives have gradually revealed more details about Moscow's underground special facilities. While they don't explicitly mention Metro 2, they do reference multiple classified structures, including the Kremlin Complex number 103, with a narrow gauge railway, long-range air intake to the metro system, a deep single-track tunnel leading to object number 54 beneath the Moscow River, and the mysterious Vetka system, CHZ 1019. Together, these facilities have become unofficially known as Metro 2. By the 2000s, discussions about Metro 2 were growing louder. In 2001, former KGB Colonel Oleg Gordievsky defected to the UK in 1985 after secretly working for British intelligence for 11 years, gave an interview where he remarked,
"You still don't know the KGB's biggest secret: enormous underground cities, entire communication networks, an entire system of such facilities. But, of course, no one will show them to you."
In 2004, Vladimir Shevchenko, who headed protocol services under Gorbachev and Yeltsin, confirmed the existence of a Kremlin line, stretching from the Kremlin to Stalin's nearby dacha in Volinskaya, though he noted it was no longer in use. Mikhail Podgorny, former deputy prime minister under Yeltsin, claimed that a vast network of tunnels existed, featuring a wartime command post and branches leading to the Moscow region. Even Dmitry Gayev, former leader of the Moscow Metro, directly stated in 2007,
I would be surprised if Metro 2 didn't exist.
So what's really there? There are some specific details about at least a couple of facilities. Object number 100. It's a classified underground tunnel shelter that connects the Kremlin, the old square historic center, and the former KGB headquarters on Lubyanka. It was designed for evacuating top government officials and swift movement between key government buildings in the event of an emergency. In the 1960s, the tunnel had a narrow gauge railway with small electric rail cars. Its current condition remains unknown, but its depth ranges from 103 to 180 feet, depending on the section. Not incredibly deep, but just right. There's also the Vetka object, a separate secret metro line. It was built specifically for the evacuation of high-ranking officials. They were supposed to be transported from government complex in the Ministry of Defense bunkers in central Moscow to more protected special facilities in the Renenki area. At one point, a photo of the station platform from this system even leaked into the public domain. The Vetka tunnels contain standard railway tracks, but without a third rail for power. Instead, the tracks are embedded in concrete slabs, allowing vehicles to drive through the tunnel. The depth, by metro standards, is truly mind-blowing. At University Station, Renenki, Vetka plunges to a staggering 620 feet, as of now. For now, it is the deepest underground structure in Moscow that we know about.
Next in height, what lies beneath the largest city in the world, Brain University Lake, but
Northern capital, a city that for a long time remained hidden from the outside world. A place where the ruins of ancient dynasties intermingle with futuristic skyscrapers. It is the heart of the most populous nation in the world. Over 21 million people call it their home. It is here that China's political power, cultural heritage, and economic might come together. But there is something else in Beijing, hidden beneath the noisy streets and ancient avenues. A maze that holds the secrets of millions. A world where modern subway lines intertwine with endlessly long old bunkers, where entire communities live unnoticed. Today we'll dive into its underground layers and uncover what lies beneath Beijing. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to see even more exciting content. Let's start from the very surface. So, the surface course of Beijing's roadways is made of fine-grained asphalt or bitumen. This layer is typically between 25 to 50 millimeters, 1 to 2 inches. Below that is the binder course, with a thickness of 50 to 100 millimeters, 2 to 4 inches, also made of bitumen or asphalt of a different grade. Next comes the base course. This layer is made of crushed stone, gravel, or a sand-gravel mixture. It distributes the load and maintains the structural integrity of the road surface. The recommended minimum thickness for the base course is 100 millimeters, 4 inches. But at this point, we are 30 centimeters, 12 inches deep. Here is where things start to get more interesting. From 0.8 to 1.2 meters, 2.5 feet. This is where most of the city's gas pipelines are laid. This depth complies with the standards of low-pressure underground gas pipelines used to supply residential buildings. At about the same depth, you'll also find cable ducts and power lines. This is Beijing's nervous system, which provides energy and communication to both residential homes and business centers. Fiber optic cables ensuring internet connectivity across the city also run here. From 1.2 to 2 meters, 4 to 6.5 feet. At this depth, you'll find the city's main water supply pipes. Although Beijing has a subtropical climate, winters can be quite cold, so the pipes are laid deep enough to prevent freezing and bursting. From 2 meters, 6 feet, and deeper, you'll start to see the so-called multi-utility tunnels, MUT. Modern districts in Beijing are actively implementing this concept. These tunnels contain several types of utilities at once: water supply, heating, electrical networks, and even telecommunications. They lie at a depth of 2 to 5 meters, 6 to 60 feet, and help centralize the management of utility systems. Moreover, they simplify maintenance, which is crucial in a densely populated, built-up city like Beijing. But that's far from everything you can see at a depth of 2 meters, 6.5 feet in Beijing. In addition to modern utilities, these depths hide some artifacts that offer a lot of insight into the history of the city and all of China. In 2021, more than 100 cultural relics were discovered in 5 tombs at the Liulia site, located on the outskirts of the city. This is where the history of Beijing once began. Just imagine, these relics are over 3,000 years old. So what exactly did the researchers find? First, an unusual architectural structure made of round earth, which is uncommon in this region. Other construction methods were usually used in ancient China. Thus, discovering round earth architecture in this region is something really special. It is worth noting that the structure was quite massive. It was 28 meters, 92 feet long, with a foundation of 1.62 meters, 5 feet deep. At the same site, more than 20,000 ceramic fragments were found, as well as carbonized seeds of millet, wheat, and soybeans. A bronze sword, arrowheads, and jade and stone relics were also discovered in the artifacts. All of these suggest that they developed agrarian society once thrived in this region. The new findings will further portray a panorama of Yanvasao State, which was a historical foundation of the Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei coordinated development today. Shan Xixiang, head of the Chinese Society of Cultural Relics, said, "It will also demonstrate how diverse cultures mixed with each other and formed a united Chinese civilization." All these discoveries point to the rich ancient history of Beijing, but its more recent history is just as fascinating. If we go just several meters deeper, we'll discover something truly incredible. Beneath Beijing, at a depth of 8 to 18 meters, 26 to 59 feet, lies a real underground city, surprisingly named Beijing Underground City. This massive network of bunkers, tunnels, and other facilities was built in the late 1960s to early 1970s by order of Mao Zedong. The purpose of the project was to create a shelter for all city residents in the event of a nuclear war with the Soviet Union. At that time, relations between the two countries had sharply deteriorated, and the threat of nuclear conflict was very real. project was even popularly nicknamed the Underground Great Wall. And yes, when we say the shelter was meant to save all city residents, that's no exaggeration. The Chinese government declared that once completed, the complex would be able to shelter the entire population of Beijing at the time, or 6 million people. With such, for lack of a better word, ambitious goals, it's hard to imagine the scale that this structure would need to be, and its size doesn't fail to impress, to say the least. The total area of the underground city is 85 square kilometers, 33 square miles. To put things in perspective, that's about half the size of Washington, D.C., the capital of the United States. But the size is only part of the story. It's not enough just to fit 6 million people somewhere. They still need to eat, sleep, and maintain hygiene. And here's where things get really interesting, because the underground city is by no means a metaphor. The complex was equipped with everything necessary for normal life. Well, as normal as it can be called in the face of a nuclear apocalypse. Living spaces, hospitals, medical units, communication hubs for staying in touch with the outside world, and storage spaces for food, water, and equipment. And that's not all. Schools, preschools, restaurants, theatres, factories. There was even a mushroom farm, and the cherry on itself, a roller skating rink. But wait, there is more. Additionally, the system included around 70 well drilling sites that could provide water in case of emergency. The complex's ventilation system had 2,300 shafts that could be sealed airtight to protect against poisonous gases. There were also special gas and waterproof hatches, as well as massive concrete gates designed to shield against biochemical attacks, gas attacks, and nuclear fallout. The exact length of the underground city has never been officially disclosed. However, it is believed that the tunnels connect various landmarks. Rumor has it that they link Zhongmanhai, the Great Hall of the People, and even military bases on the outskirts of the city. According to the China Internet Information Center, the tunnels cover all the central districts of Beijing, from Zhuanwuman and Zaidan to Chunmen and Chongwen districts, and extend towards the western hills. It's even rumored that almost every house in Beijing used to have a hidden hatch leading to these tunnels. In the event of a nuclear strike, the plan was to relocate half of Beijing's population underground, while the other half would be sent to Xishan, the western hills. It was believed that the mountainous terrain would protect against the shockwave and, to some extent, block the spread of radioactive clouds. And here we see the first discrepancy in the government's claim that the underground city was supposed to fit all 6 million residents of Beijing. Independent estimates are even more conservative. It is believed that although the underground city managed to grow to the described scale, it could realistically shelter only a few 100,000 people. Nevertheless, even this minimal estimate is impressive. At the very least, the shelter could certainly have accommodated those who built it. More than 300,000 local residents, including school children who worked as volunteers, were involved in the construction. In some cases, tunnels were dug by hand, without the use of heavy machinery. Centuries-old city walls, towers, and gates, including the old city gates of Sishimen and Fengshen, and Chongwen were demolished to provide building materials for the complex. So what happened to this shelter in the end? Well, in the end, there was no war between China and the USSR. After the construction was completed, locals began to use many sections of the underground city in different ways. The tunnels remained cool in the summer and warm in the winter, so some of them were converted into budget hotels, shopping centres, and even theatres. The underground spaces were particularly active in the 1980s and 1990s, when Beijing faced overpopulation and a severe shortage of affordable housing. Many parts of the tunnels were transformed into shopping centres and markets. As Beijing rapidly grew, underground space became a valuable resource. Small private shops began to appear in the tunnels, where ordinary citizens eagerly shopped for everyday goods at affordable prices. Initially, these underground markets mainly attracted locals, but eventually became popular among tourists. The underground served as a vibrant culture hub. In some parts of the underground city, theatres and concert halls were open, hosting events for every taste. One of the most interesting projects was transforming part of the complex into a gallery for local artists, where one could see the works of both young and mature masters. Moreover, parts of the tunnels were repurposed for sports events. Some spaces were turned into gyms of different calibers, equipped with all kinds of gear, where local residents could play table tennis, practice yoga, or engage in other physical activity away from the hustle and the heat of the above-ground Beijing. Of course, such practical repurposing didn't reach all parts of the underground city. After all, it was simply too vast. A significant portion inevitably fell into disrepair. Nonetheless, the complex was never entirely abandoned. The tunnels were regularly checked for water leaks and kept in proper sanitary condition to prevent pest infestations and structural damage. In the 1980s, China opened up to the world. By 2000, they even started allowing tourists into the underground city, albeit with some restrictions. But without an imminent military threat, the maintenance of this massive underground complex became less of a priority. Originally, around 90 entrances were built, all concealed within shops along Xiamen's main streets. Many of these have since been destroyed or closed off for renovation. Yes, the complex has been officially under construction since 2008, and it remains so to this day. Nevertheless, certain parts are still used for commercial purposes. In some branches of the underground city, you can find rather conceptual establishments like cocktail bars, where the owners preserve and even emphasize the dungeon-like ambience. According to visitors, even the air here is extremely authentic, heavy and damp. One popular bar, Memory, serves not only as an entertainment venue, but also as a kind of museum and interactive historical installation. The vaulted brick ceiling, the massive concrete blast-proof door, and a long hallway transformed into a kind of shooting range with toy guns and balloons to pop. A subtle nod to the site's military pasts are all preserved here. Another place that serves as a reminder of the underground city's direct purpose is a museum near the Dashilas sub-district. Tourists once used this museum as one of the entrances to the city, though now closed to the public, it sparks visitors' curiosity with a glass door embedded in the floor. In other parts of the underground city, you can also find more extravagant and even somewhat glamorous spots. For example, there is a wine cellar where the owners regularly hold various events and tastings. But such well-maintained places are now few and far between. Unfortunately, most of the underground city that is still accessible to people has a rather unpleasant reputation. At night, many people, mostly migrant workers and students from rural areas, head to underground spaces known as atomic rooms. Just as the ominous name suggests, conditions in these atomic rooms are often dismal. They're cramped, damp, and poorly ventilated. Many living blocks consist of narrow rooms without even a window, making underground living even harsher. But first, let's explain what we mean by cramped conditions here. Local laws require a minimum living area of 4 square meters, 43 square feet per tenant. Think about it, that's just the legal minimum. And yet many unscrupulous landlords ignore even this standard. Few manage to take pictures or videos of how these places actually look. Authorities prohibit foreigners from accessing this unsightly part of Beijing. However, Antonio Basilongo, an Italian documentary photographer known for his long-term social and humanitarian projects, managed to do so. His poignant photo report documentary, The Chinese Dream, revealed some of the secrets of these places, though not all. One of Basilongo's photographs shows a 4-year-old Jing Jing who lives in such a tiny room with her grandmother, father, and younger brother that it barely fits the bed. Here the stark contrast is heartbreaking. Their home is next to a large area used as a motorcycle parking lot. It's one of the poorest places I've ever been to, says Basilongo. As early as 2010, in response to issues with landlord negligence and safety nets, Beijing banned the use of nuclear shelters and other underground city spaces as housing. But this decision largely remained on paper, as most bunker residents have nowhere else to go. According to National Geographic, about 1 million people live in Beijing's underground city. The atomic rooms have become a symbol of the stark contrast between the ambitious original vision of the underground city and its present reality. The complex was intended as a refuge for all Beijing residents in the event of a nuclear attack. However, today it's become a home for people facing no threat of a nuclear bomb. Nevertheless, not all rooms are equally bad. More comfortable conditions have been created in some parts of the underground hotels. They have access to water and electricity, allowing residents to at least minimally improve their living conditions. Moreover, many of the residents are ambitious young people who see underground housing as just a temporary phase until they save enough money for something better. Indeed, photos often show young people with laptops and not so gloomy expressions. Another recent phenomenon involves organizations transforming abandoned shelters into community centers. Some underground spaces have been repurposed into cafeterias, billiard rooms, karaoke spots, calligraphy schools, and even dance schools. Indeed, this underground city is certainly impressive in its scale, although disheartening in its darker aspects. It definitely leaves no one indifferent. But it's time for us to go further and deeper. What about a true imperial palace? One that lies nearly twice as deep as the atomic underground city. Yet, such an amazing place really exists under Beijing at a depth of around 27 meters, 88 feet. And it was intended for the Chinese Emperor Wan Li, though only after his death. This is the awe-inspiring grand underground tomb, the 13th Ming Dynasty ruler and his two empresses. Built between 1584 and 1590, this complex remains the only one of the 13 imperial tombs to have been excavated and opened to the public. Its scale is truly imperial, especially for a burial site. The underground palace covers an area of 1,195 square meters. That's 12,862 square feet. And that's just the underground part. Above ground, it encompasses an entire city-like area of 180,000 square meters, 1,937,504 square feet. The complex consists of 5 interconnected halls, the front, central, and rear halls, as well as 2 side chambers located to the left and the right. The largest of these chambers is the rear hall, which originally housed 3 marble thrones and 3 coffins belonging to the emperor and his wives. Now, only replicas stand in their place. Why not the originals? That's a sad story we'll cover in a moment. All halls are connected by narrow passages. The floors are laid with the so-called golden bricks, coated with a special glaze, symbolizing imperial authority. The dungeon walls are made of massive stone slabs and blocks, and were once hermetically sealed with the so-called diamond wall, a special structure designed to protect the tomb's content from external factors. During excavations from 1956 to 1958, over 3,000 cultural relics were discovered in the tomb, including rare artifacts such as golden crowns, jade ornaments, and painted ceramics. However, many items were damaged due to the lack of advanced preservation technology at the time. Sadly, even the remains of the emperor and empress were destroyed during the cultural renovation, when the tomb was looted and the mummified bodies were taken outside, desecrated. The tomb reflects traditional Chinese beliefs about the afterlife and the remarkable craftsmanship of Ming Dynasty architects, with disconcerting vividness. The central part of the complex, known as the City of Treasures, has a circular shape symbolizing the heavens, while the square front part of the complex represents the earth. This symbolism aligns with the ancient Chinese concept of a round heaven and a square earth, and underscores the importance of imperial power as the link between heaven and earth. Today, the Dingling Tomb serves as a major archaeological and tourist site, preserving unique artifacts from Ming-era burial culture. Most of the relics salvaged during excavations are housed in the tomb's museum, which has become a centre for cultural heritage preservation. The underground palace of the Dingling Tomb is not just a burial site, but an architectural masterpiece embodying the power and grandeur of the Ming Dynasty, despite all the trials its treasures and relics went through in the 20th century. It is worth noting that Dingling is the only excavated tomb out of the 13 known. Most Ming Dynasty tombs are located here in a cluster around the outskirts of Beijing. They are collectively known as the 13 tombs of the Ming Dynasty. Indeed, underground Beijing and its surroundings conceal many more mysteries, and the country's authorities are in no hurry to unveil them. Moreover, this is not a matter of the proverbial shining secrecy, but a very sensible desire not to repeat past mistakes. During the excavations in the middle of the last century, thousands of items made from silk, textiles, wood, and porcelain, as well as many jewels, were found in the tomb. But most importantly, scientists discovered the remains of Emperor Wan Li and his two empresses. Unfortunately, the technology and resources needed to adequately preserve the unearthed artifacts were simply not available at the time. A series of preservation attempts have gone terribly wrong, and many silk and textile artifacts ended up in a drafty warehouse. To make the matters worse, the warehouse was packed with actual water leaks seeping through. As a result, most of these items were damaged, and now only replicas are displayed in the modern museum. The greatest loss occurred during the infamous Cultural Revolution. The so-called Red Guards broke into the Dingling tomb and dragged out the remains of Emperor Wan Li and his empresses to the front of the tomb, where they were posthumously publicly condemned, burned, and then discarded. Even their coffins were destroyed, along with many other relics. The lessons from the Dingling tomb excavation led to a new policy in the People's Republic of China, prohibiting the excavation of historical sites except for rescue purposes. To date, no proposal to open any other imperial tombs has been approved. Well, having learned about this sad cautionary tale, it's time for us to continue our journey through underground Beijing. What will happen if we go even deeper? Will we delve further into ancient history? Actually, it's quite the opposite. We've now reached the epitome of modernity in every sense of the word. At a depth of up to 42 meters lies the Beijing subway system. Not just a transportation network, but a real underground metropolis serving millions of people every day. With 27 lines, 490 stations, it covers more than 836 kilometers, 519 miles, crossing 12 urban and suburban districts, as well as one district in the neighborhood, Hebei province. As of December 2023, the Beijing subway has been recognized as the longest in the world, surpassing even the Shanghai metro. Construction of the first line began in 1965. The Beijing metro officially opened on October 1st, 1969. This makes it the oldest metro system in mainland China, and indeed in all of East Asia. But the current scale with 27 lines is one of many examples of the so-called Chinese miracle. For over 30 years, until 2002, the Beijing metro consisted of just 2 lines. Only in the last 2 decades has there been an explosive acceleration in development. Today, the Beijing subway transports an average of around 10.5 million passengers on weekdays, with peak periods reaching up to 13.75 million passengers per day, a record set on July 12, 2019. So let's take a closer look at the structure of this extensive network. Most subway tunnels lie at depths of between up to 30 meters, 98 feet, though some sections go even deeper. For example, Dongxia Station on line 6 goes down to about 34 meters, 112 feet, currently making it the deepest in the system. But that is not the record. The deepest part of the system is a section of line 8 between the Chunmen and Wangfujing stations. It reaches a depth of 42 meters, that's 138 feet. This is the completely new part of line 8, which was put into operation in 2021. It was constructed using a massive tunneling shield. But even this isn't the record. The true record was short-lived. Now only a few people know that the Beijing subway was initially planned to be much deeper. The original design proposed subway tunnels that could also serve paramilitary purposes. For example, Line 1 was conceived as an additional defense mechanism, a means to evacuate city residents to west of Beijing in the event of a potential nuclear war. Sound familiar? Indeed, it does. Surprisingly, Beijing's underground city, which we've already explored, was built in tandem with the first metro line. Now, what about the depth? Shafts up to 120 meters, that's 390 feet deep, were dug between the future Gongshift and Wuxi stations, where those initial tunnels were intended to run. However, in May 1960, the high pressure from groundwater, which caused many issues, forced the authorities to abandon the deep tunnel plan in favour of shallower alternatives. The first lines were then constructed at a depth of about 20 meters, 66 feet, using conventional open-cut methods. Despite its already impressive scale, the Beijing subway still struggles to keep up with transportation demand. Key lines like Line 1 and Line 10 are often overcrowded during peak hours. By 2025, the authorities plan to expand the network's total length to nearly 1,000 kilometers, that's 620 miles roughly, and increase the number of stations to handle the expected passenger flow of 18.5 million trips per day. But all these issues concern the fast-paced world of the living. Meanwhile, Beijing's subway has developed eerie urban legends involving those with nowhere to hurry, namely the dead. One of the most famous legends is about Line 1, which runs right over the Balbas cemetery. Rumour has it that its workers encountered numerous unexplained accidents and equipment failures during the construction of this line in the 1960s. Local monks even held ceremonies to appease the restless souls of the disturbed graves, promising the spirits that the subway could close by 8 p.m., as the hours between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. are considered the time of being dead. However, there's a twist. Most, if not all, subway lines in Beijing now close after 11 p.m., with the last train on Line 1 typically arriving at Pinkoan Station at 12:11 a.m. It seems like the spirits no longer mind the timing. Spirits or no spirits, things have never been easy with Line 1. Built with potential military use in mind, rumours persist that it contains phantom stations, inaccessible to ordinary passengers. And indeed, Line 1 has at least two restricted access stations, Gaoji and Fusha. Both stations were originally intended to serve as military bases. However, Fusholing, the penultimate station, was eventually opened to the public as it was located outside the base. Currently under reconstruction, Fushaoling is expected to reopen in 2025, finally allowing access to the station that had been previously off limits. As for Gaoji Station, it remains closed and inaccessible. Indeed, after such unexpected twists with mystical and military secrets, it's even a bit frightening to imagine what might await us if we were to go down even deeper under Beijing. There we would find an even larger, more intricate and vitally important network of large and small tunnels. This is Beijing's sewer system, which reaches depths of up to 50 meters, that's 165 feet in its deepest sections. Beijing's sewer system began to develop rapidly in the 20th century as the city grew and modernized. Population growth rate was nothing short of explosive. In 1950, the city's wastewater discharge was 65,000 cubic meters. That's over 17 million gallons per day. By 1980, this figure had skyrocketed to 2 million cubic meters, over 500 million gallons per day. Half of this came from household water, while the other half from industrial waste. At the time, most of the urban population lived in apartment complexes connected to the sewer system. Almost all wastewater was discharged into nearby rivers and lakes without treatment. Around 1,200 factories also released waste directly into the rivers. This posed the risk of environmental, if not humanitarian, disaster. Beijing had to turn to its sister city, Tokyo, for help, urgently needing technological solutions and skilled experts. The system was constructed in multiple phases over decades. Today, Beijing has at least 15 large centralized treatment plants. The largest of these, the Galveston wastewater treatment plant, is among the biggest in the world, capable of treating up to 1 million cubic meters, over 250 million gallons of wastewater per day, serving nearly 2.5 million people. Most sewer pipes and collectors are laid at depths of up to 30 meters, 100 feet. However, in the busiest and most densely populated parts of the city, pipes go down as deep as 50 meters, 165 feet. This is done to minimize the risk of collapses and leaks and to protect the pipes from pressure and vibrations caused by the subway and surface traffic. The system is designed with Beijing's challenging climate in mind. Rapid temperature fluctuations and seasonal rainstorms are common. To prevent flooding, the sewer system is equipped with special reservoirs that can temporarily hold excess water. In case of heavy rainfall, these underground tanks, over 40 meters, 130 feet deep, can store several million cubic gallons of water, which is then gradually pumped to treatment facilities. Despite the system's high efficiency, new challenges have emerged. Recently, Beijing's groundwater reserves have decreased by 90% compared to the 1950s, creating a risk of soil subsidence, potential damage to underground pipes. Well, from now on, we'll proceed cautiously on our journey. Wait a minute, is there something even deeper beneath Beijing than its deepest sewer collectors? Indeed, there is. Here we won't find any foul-smelling urban waste, but a fast-moving flow of vehicles. We're talking about the latest underground tunnel for high-speed traffic drilled only recently, the summer of 2023, at an impressive depth of 75 meters, 246 feet. This is one of Beijing's most advanced and deepest underground transportation projects, constructed beneath the eastern part of the Sixth Ring Road. For reference, the Beijing Sixth Ring Road is the city's outmost ring highway, located approximately 15 to 20 kilometers, that's 9 to 12 miles, from the city center. And now, beneath its eastern sections, lies its high-tech Antipode, a 7.4 kilometer, 4.6 mile tunnel. But this isn't just any tunnel, it's a three-tiered structure. The top level is used for exhaust general ventilation. The middle level is a two-way, 6-lane expressway. And the bottom level serves as an evacuation and rescue corridor in case of accidents or other emergencies. This project is a true engineering feat. One of the world's largest tunneling machines, TBN G1, was used in its construction. The machine's shield measures 16 meters, about 52 feet in diameter, 145 meters, 475 feet in length. Weighing 4,500 tons, it was specially designed to navigate complex geological formations. The tunnel on the Sixth Ring Road doesn't just alleviate traffic issues, it also frees up significant surface space for parks, green areas, and other urban facilities, which is especially important for improving the quality of life in the area. The new highway is expected to redistribute traffic flow and enhance Beijing's connectivity with neighboring regions, such as Hebei province. Well, surely this must be the deepest structure beneath Beijing, with nothing underneath it. Not quite. There's something even deeper. In fact, much deeper. So much deeper that no one knows its exact depth or scale. But it is certainly real. This is the Joint Operations Command Center, JOCC, the People's Liberation Army, PLA, of China. This complex is considered one of China's most classified and secure military facilities, and its exact location and depth remain a military secret. However, some information is still available. We're here to share it. The purpose of the JOCC is clear. It is the central headquarters managing all of China's military operations. Established in 2016 as part of a major military reform by Xi Jinping, it serves as the PLA's primary arm, directing Chinese forces both domestically and internationally. The JOCC is the top command center in which the president and their top military team oversee Chinese armed forces combat operations. What is known about its structure and location? According to some reports, the center lies deep underground in karst caves in the Western Hills National Forest Park, approximately 20 kilometers, 12 miles from the city center. What makes these caves unique is that they lie beneath a granite and limestone layer over 1,000 meters, 3,300 feet. The caves extend kilometers deep, so one can only imagine the depth at which the center is located. This depth and protection make the complex highly resilient to nuclear strikes and any other extreme impacts imaginable. It is said that the underground cave network is large enough to accommodate an entire city. The center is equipped with the latest military technology. At least there's no reason to doubt this. In 2017, state broadcaster CCTV aired footage showing part of the interior, including a two-story main hall with a massive video screen spanning dozens of feet wide. The room also featured a podium, a wall covered with world maps, and a designated rest area for the Supreme Commander, that is, the President of China. On either side of the commander's seat were 2 rows of seats for other members of the Central Military Commission and high-ranking PLA officers, with various command workstations behind them. This is where all PLA actions, including operations by the Navy, Air Force, and Strategic Missile Forces, would be coordinated in the event of a military conflict. The center's technological setup includes powerful communication systems, allowing instant contact with military bases and even Chinese forces stationed abroad. Beneath its depth and physical security, the complex is equipped with life support systems that allow it to operate autonomously for extended periods. In the event of a nuclear threat or other disaster, the entire command team can function from this center without needing to surface. The center also has air and water filtration systems, enabling occupants to remain inside without external supplies for several months. Currently, the JOCC symbolizes China's ambition for defense and security, demonstrating how far the country is advancing military technology and commanding in the 21st century.
Next in line, bloodlines in Chicago, Rain versus Blade, but
City, capital of the Midwest, home to about 2.7 million people, it's the 3rd largest city in the United States. Millions of tourists come here every year to see skyscrapers and attend buzzing festivals. It has the 2nd largest and oldest subway system in the country, with some of the busiest railroad hubs. But what do we know about underground Chicago? There's a maze of tunnels, hidden passageways, and even secret rooms that once served as hideyouts beneath its streets. And today we're going to delve into these mysterious underground layers and unravel what lies beneath Chicago. Be sure to like this video and subscribe to our channel to see lots of exciting content. We are on the famous Lake Street, one of the main arterial roads of early Chicago. The city's first church, the first hotel, and the city tavern were built there. It was here on the corner of Market Street that one of the most significant events of the United States took place in 1860, when 10,000 people gathered in Wigwam Hall to nominate Abraham Lincoln for the presidency. But history is not only all around us, it's right under our feet. Wait, right under Lake Street. That's right, let's take a look. Like most of Chicago's busy roads, Lake Street has a composite pavement. It's like a layered cake. On top there's 5 to 7 centimeters, 1.5 to 2.7 inches of asphalt. Among other things, it serves as a protective coating for the underlaying layer. It absorbs most of the impact from vehicles and weather conditions. Underneath is a 15 to 20 centimeter, 6 to 7.8 inches thick concrete base that ensures the strength and stability of the entire structure. Let's dip down just below the pavement to a depth of up to 30 centimeters, 12 inches. This is where the ground should start, but no, we see some old boards that look like arcade flooring fragments. Where do they come from? Straight from the 19th century. Long before Chicago existed, the whole area was carved with trails. Trails helped indigenous people and the first settlers evade swamps and flooded lands. Then Chicago was founded, its population grew, the city evolved, and the trails were used by countless farmers bringing their goods to the city. Naturally, during the rainy season, the old trails became muddy pits. How did the people here cope with this? They built wooden alleys by putting wooden decks on top of the ground. In the 7 years from 1848 to 1855, almost $150,000 was spent. Today, that amount would equal to almost $5,500,000. At first, the idea seemed groundbreaking compared to dirt roads, which were falling apart quickly. The broad walk seemed like a real relief. But then the problem began. The permanent humidity caused the wood to warp and rot. To prolong the life of the road, drainage ditches were dug on the edges to drain the water and reduce the accumulation of dirt. But even with these measures, the wooden roads lasted only a couple of years. Soon, most of them became so inconvenient and dangerous that the authorities decided to build new roads right on top of them. Well, it's time for us to see what's further down there. Gas lines are typically buried between 30 and 61 centimeters, 12 to 24 inches deep. Telephone and internet cables are a little deeper, between 65 and 90 centimeters, 25 and 35 inches. These lines provide telephone and internet service to residential homes and offices. Though you won't see them as you stroll the streets of Chicago, you can rest assured that the damage to even one of these lines may entail far-reaching implications. If we look deeper at 90 to 122 centimeters, 36 to 48 inches, we will see major high-voltage power lines that feed city blocks. Deepest of all, 1.6 to 1.8 meters, 4 to 6 feet underground, are water mains. This depth protects them from freezing in winter. However, utilities aren't the only thing we find here. A few centimeters below, about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, beneath the ground, we can see a true engineering wonder. We're under Lake Street at the foundation of the building. At first glance, it looks like a typical foundation, nothing special. But it's the real wonder, because it was finished after the building had been built. Hard to believe, and yet it's true. Imagine, it's the middle of the 19th century. At the time, the Chicago area was just above the level of neighboring Lake Michigan. There were virtually no drainage systems. The city streets literally stood in water. The problem was so acute that foundation reinforcement alone wouldn't have worked. So what did the Chicago engineers decide to do? They decided to lift entire buildings. Then they built new foundations underneath them. So in 1858, Chicago became the first city in the world where a brick 4-story building was raised by as much as 1.8 meters, 6 feet. It wasn't done with cranes or any other advanced technology, but with 200 jacks. And if you think that this is a unique case, you're wrong. In Chicago, the same technique was used to lift an entire residential block. This happened 2 years later, in 1860, and it took a bit more jacks, namely 6,000. But the most amazing fact is that life in the block never stopped for a moment during the entire process. Just imagine, buyers continue to shop, mailmen deliver the morning paper, while the entire block is being slowly lifted off the ground and practically hanging in the air. After discovering such an extraordinary event, it's time to reveal another, no less interesting mystery of underground Chicago. Let's continue our journey downward. Are we in some sort of basement? No, it's an underground bar beneath the earth at a depth of around 2.5 meters, 8 feet. In the 1920s, Chicago was saturated with a web of such places, with a particularly large number of them in the city's downtown area. These were Chicago's speakeasies, places where alcohol was sold and was slung, and all conversations were held in an ambience of hiding and secrecy. Why? The 1920s in America were the days of prohibition. The sale of alcohol was strictly forbidden, but bars only fueled interest, so there were places where people could buy alcoholic beverages illegally, and each such hideout had its unique, inexpressible vibe. Let's take a look at the Green Door Tavern on Orleans Street. This is one of the oldest buildings in Chicago, built in 1872 after the fire. The Green Door was originally a humble grocery store, but during Prohibition, its owners didn't want to miss their chance and turned it into an underground bar. Note the name of the store. It's not just a random name. During Prohibition, the door of the establishment was painted green. It was a sign that it was a speakeasy. Want to see more? How about the Gold Star Bar on W Division Street, which has been around since the 1920s? This place is still rumoured to have ghosts, with many visitors claiming to have encountered unexplained phenomena in this old basement. Another famous speakeasy is Simon's Tavern in Chicago's Swedish neighborhood of Anderson. Once you descend into this underground bar, you'll find yourself aboard the fancy liner Normandy. And remember, more than a century ago, a cruise on this ship was not accessible for most people. So the real hard workers, the blue-collar workers who gathered here after work, could feel themselves in a real boom. But let's face it, there was always danger lurking around every carefree party. Police raids could happen at any moment. So what helped? Secret tunnels. Some Chicago speakeasies were part of a complex system of tunnels that helped escape the police. We'll talk about these tunnels later. And now, ready for the next stop of our underground journey? Then let's go to a depth of 3.5 meters, 11.5 feet. Welcome to the Chicago Pedway, a system of underground passages and tunnels located literally beneath the feet of Chicagoans. It was created in 1951 and addressed a crucial issue, protecting people from the unbearable Chicago weather. Yes, Chicago weather can be harsh, and while a blizzard blows or heavy rain pours down the surface, you're walking through dry, warm hallways connecting subway stations, offices and stores. Not bad rain. It all started with a couple of tunnels between the stations of the red blue lines. These were simply connecting hallways built for convenience. Over the years, however, the network has grown to encompass more than 40 blocks and 60 buildings, and its total length is now just over 8 kilometers, 5 miles. But Pedway doesn't have identical tunnels, as you might have imagined. Each section of the system is held by different owners. As a result, the design, lighting, and even temperature can change significantly as you walk through the tunnels. It's as if you were moving between different worlds. For example, the sections connecting the subway stations might look quite plain. However, in the hallway beneath faces, you will find stunning Victorian-style stained glass windows created in collaboration with the Stained Glass Museum. This is not just an underground passage, but simply an art gallery. And that's not all. Pedway is a real city under the city. Here, you can visit cafes, stroll through the stores, and go to the cinema, or even check out the 50-cent schools. As you wander through this maze, you can take a peek at the Chicago Cultural Center with its iconic Tiffany Garden, the largest in the world, or take the golden elevator to one of the art galleries. The Pedway itself can be considered the city's cultural heritage. Artists and designers exhibit their work here, hold pop-up performances, exhibitions and installations. Graffiti thrives on the walls, while dead ends and little used tunnel bridges turn into unique exhibition spaces. But not everything in the garden is rosy. With all the advantages of Pedway, its main problem remains extreme complexity and lack of proper navigation. Do you want to spend hours looking for a way out? Then this is the place for you. The Pedway is notorious for being easy to get lost in, with over 200 entrances and exits, outdated signs, and no unified map navigation is a real challenge, even for locals, let alone tourists. The problem was best summarized by the Chicago Tribune. Bring some magic to Chicago's Pedway, or at least some maps. And while the mayor's office deals with navigation in the Pedway hallways, we're moving on. Soon we'll be in pitch black darkness. Where are we? Wires on the ground, some letters. Is it a subway? No, it's a special network of freight tunnels, 12 meters, 40 feet at the university. Back in the middle of the last century, these tunnels stretched 95 kilometers, 60 miles out of the city, and were a critical part of Chicago's infrastructure. And it all started in 1899 when the Illinois Telephone and Telegraph Company received the city to dig tunnels for telephone cables. But at the time, no one imagined the tunnel's purpose would soon change radically. Just a few years later, in 1903, Illinois Telephone got permission to use the tunnels for freight transportation. And so the telephone company decided to retrofit the underground tunnels by adding railroad tracks to the transportation cables and mail. That's when a real construction fever began under Chicago. Construction work was running around the clock at an average about 3.2 kilometers. Tunnels were built per year. A typical tunnel was over 70 meters, 70 miles, and one point down, 6.1 with thick concrete walls. Larger sections was
La compra también.
40.
Ako ito ako na auto ba?
Small freight cars, originally one. The same cars were also ingenious.
Init kayo na nagawa. Kalo.
Inside the tunnel.
Lupa ng kahoy.
They are moving
Unya, wala kami kalo.
Ipo kung Denmark yan.
Ah,
in their big birds. The tunnels were used to directly the races, so they could avoid additional traffic congestion. Cargo was taken from the tunnels or to the base.
uma lang ko mo sa inyo ulo si.
Yes. There were a lot of funny stories about these shafts. The thing is that the construction workers laid the tunnel with little or no consideration for security.
Mami sa ibang
They simply did whatever they thought.
Asan ka?
So that eventually underground passages could come to the surface in practically every second house. Residents joked with them. Any day now, you might get a knock on your basement door with the news. Now you have freight service. Quite surprising. However, the tunnel gradually subsided. Underground freight cars actually lost their competition for delivering goods to conventional trucks. The latter simply could carry more goods at a time, and the whole underground system began to lose its relevance. In 1959, freight transportation in the tunnels was permanently discontinued. The cars were scrapped, the tunnels themselves began to be gradually forgotten. But in 1992, the tunnels under the city of Chicago came back into the spotlight. During construction work near the river, workers accidentally broke through one of the tunnels. Millions of gallons of water rushed into the underground network. The result, hundreds of flooded buildings, damaged city infrastructure. The total damage amounted to $2 billion. Yes, the forgotten tunnel network continues to remind people of itself, sometimes in a very dramatic way. And it's not just the floods. Long before there, tunnels were already a favorite hideout for Chicago mountain bikes. Let's go back to the late 1920s, the Prohibition era. At the time, Chicago was a real criminal hub. The gang of one of the most notorious criminals of the 20th century, Al Capone, was ruled.
Asan ka?
Together with his henchmen, he used a network of tunnels under the city for his criminal operations, smuggling of alcohol and rates. Tunnels helped members of the mafia not only suddenly appear in the right places, but also instantly escape from the police by hiding under the city. This was highly convenient. It is believed that at the time, the tunnels were city buildings, including municipal institutions, courthouses, or even assembly. In 1998, a Chicago electrician accidentally drilled through a wall in a basement of a steakhouse and discovered a hidden room just above the bar. It was later discovered that the room had a secret exit to an underground tunnel system. But who would need this trick escape route? This story took place in Harry Caray's Italian steakhouse. The house was once a haven for the man. In the 20s, one of Al Capone's gang members, Frank Nitti, lived in the same building. He settled in an apartment on the 4th floor with his wife, his family owned the building. A great hideout, you agree. The windows overlooked the city courthouse, keeping Nitti abreast of all the current events. And this is not a unique case. In some restaurants and buildings, you can still spot secret doors leading to underground lanes. Today, however, most of these tunnels are closed. It's against the law to enter them. Only workers, city service representatives can go there. So if you want to fully explore Chicago's underground, keep in mind that only official or construction workers are allowed to access its underbases. Wait, what's that loud rumbling sound below us? Let's dive a little deeper. We are in the subway at Clark Lake Station, about 20 meters under the ground, deep Lake Street, where we started our journey. In front of you is a unique three-level station, one of the biggest transport hubs in the city. It connects the service level simultaneously with the Union Elevated Railroad and the underground Milwaukee Theater. Welcome to Chicago. At the turn of the 20th century, Chicago's public transportation system started to develop a breakneck speed. In 1892, the first elevated railroad service Chicago Airport. However, until the 1940s, all metro lines either ran at street level or were
Ano
open.
sila ni Nasha kwento sa pan
That's right. Subways we know it now.
Sa inas
simply
ubos
didn't
na.
exist at the time. Things changed in 19.
Okay. Ay na ko imo do.
Which is now part of the Red Line program. The underground section finally made it possible for residents of the south and west side districts to get downtown faster. And Chicago didn't stop there. In 1951, the Dearborn Street subway balloon was completed, running under the river parallel to Strength Street. The aforementioned freight tunnels were used for construction. It made the process much easier and allowed it to save on materials. Over time, the Chicago L became one of the most sophisticated subway systems. However, it also had
I don't know.
stories. In 2002, Joseph Clark,
Saan na to? Wala di sa kina nila. Dili naman ko sa sulod wala kong gawas.
The abandoned underground, the hideout where he stored deadly chemicals. So inside, that's inside. Knopfler would force open doors and change locks so he could have free access to the tunnels. He involved teenagers in his work to help get access to more and more subway routes, telling them that what he was doing was urban research. In the end, Knopfler was arrested and the hidden substances were seized before he could implement his plan. No one ever found out what exactly the plan was. And when asked by the judge why he'd gone on his back, Knopfler
Yeah.
no real good.
Tanaw na ka sa
Yes, the underground
Wala
tunnels
pa.
of Chicago are full of stories and legends. But if you think you've already made it to the lowest level, think again. We're going even deeper. At a depth of about 25 meters, 75 feet, the underground section of the multi-level highway runs underneath Chicago. We're on Lower Wacker Drive, the lowest level of Chicago's traffic artery. This underground tunnel was completed in 1926 and instantly became one of the city's major roadways. Initially, Lower Wacker was designed to relieve the street on the surface. All delivery services, garbage disposal, and other utility needs of the city were diverted here. Soon the public became aware of it, began using it as a free parking area for cars and bicycles. Then homeless people settled on the dead ends of the offshoots of Lower Wacker. And then came the races. They hold their races at night away from bright lights. Though they may not be seen, they're perfectly heard. Races gather crowds of spectators, and the screeching of tires can be heard up to the top floors of city buildings. One video posted on social media shows cars whizzing around a ring of fire, completely stopping traffic in the entire Lower Wacker. Well, maybe they just want to replicate someone else's famous stunts. After all, the dark, winding tunnels of Lower Wacker Drive have repeatedly become the set for Hollywood movies. Here, Batman rushes on his legendary tumbler in the Dark Knight, chasing the Joker. And it's here where brothers Jake and Elwood swiftly escape from the police chase in the Blues Brothers. Yes, speeding down Lower Wacker is one hell of an adventure. But it's time to move on. We've almost reached our last stop. We go deeper and deeper until we're at the depth of around 90 meters, 295 feet. This underground infrastructure is something many people don't even know about. It's a system known as the Tunnel Reservoir, TARP, or simply tunnels. What tunnels again? Yes, but without them, Chicago wouldn't still live in the city. Billions of gallons of rainwater sewage are collected here until they are treated and discharged. Remember the flooding problem Chicago's experienced since its founding? They started back in the 19th century and quickly became simply disastrous. Sewage was flowing directly into Lake Michigan, where the city's drinking water came from, and the flooding of the city led to disease epidemics. As a result, the city authorities implemented an idea unique in its scale. They turned the flow of Chicago River in the opposite direction, sending it toward the Mississippi River. But not even that helped. By the middle of the 20th century, it became clear that the problem had to be solved radically. So the idea of TARP was born, a colossal underground complex that would prevent flooding and protect the city from pollution. Gradually, starting in 1975, 4 huge tunnel systems were constructed. The tunnels themselves could reach a diameter of 10 meters, 33 feet. Construction took several decades, and by 2006, the tunnels could hold almost 9 billion liters, 1.97 billion gallons of water. And the system has not only helped prevent heat floods, it's also greatly improved the environment. Thanks to TARP, rivers and lakes near Chicago have become cleaner, and dozens of fish and amphibian species returned to them.
That's a poor lady rolling.
Yet, by 2029, Chicago Mayor's office plans to build additional reservoirs that will allow the system to hold up to 64 billion liters, 17 billion gallons of water. This will make it one of the most efficient wastewater control systems in the world.
Yes, inside the Chicago Rivers Road Gentry there, WCBW.
If you told a Chicagoan 100 years ago that a tour of the Chicago River would one day top every visitor's list, he would have been laughed out of town. But what was once
Murag traffic na to dati sa Burger King rin na post diri do nga murag na ikuan na sunog.
Soaring skyscrapers.
Yeah.
With tour boats.
Traffic ko no rito. Murag na picture nga nasunog nga sakyanan.
Chicago River is more popular than ever with a bus
Okay na.
river walk, new architectural
Okay, bye.
changes, and even whole neighborhoods rising along the river's edge. I've had a pretty good view of it all. I'm Jeffrey Bear, and I've been giving boat tours since 1988 as a docent in the Chicago Architecture Foundation. The most iconic downtown views are from a boat in the river, but there are many more miles to this story, stretching south into the gritty sanitary ship canal. That's a low bridge coming up there. What do you have to think?
I'd drop the well house down.
And winding north through the Chicago Botanic Garden, Skokie Lagoons, and there's more to the river than scenery.
Railroad tracks that went down in the river here, and that's how we pull the boats out.
This story is loaded with river lore. It's been re-engineered on a massive scale. It's had tragedies and given us one-of-a-kind characters. Today, people live, work, and play along the river. And yes, even swim.
Get set for a journey on the river that gave birth to one of America's great cities, Chicago.
It's the Chicago River Tour.
Major funding for the Chicago River Tour is provided by BMO Harris Bank. Additional support is provided by Judy and John McCarter, the Susan and Stephen Baird Foundation, AARP Chicago, ITW, People's Gas, a proud funder of arts and culture in Chicago, and by the following.
The story of the Chicago River is really the story of Chicago. And to truly learn that story, channel your inner tourist. For the first part of our voyage, we board Chicago's first lake, the flagship of a fleet of modern tour boats inspired by 1920s wooden cruising yachts like former presidential vessel Sequoia. We shove off from a dock just east of Michigan Avenue Bridge. This is a good place to start our tour. Hi, everyone. Because it's arguably the place where Chicago began. Right over there in the shadow of Tribune Tower is the place where Chicago's first permanent resident, Jean-Baptiste Sable, built his frontier home not long after the American Revolution. For many decades, his importance in Chicago history was really underappreciated because he was black. We know that DuSable was a successful trader and farmer in frontier Chicago, but his roots have been hotly debated. Was he from Haiti? Or was he from Southern Illinois? Was he the son of slaves? Mixed race? Sources disagree. We might not know much about DuSable, but it's obvious why he settled here. Location, location, location. Back in the 18th century, this spot was just a few steps from the lakefront. Today, Lake Michigan is a good half-mile to the east. But all that land was added to the lakefront over the course of a century as the city grew. So it wasn't just the lakefront location that made this place special and historic. It was also a little weed-choked stream that meandered around a sandbar before trickling into Lake Michigan. The Native Americans called it Chicagoweed, which was their word for the smelly wild onions that perfumed the shores around here. It's a good thing the city was named before we built stockyards. Oh, buddy, I never heard that before. Before long, the U.S. government built Fort Dearborn right across the river from Gustavo's home. The hilltop garrison recreated here for the 1933 World's Fair was our young country's westernmost outpost. If those early settlers and soldiers could see this site today, they wouldn't believe their eyes. A 21st century trading post stands on the very site of Gustavo's home. The Apple Store, completed in 2017, is Chicago's first building by acclaimed British architect Lord Norman Foster. Foster's design also includes a sweeping grand stairway that opens up North Michigan Avenue to the riverfront. The roof, perhaps not coincidentally, is shaped like an iPad. Michigan Avenue Bridge, completed in 1920, opened up North Michigan Avenue to become our magnificent mile. Bronze markers near the bridge show where Fort Dearborn stood, although there is this rush hour. The bridge was officially named for Gustavo in 2010. Not long after it was completed, 4 great gateway buildings framed the bridge. The earliest of the 4 is the Wrigley Building, completed in 1921 by architects Graham Anderson Post and White. Chewing gum magnate William Wrigley was a master of brand promotion. So he had the building clad in shiny white glazed terracotta to make it stand out in an otherwise industrial area north of the river. The building was designed in an era when classically inspired architecture was all the rage in the U.S. It was called the City Beautiful movement. The clock tower was loosely modeled on the 15th century Cathedral of Seville's Giralda Tower in Spain. But the Wrigley Building is also famous for what's in its basement.
Cheeseburger, 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 no fries, cheese from Mexico. Vamos, cheeseburger. Thanks.
The Billy Goat Restaurant, beloved as a hangout for reporters from Tribune Tower across the street and the old Sun-Times building next door.
What meant to a young city newspaper reporter?
Columnists like Mike Royko made it famous.
I want a cheeseburger. It's too early for a cheeseburger. Too early for a cheeseburger? Look. Cheeseburger, cheeseburger.
This skit from Saturday Night Live immortalized it and made its owner, Sam Sionis, a Chicago legend. Built right across the river from Wrigley Building on Wagner Drive is another neoclassical edifice, the former Abundant Guarantee Building, 1923, by architect Alfred Alschuler. It's festooned with historic ornament from the triumphal arch at the base to the classical temple on the roof. This former office building has been completely repurposed as a fancy boutique hotel called the London House. Rooftop bar offers an irresistible view. The hotel is named for the legendary jazz club that once occupied the ground floor. I saw piano legend Oscar Peterson perform there with my high school prom date. The third building framing the bridge is Chicago's iconic Tribune Tower, completed in 1925. The design by architects Hood and Howell of New York was the winning entry in one of the most famous architectural design competitions in American history. In 1922, the Tribune's bombastic publisher, Colonel Robert McCormick, offers $100,000 in prize money to design nothing less than the most beautiful office building in the world. Entrance form.
This morning, and past 311, entering, executive, letting, 0. Executive, Okay. You don't mind beer with Oh, last night?
Ikaw man, kwando. Hindi mo po, kwan. Ina na siya, kwan. Okay. Dili. Protein drink. Ipin na kayo. Pwede na. Ako na lang mo, ako na ikuan ang lasta, ang inang kwan, bitan out.
Naman,
Ay, ina ko,
ako na nabot mo.
Kurang dia. Ninang nakaalis. Ako na rin.
Ini tengah, nabuk ko.
Ano na dahil sa gila.
Ano ito tingin lang?
Ah. Nagka? Busy ka rin? Nasa nagkwento, nagkwento mo.
Ba?
Kapoy ko.
Dawit ang pungakang sipa.
Balik sa reno. Dito po may lumalapad. Humihingi ng gabay. Sa aking desisyon tumakbo bilang isang mayor. Maganda nga rin mo. Nakikita ko sa isip at puso mo ang buwan nito tumulong sa mga mahirap.
Ano yun? Ha?
Pero man open mo mismo.
Bigla nang maka-open ka naman bilang
Pero inaplikasyon sa mga
ay kung sa kanila yung bilang kay Salo, di ba?
hindi na namin na-revive mga anak niya. Gusto ko makita sa tangkol. Gusto ko malaman na nalita. Hindi ako tutungan nga dito. Walang gawin. Kung hindi ako nakasigurado na ligtas ang anak namin. Oh, that's how it's done. One big explosion and it's over. Good job, Kuya. Sige ko, wag muna tayo magsaya. Sarmado ngayon. As of now, tumabog yung stage. Yun lang. Hanggat hindi natin nakukumpirmang patay na nga si Tanggol. Hindi pa ito tapos.
Eh, paano kung buhay? Paano kung buhay? Tayo ang patay. Patay tayo, sigurado.
Dapat hindi tayo maituro. Nasa likod ng pangyayari ito. Alam ko ang gagawin ko pa. Pinaghanda ko itong gantong klase senaryo.
Sino? Pwede. Tapos sutin sa Lina.
Yeah. Ay, sinasabi.
Mayoran, papasikaso na namin ang pangkainin niyo.
Hindi dapat nangyari ito. Itang batong bakterya nito pero alam ko natama. Wala na si Inigo. Wala na ang anak ko. Wala na ang anak ko. Pinatay ako sa anak ko. Pero masawa ko kahit sa kanila ngayon naman si Inigo.
Ngayon nakalimutan din. Diba?
Wala
Dapat
na
yung
sila
mga
tinitira.
Nagpwede naman pubuto.
Mag-isa. Mag-isa lang. Mag-isa lang.
Yung kasod sa kami.
Iya.
Lagi sa nandito pa rin ako. Pamilya tayo. Kaya naman, paghihiganti natin, pagbabayaran ng mga girero ang ginawa nila. Hindi mo.
Kinagalan na nakakita po. Baka mapahama ka. Hindi ko nakakayanin yun. Rapon. Nakikiusap ako sa'yo. Pamayaan mo na lang ako ng masikaso sa anak natin. Huwag ka magkailangan. Tatawagan kita hanggang babalitaan kita.
May masamang mangyari. Tawagan mo agad ako.
Ako na. Ano naman lagay niya? Kamusta siya? Minor head injury lang daw sabi ng doktor.
Abot ka?
Fit naman daw siya. Kanina, tinuna siya ng x-ray at tinuna siya ng dugo para masabi kung may iba pang komplikasyon. Oh, ano nangyari?
Ay, dagan kayo na.
Dagdagan kaya kayo.
Lagi na ako naman kung ganito.
Dagan kaya.
Mag-ingat kami. Doble. Triple. Tapos yung mag-usap ko mga kirayo. Nakalipot sila sa amin. Ito lang ang pagsinasabi ko eh. Nakuha na nila patayin si David. Hindi sila titigyan ang ganitinin na namamatay si Tangkol.
sabog niya. Sarili niya kapatid. Sarili mo po dyan. Problema, nakagaya ka. Kahit sa ito ngayon naman, nalakulit ang ko. Oh, ba't ito yung sinisisi mo? Mag-iiganti ka para kay David, di ba? Ikaw, ang gusto pumatay kita, Gol. Pero, tama na yan! Tama! Walang kasalanan sa Kuya Gol. Hindi na pwede sa Kuya David. Ayoko na. Para sa ako mo. Ito mo! Tama ako! Ano? Saan ka pupunta sa Tino? Ah. Sige, talaga daw. Tama na! Tama na! Tama na! Okay na. Ano ba ang inaano? Ano ba? Bakit kaya ang kapatid ko? Gusto ang tabas ng dila mo sa dilo. Nagkakasungay ka na. Tinanggap kita bilang anak. Pero ngayon, ako na susugin mo. Tinuring kita nga. Pero yung bukay-buti mo lang kung parang patay ko sa iyo, kapatid. Saan tayo? Trabaho ito. Napag-utusan lang. At para patunayan ko sa iyo, na pera-pera lang ito. Tatawagan ko si Mayor. Lucio. Ngayon pa lang, congratulate ko na kayo. Wala nang hatlan sa pag-aari ng mga Guerrero. Patay na ang mga kalaban. Yan ang gusto kong marinig. Mayor, pwede mo na bang makuha yung pag-usapan natin? Baka naman. Sige. Ang patila ko sa iyong address. Hindi ko sa iyo kung ano yung pinangako ko. Sandali. Pero kung nabanggit na nasa mo ang bagong plano ng bomba, pwede bang isama ko siya? Gusto ko yung makilala. Noon! Sige, pupunta kami. Bilis kayo. At pupunta tayo sa mansyon at pauulanan tayo ng pera ni Mayo. Bong, daliin na natin to. Wala itong silbi sa atin. Kailangan na natin. Hindi nga naman madali ang matayan ng dalawang kapatid na magkasunod. Sige na. Bitbitin nyo na si Santino at iharap na siya kay Mayo. Ipakilala natin ang taong pumatay sa kanyang mortal na kalaban. Ang sabi ng doktor, pwede ka daw umuwi. Bumaba yung presyon mo. Ayoko ba? Bakit pa ako hindi ka tuwin? Inaasikaso na ng mga kawan mo sa Diego. Ayaw ka na.
Kay, abi na kuha na ka. Absent ka, kuha na ka. Pinanay mo.
1
Ako na ba pwede ka sana?
Patulog.
Kuna. Kuna ulit na.
Wala na.
kaya guman mo kaya. Hindi niya naisipan na kapatay. Huwag kang magkalala. Igaganti natin ang pagkamatay ni Nico. Papatay ko ng demonyo yan!
Tumingin niyo. Anak ko ang gusto niyong patayin. Maawa naman kayo sa kanya. Maawa. Dapat ba akong maawa sa isang tao na walang awang nagplano nito? Dapat ba akong maawa sa taong pumatay?
Hindi ko alam, Penny. Hindi ko alam, Marites. Hindi ko talaga alam. Dapat pinagkabaan ng mga anak ko. Pinapalisahan kaya ako. Wala na pag-asa, Penny. Hindi ka pa umayaan ng Diyos. Hindi ka pa bayaan po na sarili mo. Hindi. Mag-iwan ka muna dito. Tapos, iwanan ka muna natin, ha? Oo.
Wala akong sinasabi sa inyo. Ang mali ay mali. Pero magsabi ka sa akin ng totoo, ha? May kinalaman ka ba sa pagpatay kay Roberto? Dahil gusto niyang gumanti sa iyo. Pwede magsabi ka. Sabihin mo sa akin, may kinalaman ka ba? Hindi natin mabuting mahirap si Ruel. Sana nagawan ko ng pabor ang mga taga-Maynila kung tuluyan siyang namatay. Ihaw ko, mas magaling ako. Mas matalino ako. Mas karapat-dapat akong maupo. Presidente ng Maynila. Pinangako niya sa akin, ma. Pinangako niya na magiging mayor ako, pero hindi niya tinupad. Kahit ang kapalit mo na buhay kadunggo mo. Oo. Ano? Lumawak. Yan din ang ginawa mo. Nung naging desperada ka, yan din ang ginawa mo. Gumawa ka ng isang bagay na hindi tama. Yung maling, mali. Makasayo lang ang gusto mo. Hindi ako magmamalili. Para saan pa? Isa lang naliligaw ng tuka natin. Hindi. Hindi. Kasi si Tangkol, andun sa kwarto. Pero huwag ka naman talaga, okay naman siya. Andun din si Martes, kasama niya. Sila dalawa. Anong nangyari? Yung ano daw sa sumabog. Ito nga bang sinasabi ko. Kahit
tinututulan kong pumasok sa politika sa tanggol. Dahil hindi titigil ang mga gilero hanggang hindi nila tayo napapatay. Di ba matagal ko na sinabi sa'yo, pigilan mong pumasok sa politika si Tanggol? Nung huwag nakakalabanin ng mga gilero, pinalaan kita, hindi ka nakinig. Wala na akong magawa. Nagdesisyon na si Tanggol. Kung nanay ka, hindi mo sana pinapasok ng politika si Tanggol. Sana pinotektahan mo siya. Ano ngayon? Ayan! Nakaratay ang apo ko. Sana hindi ka namatayan ng anak. Ba't ako sinisisi mo? Ba't mo ako sinisisi sa mga nangyari? Hindi ko rin naman gusto to. Hindi ko ginusto ang hanggang to. Dahil pinipili niyong kalabanin ng mga girero. Masamang tao sila, mga demonyo. Walang mabuting ibibigay o itutulot sa buhay mo at sa buhay ng mga mahal mo. Ito ang sinasabi ko, ito ang tinatatakot kong mangyari. Dahil hindi mo pinigil ng mga anak mo na kalaban ng mga pilero. Ano ba sinasabi mo? Ano ba kinatatakot? Bakit kaya ka magsalita? May alam ka ba sa mga gilero? Ano mo ba ang mga gilero ko? Ano? Alam mo ba kung bakit tinatawag mo sa akin? Hindi nanay. Hindi mama. Pangalan mo na. Teka, ano naman ang kinalaman mo sa modele ko? Malaki, Tess. Malaki ang kinalang ng mga ginero. Ano na para malaman mo ang buong katotohanan? Nagtrabaho ako noon sa City Hall. Si Gustavo ng mayor noon. Nakita niya ako. Nagkagusto siya sa akin. Isang araw, pinagsamantalahan niya ako. Binaboy. Bakit hindi ka nagsalita? Bakit hindi ka humingi ng tulong at sumbong? Wala akong magagawa mo. Sa kapangyarihan si Gustavo. Kung wala mo yung kakasal na ako. Pag nagsabi ako ng katotohanan, baka mawala yung pinangangalit ko. Pero yun ang pinakamalaki kong pagkakamali. Kasi, kung araw ng kasal ko, tinukot ako ni Gustav. Ginulong niya ako. Araw na pinagsamantalahan. Hanggang nagpunang kademonyo ang Gustavo. At ikaw, Tess, kami ni Gustavo. Ibig mo sabihin, si Gustavo Guerrero, hindi ko pa Tinahan ako mamatay ng nanay ko. Bakit di mo na sa akin sinasabi to? Bakit tinago mo sa akin ang katotohanan ko na una? Masasaktan ko. Patuwarin mo ko. Patuwarin mo ako. Ginawa ko lang yun para protektahan ka. Protektahan? Protektahan saan?
Ano ang kamukha?
Wala Guerrero.
Nagkuha ko ng live ko.
Wala ko ni Gustavo. Magkakaanak ako sa kanya. Bigay niya lahat ng yama niya sa akin. Nalaman ito ng asawa niya. Nagkapadalihin. Yes, mabuti na lamang at nagawa kong tumakas at magtago. Dahil iniinan ko sa'yo. Ako kung tatangkaging nanay. Hindi yung itanawag mo sa akin. Kasi ayoko na nabalala ang koneksyon nating dalawa. Ay wala na ngayong buhay mo sa pangalan. Pero hindi sapat na dahilan yun! Hindi sapat na dahilan na pakita ko sa akin ang katotohanan. Paano buhayin mo ako sa kasinungalingan? Buhayin mo ako, Tess. Yun lang ang naisip kong panaan. Patawarin mo ako. Tapos, hinayaan mo ako. Hinayaan mo akong pagdaanin ang lahat ng hirap na dinanas ko. Dahil lang sa kasinungalingan mo. Tess, yan pa rin ang buhay na pipiliin ko para sa'yo. Kaysa lumaki ka sa piling ng mga hindi mo desisyon yun. Tama na naman naisip na ako. Hindi mo
desisyon yun. Desisyon ko yun. Kasi buhay ko to. Hindi ka dapat naglihim sa akin. Pinili ko ang buhay na ito para mabuhay tayo. Hindi! Pinili mo ang buhay namin para proteksyon na ng sarili mo. Para itago mo sa akin ang katotohanan. Alam mo kung bakit? Dahil sarili mo lang iniisip mo!
Matigil, sandali.
Hindi! 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 Bakit mo nangyari? Hindi! Hindi!
Tuloy. Dagang plot twist. Kadungog bro tanang tangkula to.
Tinaruto ko. Ito po ng tropa. Sa pangalan ni Matildes. Short. Bakit tinawag kayo sa tao? Ito ba kailangan ng nalaman tungkol sa pagkataong mo?
Sa ano si Matilde?
Lagi ko po si Matilde. Ang totoo naman makakaalis ka na dito. Sinungaling! Ano akong pakialam? Tayo. Sila po ba nagkakalap mo? Kaya papatayin ko siya.
Wala akong pakialam kung nananalay kayo sa mga pumakero. Hindi na makaawa ang kasama.
Si Juan. Si ang bayot.
Ang kaisa-isa mo muna. Montenegro.
Yung mga tuwang sino? Turog sino? Ha? Oh. Wala na. Ako din, kanya wala. Siguro saan ako gusto 13.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Launching you do.
Kung matulog siya ka, kung pwede ka matulog siya ng dito, kung tagapin.
estado abuah. Yan ang agyag.
Center Manila, ORTV Patrol!
Magandang gabi, bayan. Simulan natin ang balitaan sa epekto ng bagyong Fishing sa bansa. Nakaranas na ng pagulan at baha ang ilang bahagi ng Hilagang Luzon dahil nga sa pananalasan ng bagyo at ng habagat. Live mula sa Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, nagpapatrol si PJ Kamara. PJ, kamusta na ngayon ang sitwasyon dyan sa inyong lugar? Babalikan natin mamaya si PJ Cabano. Samantala, nakataas na ng wind signal number 1 and 2 sa ilang probinsya sa Hilagang Luzon dahil sa bagyong Krising. Pinag-iingat naman ng pag-asa ang publiko sa malalakas na pagulan mula sa bagyo na patuloy na pinalalakas ng habagat. Live mula sa pag-asa sa Quezon City, nagpapatrol si Francis. Francis, anong sabi dyan? Tutuloy-tuloy ba hanggang weekend itong sama ng panahon na ating nararanasan? Francis?
Kabayan, magiging maulan nga sa weekend dahil dito sa bagyong Krising at pinalakas na habagat at patuloy pang ang titindi pagdating ng linggo. Sa ngayon patuloy ito kumikilos patungong mainland Cagayan at inaasahan nga nating tatama dito sa Santa Ana, Cagayan ngayong Biyernes ng gabi bago ito kumilos papunta naman dito sa direksyon ng Babuyan Islands, kabayan. Sa ngayon ay huling namataan ng Tropical Storm Krising sa layong 135 kilometers sila ng bayan ng Apanisa, Cagayan. Taglay ito ang lakas ng hangin na nasa 75 kilometers per hour at pagbugsong umaabot ng 90 kilometers per hour. Kumikilos naman ito sa direksyong west-northwestward sa bilis na 20 kilometers per hour. Patuloy na pinalalakas ng bagyong Krising ang hanging habagat. Kaya dumami pa ang mga lugar sa bansa na nakararanas ng tuloy-tuloy na buhos ng ulan. Tinaas na rin ang wind signal number 2 sa Batanes, Babuyan Islands, Ilocos Norte, northern part ng Ilocos Sur, Abra, Apayao, Kalinga, Cagayan, Isabela at hilagang bahagi ng Mountain Province at Ifugao. Nakataas naman ang wind signal number 1 sa southern part ng Ilocos Sur, Abra, Mountain Province, Ifugao, Nueva Vizcaya, Quirino, Aurora, Pangasinan at Nueva Ecija. Sa forecast ng Pag-asa, kabayan, posibleng nasa labas na ng Philippine Area of Responsibility ang bagyong Krising Sabado ng hapon. Habang kumikilos papalayo ng bansa ay lalakas pa sa severe tropical storm ang bagyo. Pero ayon sa Pag-asa, pwede pang magbago ang magiging kilos ng bagyo kaya manatiling alerto at handa. Samantala, hindi lang ang malakas na hangin na dala ng bagyo ang kinakailangan tutukan. Dahil ayon sa heavy rainfall outlook ng Pag-asa, aabot ng mahigit 200 mm na ulan ang ibubuhos sa Ilocos Norte, Ilocos Sur, Cagayan, kasama ang Babuyan Islands at Ifugao. Maging alerto lang kapamilya dahil posible ang peligrosong pagbaha sa mga mabababang lugar at landslide o pagguho naman ng lupa sa mga matataas na lugar. Samantala, binuksan na rin ang isang gate ng Binga Dam sa Benguet para magpakawala ng tubig. Kasalukuyan itong naglalabas ng 67 cubic meter per second na dami ng tubig. Bigay na ng babala ang Pag-asa sa dalawang barangay na nasa tabi ng Agno River at direktang pag-aabusan ng tubig mula Binga Dam. Dahil delikado po ang banta ng pagtaas at mabilis na pagragasa ng tubig. Kabayan, ang paalala natin para doon sa ating mga kapamilya na direktang naapektuhan nito ng bagyong Krising at pinalalakas na habagat ay patuloy po na mag-ingat. Kung lalabas man ang bahay ay magdala ng pananggalang sa ulan tulad ng payong o kapote at panatiling nakaantabay sa anunsyo ng inyong lokal na pamahalaan para po sa posibleng evacuation o pagdikas dahil nga dito sa lumalakas na bagyong Krising. Kabayan.
Maraming salamat. Samantala, balikan po natin mula sa Tuguegarao City, Cagayan, si PJ Cabanos. PJ, kamusta na yan?
Kabayan, bakit na ba may mga kalsada hindi na madaanan? May mga umakaw ng ilog sa ilang lugar. At bukod sa Cagayan, dinabantayan din ang Batanes at ibang pang bahagi ng Hilagang Luzon. Ramdam ang masamang panahon dala ng bagyong Krising sa Batanes. Bukod sa ulan, tinambalos ng malakas na hangin ang Basko. Ang mga residente naglagay ng tampako o shutter sa mga bintana. Itinali na rin ang mga bahay para hindi tangay ng hangin. Pabugso-bugso naman ang ulan at hangin sa Calayan, Cagayan. Pero sa Peñablanca, Cagayan, umapaw ang isang ilog sa barangay na Babalayan. Inanog ang isang jeep matapos sumubok na tumawid habang hindi pa tumataas ang tubig sa ilog. May mga nasira ring tulay sa ilang lugar. Tinalikas ang 6 na individual sa Barangay Sentro 2 sa Apari. May ilan namang nakatira malapit sa Pinakanawan River sa Tuguegarao City na ayaw pang lumikas kahit tuloy-tuloy ang ulan doon.
Sa tagal namin dito, sir, 30 years na kami dito. Kapag nakuha lang, Pinakanawan lang yung kwan, malabo na makuha ito. Yung damdam talaga ang kwan. Kapag nagpalabas sila ng 3 perta yun na, talaga pilipat na kami.
Binabantayan ngayon ang Tuguegarao City Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office ang Pinakanawan Bridge na madalas inaabot ng tubig kapag malakas ang ulan. Nanatili namang nasa normal level ang Cagayan River sa Buntun Bridge. Nasa red alert status na ang buong probinsya ng Cagayan para sa posibleng pinsala ng bagyo. Naghanda ng pamahalang panlalawigan ng mahigit 2,000 family food packs habang naka-standby na ang kanilang quick response team.
Sa area ng concern namin, itong municipalities facing the Pacific, mga eastern municipalities natin, pati yung mga coastal municipalities na nasa north.
Yung ating family food packs ay meron ng preposition ng ating SWD at meron na rin po sila naka-standby na 104,000 pa na family food packs sa kanilang stockpile.
Nagpatupad naman ng preemptive evacuation sa buong Cagayan Valley. Nakataas din ang red alert status sa Isabela. Sa ngayon ay nadaraanan pa ang kasalang tulad sa probinsya. Sa Ilocos Norte, ipinagbawal ng kumalaw ang mga mangingisda dahil hindi sa karangasang pag-ulan at malakas na hangin. 37 barangay din
Ang kertuyo po dahil na
sunod ng
wala yung disability ang kaning didikir ko. Abin ako na dahil na titir siya. Sa kuha titir 2 ka tuig. Ya, wag na may bawo o answer na.
Salamat, PJ Cabanos.
Wala rin sa insurance.
Apa yung kandani?
Pinaiimbestigahan ng isang pambabatas ang Manila Bay Dolomite Project na isa sa mga itinuturong dahilan ng pagbaha sa lungsod ng Maynila. Live mula sa Manila Bay Walk Dolomite Beach, nagpakulihan Rafael Posana.
Sakto.
Pangkapangaitan at bakit gusto ng mambabatas na maimbestigahan yung Dolomite Project na yan.
Bernadette, sa ngayon ay ramdam na natin yung malakas na bugso ng hangin dito sa Manila Bay Walk Dolomite Beach. Pero ang magandang balita ay hindi pa naman bumubuhos yung malakas na ulan pero inaasahan nga rin yan. No? Itong Manila Bay Dolomite Project ay sinasabing alinsunod doon sa Supreme Court Mandamos. Pero ang pinupunto nga ni Bicol City Party List Representative Terry Ridon ay nakatulong ba talaga ang proyektong ito? Matatandaan, Bernadette, na nasa halos 400 million pesos ang ginastos. Bagay na sinabi ni Ridon ay sanay na gamit na lang sana para sa iba pang flood mitigating projects. Kirot at pamamaga ng paa ang iniinda ni Marinita. Madalas na itong maramdaman ng tag-ulan, lalo itong mga nadaang araw na makailang beses binaha ang kanyang pwesto.
Malamig talaga. Opo. Saka maano dito, pag unang baha, sobrang itim yung tubig na mabaho. Mga mantika, grasa, gano'n.
Dekada nang nagtitinda si Marinita at iba pang vendor sa kanto ng Calao at Taft Avenue. Ang isa sa kanilang napansin, iba na talaga ang baha ngayon kung ikukumpara noon.
Iba, noon. Nung wala pa yan doon naman, diretso pang tubig. Dito hindi pa masyadong mabaho. Ngayon yung may tulumag na, wala na. Sarap na kayo. Sandali lang ulan dito. Wala na.
Dolomite ka ng puti ko.
Bilang isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit hirap dumaloy ang tubig at baha sa Maynila. Naharangan umano ng proyekto ang 3 drainage outfall, kaya napupunta ang tubig sa isa pang sewerage treatment plant na hindi kaya ang napakalaking volume sa tuwing bubuhos ang malakas na ulan. Ang Manila Bay Dolomite Beach Project ay kabilang sa proseso ng beach nourishment at integrated coastal zone management para ma-rehabilitate ang Manila Bay. Pero pinapa imbestigahan ni Bicol Saro Party List Representative Terry Redon ang proyekto.
Kailangan talagang ginawa ito. Nung pong panahon na yun, pangalawa, yung cost po nito, tapos pangatlo, yung actual impact na po nito sa pagbabaha sa Metro Manila. Sabi yung cost ng flooding, pipigilan niya, bakit naging sangi bigla ng flooding po, ito pong proyekto na ito.
Ayon sa Department of Environment and Natural Resources, ang matinding pagbahang nararanasan ng urban areas gaya ng Metro Manila ay dahil sa malakas na ulang epekto ng climate change. Giit ng ahensya, mahalagang nakabase sa siyensya ang pagsuri sa tunay na sanhi ng matinding pagbaha. Kaya hinihikayat ng DNR ang mga LGU na maging proactive para maibsan ang hirap ng mga kababayan sa panahon ng tag-ulan. Para sa ahensya, mahalagang mas maisaayos ang disenyo ng mga drainage, mapalakas ang solid waste management, maibalik ang mga ecosystem, at masama sa usapan ang publiko. Pero kung senador ang tatanungin, dapat panagutin din ang DNR.
Kasi, una, the Dolomite Project was never in the NEDA master plan. It does not contribute to bettering the water quality in Manila. Basically, it was a cosmetic intervention, nothing else.
Iniyak naman ni Manila Mayor Isko Moreno na ginagawa nila ang lahat para mabawasan ang perwisyo ng baha.
Talagang inuhukay namin lahat ng informal dito sa Maynila to create more space and absorb and carry more water or wastewater. That includes rainwater in the city. Nakikisuyo kami sa aming mga kapwa tao pamahalaan na naitalaga ni Pangulong Marcos na DNR and DPWH, baka pwedeng pagtuunan na natin ng pansin ito.
Pakiusap din ng alkalde ng Maynila sa pambansang pamahalaan. Tulungan silang pagtuunan ng pansin ng problema sa baha.
Bernadette, sa ngayon ay unti-unti na natin nararamdaman yung pag-ambo na tayo nga sa pag-asa ang Metro Manila ay nasa ilalim din ng yellow rainfall warning, kaya talagang dapat mag-ingat yung ating mga kababayan. At yung mga nakapanayam natin kanina, pag ganitong oras talaga ay nangangamba na at unti-unti na rin tinataas yung kanilang mga gamit. Dahil inaasahan talaga nila ang pagbuhos ng ulan at ang resulta nito na baha. Para sa ating mga kababayan, kung wala naman talagang mahalagang gagawin ngayong gabi, ay mainam na manatili na muna sa mga bahay para maiwasan ma-stranded o maperwisyo ng baha. Bernadette.
Paeng, inabisuhan ba yung mga naninirahan Manila at malapit lang sa Manila Bay na mag-evacuate na?
Sa ngayon, Bernadette, ay wala pa namang abiso na inilalabas. No? Pero yung dito kasi sa Manila Bay Dolomite Beach ay wala naman talagang mga nakatira dito. Yung mga residente ay nandoon sa may Baseco compound. Sila yung malapit din sa dagat. At sa ating pag-cover sa kanila sa mga nagdaang buwan, tuwing tag-ulan ay meron naman silang nalilikasan ng evacuation center. Bernadette.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Rafael Busak. Arestado ang 3 babae sa Antipolo City Rizal na gumagamit ng keke, death certificate at solicitation letter para makakuha ng pera. Nang huli sila habang humihingi na abole gamit ang mga peking dokumento. Yan ang CCTV patrol ni Christopher Sitson.
Sa kuha ng CCTV, makikita ang isang babae na kulay itim na t-shirt. Nakausap ang isang residente sa barangay San Isidro Antipolo City, Rizal. May hawak-hawak sa papel at ID at humihingi ng abuloy. Isa siya sa inireklamo ng concerned citizen dahil sa paggamit ng peking death certificate at solicitation letter. Ayon sa nagreklamo residente, may kasama pang 2 ang babae at makailang beses na pumunta para manghingi ng abuloy.
Namatay po daw yung basura Eh di, nagbigay naman po ako. Ito lang po. Bumalik na naman. Ang namatay naman po daw, 2 taon na bata na nalunod po. Sabi.
Sa pagbalik ng mga suspect, nagdire-diretso na sila sa harap ng pintuan ng bahay ng complainant at walang paalam na pumasok sa gate. Dito na tumawag ng barangay ang residente.
Tao po. Ganon na. Solicit. Ganon po sila. Pag po walang tao, sasalitingin nila. Kung ano lang makikita nila. Katulad niyan, payong namin. Payong lang na nakita.
Na naaresto ang tatlo habang nag-iikot sa mga bahay sa barangay San Isidro.
Wala pong namatay na ganun. Gawa-gawa lang nila para makahandikap sila ng pera. Meron silang dalang solicitation letter. Yung una may death certificate, itong pangalawa ano lang letter lang.
Aminado ang tatlo sa nagawang krimen.
Ito po kasi yung anak ko po, maliit pa po si trabaho ng asawa ko po. Nagsisisi rin ako kasi namiss ko ito kong anak. Pa-sideline lang po ako. Kasi po, hindi rin po sapat yung pinikita po ng asawa ko. Eh, may dalawa rin po akong anak. Tinipit lang po talaga kami. Kaya po sumasama, marami pa po kami utang.
Dagdag nila, itinuro ng kanilang kaibigan ang modus.
Marami po. Ilang po kami.
Matuto tayong tingnan yung mga dokumento na dala nila bago tayo maniwala at magbigay ng tulong. Hindi naman masama magbigay ng tulong kung tama naman yung pagbibigay. At lalo na yung hindi naman dapat manloko.
Nakakulong na ang mga sospek sa Antipolo Component City Police Station Custodial Facility at naharap sa kasong estafa at trespassing. Christopher Sitson, alias Eric.
Talo ng NBI Dangerous Drugs Division ang isang online seller na nagbebenta umano ng mga sinasabing do-it-yourself abortion pills. Nagpapatrol si Ann Ambrosio.
Sa labi ng isang establishment sa Makati, dumating ang isang delivery rider dala ang package. May naman abortion pills na in-order online ng mga tauhan ng NBI para sa kanilang entrapment operation. Matapos tanggapin ng rider ang bayan, agad siyang pinalabutan ng mga operatiba ng NBI Dangerous Drugs Division.
Pag-independent na ito, papapigay ko sa akin, papapigay ko sa akin, tapos balihan sa ako.
Ipinaturo ng mga ahente ng NBI sa rider ang lokasyon ng seller. Sa bahay nito sa Sampaloc, Manila, inaresto ang online seller matapos itong tanggapin ang perang ibinigay ng rider. Kinumpis ka rin ng NBI ang mga abortion pills na pinibenta nito.
And then we set up an entrapment operation to catch her in the act of selling these drugs.
Sabi ng NBI, pala makapatagong bentahan ngayon ang abortion pill.
Not allowed for public. And kailangan ng may authority from the FDA before you can dispense this. No? Why? Because itong drugs na to, dangerous siya. So, ikaw na iinom, magsaka lang, may instruction lang din kung paano gagamitan yung gamot. And then it's not under the supervision of qualified or licensed physician.
Dagdag ng NBI, may isang taon na umanong nagbebenta ng abortion pills ang inarestong seller. Sinampahan na ng NBI ng mga kasong paglabag sa Philippine Pharmacy Act, Food and Drug Administration Act in relation to the Cybercrime Prevention Act, ang online seller ng abortion pills. Zian Ambrosio, ABS-CBN News.
The wait is over. Ipasisilip na sa special screening ang pamatay na kwento ng launching project ng Love Team ni Jay Ibarra at Pian Smith. At live mula sa Cubao, Quezon City, nagpapatrol si Ana Tereso. Ana, kamusta ang feels sa purple carpet? Gretchen, purple carpet pa lang, ramdam na ang excitement ng fans na magdating ng cast, lalo na ang mga bida ng ghosting na si JM at si Pian. Tuloy-tuloy na ito hanggang mamaya sa special screening kung saan mapapanood na sa wakas ang mga pamatay na moments, ang mga hugot ng bumultumika at ang mga good vibes na eksena. At makakasama natin ngayon ang cast ng ghosting para sa ibang pang detalye. Hello, guys! Hi! So, mapapanood na for the first time itong ghosting. Para sa leaks natin, JM, kamusta yung pressure?
Wala ako nakikita na pressure. Since ginawa namin ito production ito until now, wala kasi alam ko sa sarili namin na ibinigay namin yung 100% namin para sa project na ito. So, worth it. Sobrang worth it.
Ito naman, Piang, sa mga Na kwento niya naman, ano yung level of kilig na aasahan namin dito, lalo na sa eksena ni JM, pati ni Kobe. Iba po yung kilig na ginawa namin para sa ghosting sa nakikita nila si Lord ng Bahay kasi yung kilig na aasahan nila ay nandito lahat sa ghosting. So I'm very happy na mapapalabas siya tomorrow and I'm very excited na mapanood na. Okay, and then kayo naman, Kobe, Jello, Vibery, and Zach, excited na ba kayo mapanood itong ghosting?
Yes, super excited kami. First time po namin lahat mapapanood ng ghosting.
Yes, I want!
Sali po sa akin.
Special screening na. See you later. See you. We're looking forward. Gretchen, alam niyo, mapapanood na rin yan ng mga kapamilya sa iWatch mula July 19, exclusive yan sa iWatch. Gretchen? Maraming salamat, Ana Ceres. Hindi pa man naglalandfall ay ramdam na ang mabigat ng bagyo sa iba-ibang bahagi ng bansa. Umabot na sa 6,000 ang inilikas sa Negros Occidental dahil sa habagat na kinalakas ng bagyo. Nagpapatrol, Romeo Subato.
Dalawang araw nang binabaha ang Kamangkalan City, Negros Occidental. Kabilang sa binaha ang barangay Talubang, sinagip at isinakay sa bangka ng mga rescuer ang isang lalaking community na natrap sa kanyang bahay. Isinama pa sa paglikas ang mga alaga niyang aso at manok.
Wala ka pa na ganito nga araw?
Kwento niya, hindi niya maiwan-iwan ang kanyang mga anak. Pero sabi niya, kakayanin niyang lumagoy na paglagpas na ang baha sa kanilang bahay. Patuloy ang pagkulang sa Southern at Central Negros, kaya tumaas ang tubig sa mga ito. Higit 1,000 at 6 individual ang dinala sa evacuation center ng Kamangkalan City. Sa kabuuan, higit 6,000 individual ang inilikas sa Negros Occidental. Sa bayan ng Sigma sa Campus, pansamantalang hindi madaanan ang kalsada sa barangay Pupol matapos umabaw ang tubig baha dahil sa magdamag na pag-ulan. Nasagip naman ang isang aso sa kasagsagan ng baha sa barangay Estancia Caguibuacla. Sa Sibaste Antique, itong bahay ang nasira matapos nagbubuo ang lupa dahil sa walang tigil na pag-ulan. Sa Pintuyan Leyte, inamparos ng malaking alon ang dalampasigan. Isinagdali naman sa state of calamity in Cebu City. Sa Zamboanga City, hindi bababa sa 3 malalaking sakayang bandagan ang napadpad sa dalampasigan dahil sa malalaking alon. Sa Lapitan City, Zamboanga del Norte, nabagsakan ng ang isang bahay sa barangay Tagilun. Sa Libak, Sultan Kudarat, isang namatay na mabagsakan ng puno ang isang bahay sa barangay Salaman. Patay na magkapatid na nadaganan ng puno sa Ocampo, Camarines Sur. Dinabaybay ng biktima ang kalsada papuntang Naga City nang madaganan ng bumagsak na puno. Sa Masbate, lubog sa baha ang Arroyo Elementary School kaya sa bintana na gumaan ang lalaking ito para lang makapasok sa silid-aralan. Abot na rin kasi sa tarpunta ng bakal ang tubig baha doon. Lubog naman sa baha ang maraming bahagi ng Occidental Mindoro. Sa highway ng Marilao sa bayan ng Kalintaan, bumigay ang bahagi ng mundo dahil sa landslide. Dagdistulang dagat naman ang sentro ng Kalintaan dahil sa baha. Kabilang sa binaha ang Labangan Road sa San Jose Occidental Mindoro. Binaha rin ang bahagi ng Puerto Princesa City, Palawan. Hindi madaanan ang ilang kalsada dahil sa baha kaya may mga pasahero na na-stranded. Romeo Supando, ABS-CBN News.
Iniginit ng Department of Agriculture ngayong Biyernes na ligtas na init ang mga isda mula sa paali. Kaso nito ng balitang bagsak ang bentahan ng mga isdang galing sa lawa dahil iniuugnay ito sa mga nakukuha roong buto ng tao na posible mula sa bangkay ng mga nawawalang sabungero. Dahil mababa ang supply, bagyang tumaas ang presyo ng tilapia. Ayon sa DA, kahit may makuha bangkay sa taali, hindi ito naka-apekto sa kalidad ng mga isda dahil iba umano ang kinakain ng mga isda. Hindi naman umano na pag-usapan ang pagdideklara ng state of calamity dahil sa sitwasyon.
Yung pawilis, kinakain niyan plankton. So hindi siya sumisisip sa ilalim para kumain ng kung ano man. Pangalawa, ang tilapia, eggs. Ang kinakain niya ay commercial feeds. Pangatlo, yung maliputo, masarap na nahuhuli doon. Ang kinakain niya buhay. is that
May mga dagdag na pangalang sangkot mano sa mga nawawalang sabongero na binanggit ang whistleblower na si Julie Patidongan sa pulong kay Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla. Samantala, tinuloy ang paghahanap sa labipan ng mga biktima sa Talay, Biyernes ng hapon matapos pansamantalang tigil ngayong umaga. Nagpapatrol, Adrian Ayaling.
Tinigil muna kaninang umaga ang paghahanap ng technical divers ng Philippine Coast Guard gamit ang remote-operated vehicle sa labi ng mga nawawalang sabongero naniniwala ang inabot sa Taal Lake. Sinuspende ito dahil sa walang tigil na bakulan na nagpalapok sa tubig sa lawa. Pero bago mag-alas 3, pumalakot sa lawa ang PCG, dala ang ROV at itinuloy ang search operations. Ngayong araw, nag-usap naman ang whistleblower na si Judy Patidongan at Justice Secretary Jesus Crispin Remulla sa isang closed-door meeting sa Department of Justice. Ayon kay Remulla, walang iba pang lugar na tinukoy si Patidongan na pinagtakutan sa mga biktima. Pero may mga dagdag na pangalan siyang ibinigay sa kalihim na posibleng sangkot sa kaso.
hindi ka na pinag-usapan natin. We were talking about some other people who may be involved. We'll see.
30 na umano ang mga pangalang pinabanggit ni Patidongan. Nauna nang ilinawin ni Patidongan ang negosyante si Charlie Atong Ang at actress na si Gretchen Barreto. Kapwa nila itinangging may kinalaman sila sa pagkawala ng mga sabongero. May 15 pa rin umanong pulis ang sangkot sa kaso.
Siyempre, yung demeanor ng witness dapat talaga kabisado natin. But so far, so good. So far, so good. Very reliable. Yeah, we're still getting some information and clarifications about everything. Kasi marami talaga siyang data na alam. Marami siyang alam talaga. So, we have to know what he knows.
Hindi naman nagpaudap ng panayam sa media si Patidongan matapos siyang umarap kay Remulla. Labas-pasok sa mga opisina ng gobyerno si Patidongan kahit pa kung tutusin, akusado pa rin siya sa mga kaso. Pero dahil sa mga ispisiwalat niya, hindi pa rin naisasatabi ang posibilidad na maging state witness siya at maisailalim sa Witness Protection Program. Sa isang linggong paghahanap sa lawa, nakakita na ng mga buto ng tao, pero isasailalim pa sa DNA testing ang mga ito kung magtutugpang sa samples mula sa mga kamag-anak ng mga nawawalang sabongero. May hinukay ding labi ng 3 individual sa isang sementeryo sa Laurel, Batangas na maaaring may kaugnayan sa kaso. Tahimik naman ang Bulkang Taal matapos ang Freato magmatic eruption Huwebes ng hapon. Adrian Ayali, ABS, News.
Pinaninindigan ni whistleblower Julie Patidongan ang mga parapan niya laban kay retired Police Lieutenant General Jonel Estomo. Iginit ni Patidongan na hindi siya hihingi ng paumanhin matapos niyang idawit ang retiradong opisyal sa isyu ng mga nawawalang sabongero. Matatanda ang tinukoy ni Patidongan si Estomo at iba pang opisyal ng pulisya sa isang press conference sa tanggapan ng National Police Commission nitong Lunes. Anya, miyembro si Estomo ng tinatawag na Alpha Group na konektado umano sa mga gambling operation ng negosyante si Atong Ang. Tinimok din umano ni Estomo si Ang na ipapapatay siya. Nauna nang itinindi ni Estomo ang mga akusasyon ni Patidongan.
Alpha, membro nga sila ng Alpha. Sa isang, tatlo sila mayari. Paano ako humihingi sa kanya ng apology? Wala naman akong kasalanan sa kanya. Ngayon, huwag na siya mag-deny.
Libo-libo ng pamilya ang naitalang apektado ng bagyong Krising at Amagat sa iba't ibang bahagi ng bansa. Tiniyak naman ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. na nakahandang pamahalaang magpaabot ng tulong sa mga apektadong pamilya. Nagpapatrol, Arlene Delgado.
Nakaready naman tayo sa kung ano pang mangyayari. Sana hindi na lumakas yung bagyo, pero kung sakali ay lalakas pa, kaya nakaready naman tayo.
Ito ang pagtitiyak ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sa gitna ng pananalasa ng bagyong Krisi at habagat sa ilang bahagi ng bansa. Binisita ng Pangulo ang National Resource Operations Center ng Department of Social Welfare and Development sa Pasay City ngayong Biyernes para kumustahin ang ikinakasang family food packs ng ahensya. Tinatayang nasa 3 milyong food packs ang nakaposisyon ngayon sa 1,000 warehouse ng DSWD sa buong bansa. Ayon kay DSWD Secretary Rex Gatchalian, mas mabilis na rin ang repacking ng food packs sa kanilang warehouse sa Pasay at Cebu dahil sa mga makabagong makinarya kumpara noon na mano-mano. Tumubog din ang Pangulo na uminom ng tubig ulan mula sa family water filtration kit ng DSWD.
Merong tinda na kahit anong klaseng tubig, huwag lang malat. Pero kahit na ibang ka sa fresh water, kahit pag hindi masyado malinis, pwede ilagay sa banding, pwede inumin,
Sinisimulan na ng DSWD ang pamamahagi ng food packs sa ilang lugar sa Cebu at Negros Occidental na apektado naman ng habagat.
So we're also looking at Mindoro, Region 7, Region 6. In fact, doon nga ngayon nararamdaman na nila yung habagat mula nung nakalipas ng mga araw. Pero handa rin tayo sa Northern Luzon, sa Car, sa Cordillera, Region 1 at Region 2. May mga pre-position tayo na family food pack doon. Kulang-kulang almost 300,000 yun doon sa mga areas.
Ayon sa NDRRMC, aabot sa mahigit 7,000 pamilya o halos 24,000 individual ang apektado ng bagyo. Karamihan sa kanila, apektado ng pagbaha sa Western at Central Visayas at Soc-Sargent. Mahigit 100 pamilya rin ang inilikas at nananatili ngayon sa evacuation centers. Kanselado naman ang ilang biyahe sa Pantalan papuntang Visayas at Mindanao dahil sa bagyo. Nadagdagan rin ang mga apektadong domestic flights. Ilang biyahe ng Bal Express at Zepco ang kinailangan bumalik dahil sa masamang lagay ng panahon, habang kanselado rin ang ilang flights ng Cebu Pacific, Zepco, Bal Express, Philippine Airlines, Air Swift at Sunlight sa iba't ibang panig ng bansa. Ayon sa Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, aabot sa mahigit 7,000 pasahero ang apektado ng bagyo. Abiso ng kaap sa mga apektadong biyahero, direkta makipag-ugnayan sa kanilang airlines para matulungan sa rebooking o refund. Harvey Delgado, ABS-CBN News.
Mauupo ngayon ang balita tungkol sa Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act o CMEPA dahilan sa provisyon na nagpapataw ng tax na interest sa deposito sa mga bangko. Dilinaw naman ng Department of Finance na hindi ito bagong tax at hindi magkakaroon ng 20% buwis ang kabuang deposito sa mga bangko. Nagpapatrol, Andrea Tagines.
Kakasweldo lang ni Mayra noong 15 pero kwento niya, laging may kurot sa kanyang puso pag nakikita sa payslip ang buwis na kinakaltas sa dapat sana'y take-home pay. Kaya mas lalo siyang naalarma nang makita sa social media na bubuwisan na umano ng 20% ang kabuuang deposito niya sa bangko.
Siyempre naman ako lang yun sabi ng single mom. Tapos ako lang yung nagtatrabaho. Puro college lang kasi yung anak ko.
Pero diet ng Department of Finance, fake news ang mga post na ito. Nilinaw ng ahensya na yung interest lamang na kinikita mula sa perang nakadeposito sa bangko at hindi yung buong halaga ng savings ang karaniwang pinupuwisan. Hindi rin ito bagong buwis. Sabi ng POF, 1998 pa lang ay may 20% tax na ang interest na kinikita ng ating mga karaniwang deposito sa bangko tulad sa checking at savings accounts, alinsunod sa Tax Reform Act. Ang nagbago lang sa ilalim ng Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act o CBEPA na ipinatupad simula noong July 1 ay ginawa na ring 20% ang tax sa interest income mula sa long-term investments tulad ng time deposits na mahigit 5 taon ang maturity na ayon sa pag-aaral ay mas nagagawa ng mga mayayaman. Para sa TOM, Malacanang at sa ilang tax experts, ginagawa nitong mas patas ang sistema.
Yung mga lower income, wala naman, they could barely have given money to put in the bank. And yet, if they put their money in the bank, in less than 5 years na nakalagay dyan, tax sila ng 20%. But those who can afford to keep their money for 5 years in the bank, exempted, walang tax yung kanila.
Paglilinaw din ng TOF, walang pagpapalagay pagbabago sa interest income ng regular savings. Hindi rin naman maaapektuhan ang long-term time deposits na nakalagak pa rin sa bangko o hindi pa nagmamature bago ang effectivity ng batas noong July 1.
Pero naging issue to dahil doon sa mga meme na lumalabas sa social media, maraming iniisip, napipitan natin, yung buong deposito ng mga kababayan, walang ganun po. Okay. Ito'y matagal na to.
Kaya huwag magtiwala sa fake news peddlers. Uulitin natin, huwag po kayo maalarma dahil hindi po pupuwisan ang kapuan ng inyong savings.
Ayon sa Bank Marketing Association of the Philippines o BIAS, hinihikayat din ng batas ang pag-i-invest sa capital markets gaya ng sa Philippine Stock Exchange o PSE sa pamamagitan ng pagbaba sa stock transaction tax.
Kunyari 10,000 pesos worth of bibili ka ng shares sa stock market. Dati, charge ka ng 6% or 60 pesos. Ngayon, 1% na lang or 10 pesos. Para yung pinaghirapan natin pera, mas malaki yung kita.
Ang problema, ayon sa Ibon Foundation, mas maraming Pilipino ang walang savings na malalagay sa stock market. Kaya para sa grupo, dapat ay mas pagtuunan na lang ng pansin ng gobyerno ang pagbibigay ng tamang sahod, pensyon at social protection sa mga Pinoy. Para naman sa presidente at CEO ng PSE, mas mainam na matuto sa stock market ang mga Pilipino kaysa patuloy na makumali sa online sugal.
But the bigger challenge now really is that a lot of the, small investors or retail investors or the less privileged people, all their hard-earned money is being wasted online gambling instead of being channeled to, more productive investments.
Dagdag ng BMAP, karamihan ng bangko sa bansa ay handang tumabay sa mga consumer pagdating sa mga produktong naglalayong magpalago ng pera. Inaasahang makalilikom ang pamahalaan ng 25 billion pesos na net revenues sa loob ng 5 taon sa tulong ng SIMEPA. Andrea Tagines, ABS-CBN News.
Halo-halong gusto ang naramdaman ng bida ng seryeng It's Okay to Not Be Okay matapos ang special screenings nitong Huwebes. Kwento ni Ann, panahon na para magkaroon ng mas malawak na diskusyon sa mental health issues gaya ng mga nasa autistic spectrum at may Down syndrome. Sentral rin sa buhay ng may Down syndrome ang pelikulang niluto ng actress-producer na si Sylvia Sanchez. Nagpapatrol, MJ Felipe.
Ilang linggo nang abala ang kapamilya actress-producer na si Sylvia Sanchez sa isang pelikulang kanya niluluto na si sentro sa buhay at kwento ng mga taong may Down syndrome. Bukod sa kwento, espesyal din ang lugar kung saan kasalukuyang kinukunan ng pelikula. Sa Nasipit, Agusan del Norte, ang hometown ni Sylvia, ang sa Claveria, Misamis Oriental. Target ng Nathan Studios na ipalabas ang pelikula bago matapos ang taon. Inulat din ni Carlo Aquino ang mga manonood kagabi sa kanyang papel sa Philippine adaptation ng It's Okay to Not Be Okay. Sige na, nanilig si Matma. Tumanap si Carlo bilang si Matmat o si Manong na mentally challenged adult o may ASD o Autism Spectrum Disorder. Siguro na tawag eh, wala nakita talaga siya ng watching yourself. Iba lang yung feeling na nakikita mo ng ganun. At syempre, hindi rin nagpakabog sina Ann Curtis at Joshua Garcia. Sinalubong ng pagbati ang dalawa mula sa co-stars, mga bisita at executives ng ESPN. Bukod sa kanilang pinamalas sa pag-arte, mas nais niya na maitawid sa mga manonood ang mensahe ng serye.
It's meant to make you feel comfortable to talk about it after. That it's about time we speak about these issues and we remove this stigma about mental health.
Facebook ang executive mula sa CJENF sa South Korea na mabilib sa unang 3 episodes ng Philippine adaptation.
It was fantastic. It's very well put, and congrats and kudos to the team who has put this into the Philippine version. It's very strong, powerful, and somewhat conveys the true meaning of the show in a Filipino way. So job well done. Thank you very much for making the very good show.
Wow! Ngayong araw ang world premiere ng Philippine adaptation ng It's Okay to Not Be Okay sa Netflix. Bukas naman sa I1 at sa Lunes sa kapamilya Kapamilya Channel, Kapamilya Online Live, A to Z at TV5. FJ Felipe, ABS-CBN News.
Dick, anong uso at bagong gadget ang ipakikita mo sa amin?
Alibi at mga kapamilya sa mga naghahanap ng gadget na magagamit sa trabaho, mapagay sa inyo itong bagong labas sa tablet ng kilalang global tech brand, lalo na kung nalilin niya ang trabaho sa pagiging creative. 3-in-1. Ganyan ang bagong tablet na inilunsan ng isang global tech brand, ang Baypad Pro 12.2. Bukod sa pagiging tablet, pwede rin ito magamit bilang PC at bilang artboard. Sa bundle, may kasama na itong pen pencil at glide keyboard. Para level up ang productivity, may libreng software ito na magagamit sa paggawa ng documents, spreadsheets at presentations. Magagamit pa sa pag-multitask dahil pwede magbukas ng multiple apps sa screen. Sa may hilig mag-notes, pwede gamitin na sulatan ang tablet, lalo't may AI handwriting enhancement feature na ito. 2.8K ang resolution ng 12.2-inch bulletproof display nito. With 144 Hz high refresh rate, paper matte ang display. May anti-glare at anti-reflection para hindi masakit sa mata habang ginagamit. Bukod sa traditional office works, magagamit din ang tablet ng mga creative at artsy user. May easy-to-use painting app ito. Pwedeng gamitin pang frame animation. Meron pang 3D oil painting brush na nakakapagbigay ng realistic picture sa gawa. Buong araw man gamitin, hindi problema ang battery. Dahil in 55 minutes, kayang ma-full charge ang 10,100 mAh battery nito. Abangan ng iba pang kwento ng mga latest technology na ipakikita ko sa inyo. Ako po si Nick Bustos, at sa inyo ang lahat ng pusto at kaya. Kaya pa ang ibaba ang singil sa kuryente sa Pilipinas. Yan po ang parehong sinabi ng paalis at papasok na pinuno ng Energy Regulatory Commission. Rumarakit bilang bitera sa karinderya si Bell. May disconnection notice na kasi sila. Kaya kailangan bumita ng dagdag para may pampalit sa kuryente.
Ipon minsan, araw-araw pagdating, para pagdating ng bayaran ng kuryente, dagdag na lang.
Tagay na karamihan sa mga consumer, wala namang walang simple para pansinin ang palitan ng liderato sa ahensya ng gobyerno na nagdidesisyon sa singit sa kuryente. Sa mga susunod na linggo, magtatrabaho na ang tatlong matataas na opisyal na inappoint ng Malacanang sa Energy Regulatory Commission. Pero sa gitna ng mga komplikadong termino na hindi naman maiintindihan ng publiko, iisa lang ang hiling ng lahat ng mga consumer na sana maibaba ang tingin sa kuryente. Sa datos noong April, Singapore at Pilipinas ang may pinakamataas na singit sa kuryente sa Southeast Asia. Pero tiniyak ni outgoing ERC chairperson Monalisa Di Malanta na pwede pang mabago ito.
Meron pa talaga space para mapababa yung presyo ng kuryente. Yung isang pinakapadali niya na pwedeng magawa ng ERC dyan ay i-person talaga itong fuel cost audit para masigurado yung tamang presyo lang ang pinipili ng ating mga distribution utilities at electric cooperatives sa ating mga consumer.
Bagay na tututungan din ng papasok na ERC chairman na si Attorney Saturnino Juan.
Pag mapababa natin ang presyo ng kuryente, kinakailangan ayusin natin yung supply. Kinakailangan may sapat na supply. Dahil alam mo naman, ano lang yan, economics lang yan. Kung mataas ang supply at matutugunan niya yung demand, mas mapababa ang presyo ng kuryente.
Commissioner lang ang inagkayang trabaho ni Attorney Juan, kaya nagulat siya nang siya ang kinuhang chairman ng Malacanang.
Ang mandato ng ERC is to promote consumer interest. Upang ma-promote natin ang consumer interest, siyempre, kailangan tingnan ang interest ng lahat ng sektor ng industriya. Kailangan masiguro na yung mga namumuhunan ay patuloy na mamuhunan.
Babalik man sa pribadong sektor, tiniyak naman ni Mananta na tututok pa rin siya sa mga isyong may kaugnayan sa kuryente.
Hindi naman may iwasan, pero siguro kung yung tanong mo, Alvin, kung mangingiilang ba ako at magpapakaboses ako sa siguro pipigilan.
Importante
Importante sa mga consumer ang trabaho ng PRC dahil dito dumadaan lahat ng singil sa kuryente. Mula sa mga kontrata ng mga plantang gumagawa ng kuryente hanggang sa singil ng NGCP, Meralco at iba pang distribution utilities at daan-daang electric cooperatives sa buong bansa. Lahat yan dumadaan sa komisyon bago pa maipasa sa taong bayan. Iniunsad ng isang centralized public assistance hub sa makabagong San Juan National Government Center sa San Juan City ngayong araw. Layo ng Bagong Pilipinas e-Gov-PH Servicio Hub na maging accessible sa mas maraming Pilipino ang lahat ng kritikal na serbisyo sa iisang lokasyon. Mismo si Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. ang nanguna sa paglulunsad ng Service Hub na binubuo ng online applications, real-time tracking at digital feedback mechanisms ng iba't ibang ahensya ng pamahalaan. Ayon naman kay Metro Manila Council Chairman Francis Zamora, pasok din sa Service Hub ang mga serbisyo ng San Juan LGU bukod pa sa iba't ibang national agencies. Inanunsyo rin ng Pangulo na ilulunsad ang kaparang serbisyo sa iba pang lungsod sa bansa.
Ibinaba ng Department of Foreign Affairs ang alert level sa Iran sa level 2 mula sa level 3 ngayong Biyernes. Sa harap ito ng pagbuti ng sitwasyon sa naturang bansa, sa ilalim ng level 2, pinapayuhan ng mga Pinoy doong manatili na lamang sa loob ng bahay kung hindi naman kailangan lumabas. Pinaiiwas din sila sa matataong lugar. Nilinong naman ang Embahada ng Pilipinas sa Tehran at itutuloy pa rin ito ang pag-aasikaso ng voluntary repatriation ng mga Pinoy doon. Babantayan naman ang maigil at kagawaran ng sitwasyon sa Iran at babaguhin ang alert level kung kailangan.
Blessing at big opportunity. Ganito ko ilarawan ng ilang bida ng incognito ang karanasan magpabilang sa hit action drama series. Ayon kay Anthony Jennings, marami siyang natutunan sa seryeng nagpabago rin sa kanyang buhay. Masaya si Anthony sa pagsabak sa action genre. Iginit niyang isang blessing makatrabaho ang mga libreng aktor. Halo-halong emosyon naman ang naramdaman ni Maris Lacal dahil sa mainit na pagtanggap ng mga manonood. At gaya ng fans, umaasa na siyang magkakaroon ng season 2 at incognito. Katunayan na bu-workout na raw siya para sakaling matuloy ito. Handa siyang pumasa sa mas marami pang spy at action scenes. Si Daniel Padilla naman na antik sa mga sumuporta at limakap sa kanyang karakter bilang si Andres Malvar. Ngayong gabi na ang finale episode ng Incognito sa Pamilya Channel, A2C, Pamilya Online Live at sa TV5. Samantala magtatanghal sila Daniel at Malie sa Barrio Fiesta, London, kasama si Asia's Phoenix o Yosef sa Liquian, July 20.
Isinuli ng social media personality na si Cherry White ang kanyang driver's license sa Land Transportation Office ngayong Biyernes kasunod ng pagdinig sa reklamong reckless driving laban sa kanya. Nagviral ang video ni Cherry White habang sa nagmamaneho sa may kahabaan ng Cainta Rizal na nakataas ang isang paa at sumasayaw pa. Sinabi ni Cherry White na 3 buwan na ang nakalipas ng i-post niya ang video. Humingi na rin siya na paumanin sa LTO at nangako sa LTO na mag-focus contents ng kanyang accounts na huwag gagayahin ang kanyang naging kilos. Tinanggap naman ng LTO paumanin ng influencer. Ngunit binigyan pa rin siya ng hanggang Lunes para sumiti ang mga dokumento ng kotse kanyang ginamit sa video. Nilagay ito sa alarma ng LTO at sinumiti o sinustindi ang desensya ni Cherry White ng shock na buong araw.
Ngayong Sabado, sa taon mo, nakasama po ni Ana Cerezo sa isang masayang kwentuhan ang direktor na sina Angela Padong at J.P. Haba na may iba rin pinag-aabalahan ngayon.
Record ng pelikula Sunshine at XX Lovers ay ang magkaibigang direktor ng Agawe at J.P. Haba ng kapwa malalim ang pagmamahal na ibibigay sa paggawa ng pelikula.
Yung film hindi kasi collaborative effort.
Mabubuhay siya ng mas madali kasi. Ang cafe na itinayo nila ay ang kanilang buhay outside the limelight.
For
original idea talaga namin ay cafe na can turn into an inspiring third space. Yung pangatlong space yung pinupuntahan mo, kung saan ka at home, kung saan mo makikita yung gano'n.
Dito, wala yan yung nagagawa ang kanilang passion project nila ng podcasting.
Na-realize ko, parang gusto ko siguro ng isang podcast na ang pinag-uusapan ay pelikula, pop culture, kabakalan, ganyan. Bilang creative at creator. Why not? Panoorin po ang kanilang buong kwento sa tao po, Sabado, sa bago nitong oras, 9:30 ng gabi sa Kapamilya Channel, A to Z, at Kapamilya Online Live.
Dalawang dalang bakbakan namin na 8th Division World Champion Manny Pacquiao at WBC welterweight Dave Mario Barrios. Ayon sa ilang boxing expert, liyampado sa laban si Barrios, pero malaki pa rin ang syansa na manalo si Pacman. Nagpapatrol TJ Mano.
Yeah, this is our main event. Isang araw bago ang breaking naman, Pacquiao but hindi ang excitement ng fans sa pinakaabang WBC welterweight title fight nila. Yes, Mario Barrios! Lamang pa rin si Barrios sa odds sa Las Vegas. Para sa nasaradong boxing analyst na si Andrew Paino, hindi siya nagulat na nagbalik si Pacquiao sa professional boxing.
He's always talked about ever since the end of the Ugas fight, like that was a retirement that was, I think, more based on his political ambitions. And I think everybody sort of knew that if the presidency run didn't work out, then we'd see him back.
Aminado naman sila pa yan na lamang si Barrios, lalo't nasa tuktok siya ng kanyang boxing career.
Barrios is the favorite to fight. Because what is it, a 16-year age gap with a guy coming off a 4-year layoff and a loss is not a reason to make a guy a favorite, even though he is a legend.
Pero hindi anya imposible ipanalo si Pacman.
I say that partly because I feel like Manny did train seriously, and because Barrios is a limited fighter relative to other top champions and professionals in the business.
Hindi naman ng coach ni Barrios pumasok sa laban na may killer mindset.
I love the Filipinos, but at the end of the day, we got to compete to their utmost level. You go into a fight with Manny Pacquiao with any other mindset than hospital or cemetery. My fighter goes in that, it's going to be night-night for Mario Barrios.
Aminado ang kampo ni Pacquiao na dihado siya. Pero nakanda mo na si Pacman na gumawa ng kasaysayan.
He's just ready, So I really think on Saturday night, if he can get his timing down, he's got the power, he's got the speed, and we're going to see a very explosive evening.
Sa mga gusto mapanood ang laban ng live at via replay sa panayong araw, available ito sa tickets.i1tfc.com.
Hindi na ito basta-basta comeback fight ng isang retiradong boksingero, kundi laban ito ng isang living legend ay tinataya ang legacy ng kanyang career. At laban ito ng isang African champion na gustong patunayan na isa siya sa pinakamagaling na boksingero sa buong mundo. Bukas, magkakalaman na ng timbang at kondisyon ni Pacquiao at Barrios sa official weigh-in dito sa MGM Grand Arena. TJ Manaldo, ABS-CBN News, Las Vegas, Nevada. Dapat dito. Ang daming tao. Bukas. Ha? Bukas. Mas daming tao dito. Kala ko ngayon. O ngayon. Daming tao po sa iyo. Bakit ka mga yan? Babatiin ka raw. Ano sa palagay mo? Kaya pa ba? Kaya 46 ah. 46 pala. Ang makakalaban. Ilang taon yung laban? 20 plus lang, ha? Layo ah. Push pa rin. In terms of experience, matindi naman yung experience. So experience versus age. Ano sa isip naman natalo ko sa politika. Pwede rin natalo ko dito. Papawi.
Sana nga makabawi.
Pero ka ba? Yan sa atin ay hindi Sabado. Sabi ko sa Sabado doon. Pero sa Pilipinas, linggo yan. Linggo na umaga.
Parang dami na.
Natapos na yung visa ko eh. Hindi mo papasukin ni President Trump. Mahirap ano? Mahirap ako. Hindi ka naaabot ka sa papasukin.
Good luck.
Good luck. Naghihintay na ko ito. At yan po ang mga balitang pinatay namin para sa inyo. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatrol sa Kapamilya Channel. Kapamilya Online Live at A2C. Ako Ako po si Alvin L. Chico.
Para sa iba pang balita, mag-log on sa abs-cbn.com. Napapanood naman ang live ng TV Patrol at replay ng iba pa ninyong mga paboritong palabas sa iWant.tv. Nandito kami para sa inyo, saan man sa mundo. Ako po si Manuel Satran.
Sama-sama pa rin tayo gabi-gabi sa All TV. Ako naman po ang inyong kabayan si Nori Di Castro sa pangalan po ng ABS-CBN News in the service of the Filipino. Marami pong salamat. Enjoy your weekend. Pero ingat at magandang gabi. Bayan.
Express July 2025 HD non-integrated. Sama-sama tayo makikinig. Mga kapuso, kuha po yan ngayong gabi sa Santa Ana, Cagayan. Ramdam ang bagsik ng bagyong Christine na batay sa 18 Bulletin ng Pag-asa ay napanatili ang lakas habang lumaraan malapit sa Santa Ana. Lugar pabaha naman habagat sa Visayas. Mabilis sumabaw ang ilog sa Moises Padilla, Negros Occidental. Marami kayo ang inangon. Sa Aroy Masbate na libog din sa baha ay isang paralan. Pinasahang patuloy na mag-aadilulan sa ingalibang paligabasa ang bagyong Christine at ang Kapagan. At ang iba pang mga update, iyarin po sa inyo. Jimmy, Integrated News. Bago pa man mag-landfall, nagdulot na ng pagpapasay ng lugar sa Cagayan, ang Tropical Storm Christine. May din na binabatayan ang mga mabababang lugar at ang tabing dagat. At sa silay, si James Agustin. James?
Kaya pagsubog-song pagulan at malakas na hangin yung naranasan dito sa bayan ng Santa Ana, Cagayan. Ngayong gabi at sa maghapon ay naging masungit din naman ang panahon sa buong lalawigan. Palutang-lutang sa gitna ng rumaragas ang ilog ng jeep nito sa Peña Blanca, Cagayan. Sinubukan naman ng itawid ng jeep sa ilog habang hindi pa tumataas ang tubig kaninang umaga. Pero nabalahaw ito at hindi na nanila hanggang sa tuluyang tinamay. Wala nang sakayang jeep ng takay nito, kaya walang nasaktan. Sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Cagayan, naranasan ang pagsik ng bagyong Christine habang papalapit ito sa kalupaan. Halos zero visibility kaya nagmemenor ang mga sasakyan sa itik, kung saan dapat hindi pagbaha sa ilang kalsada. Malakas naman ang ulan nung dumaan kami sa bayan ng Gatara, gayon din sa bayan ng Santa Teresita at sa bayan ng Gonzaga. Sa barangay Bawa, pinaligtas ng mga nakatira sa tabing dagat. Dinat ng barangay official si Roberto na nakaintake ng mga gamit.
Inaalala namin ng bahay namin.
Pero liligas po kayo.
Yes.
Nauna nang lumikas ang nanay ng senior citizen dahil sa takot na abutin ng tubig dagat.
Malakas sa alon sa dagat, sir. Lumalaki na ngayon. Kaya pumunta kami dito.
Pero ang pamilya Acosta hindi pa rin lumikas. Pagman handaan nila anumang oras.
Pag magiging worse na siguro, o kaya makita namin hindi na maganda yung panahon dahil sa tayo na dilikas na kami sa.
Kaya tabay lang po namin itong sakyan. Sakali po kailangan ng mga konstituent namin dito sa Talindagan. Pumuli po namin sila.
May na binabantayan ng mga otoridad itong tabing dagat dito sa Purok ng Nama sa barangay Bawa. Dahil nga po doon sa lakas ng alon, hindi rin pinapayagan na pumalawak ng mga mangingisda. Kaya yung kanilang mga bangka ay inilagay na muna nila dito sa pampa. Dahil 2 araw nang hindi nakakapangisda, problemado na si Honrado.
Mahirap. Yung dito kami nagkasulaway kahit namin.
Sa bayan ng Santa Ana kung saan maghapon na pabugsubog-sug ulan. 8 klastong barangay ang binabantayan.
Lahat po ng mga coordination with the PNP, the PCB, and the Philippine Maritime, and also the NDR, nagkanda po sila ng monitoring.
Binaha ang isang elementary school sa bayan sa gitna ng malakas na pag-ulan. Ganito rin ang naranasan sa isang elementary school sa Apay.
Samantala, Pia, umabot na sa 13 pamilya yung lumikas dito sa bayan ng Santa Ana, Cagayan ngayong gabi dahil dito sa Bagyong Krising. At yung muna ilitas mula dito sa lalawigan ng Cagayan para sa GMA Integrated News. Ako po si James Agustin, ang inyong saksi.
James, wala bang provision or wala bang plano na magpatupad ng sakritang paglilikas o kaya forced evacuation? Kasi nga may ibang residente na hanggang sa ngayon habang hindi pa naglalako, ayaw pa umalis sa kanilang mga tahanan.
Pia, doon sa mga naikutan natin, lalo na doon sa mga coastal municipalities sa Limawa, doon sa Gonzaga at dito sa Santa Ana, ay preemptive pa lang yung naipatupad kanina. Pero dahil wala namang naitala pang pagpaha, tulad halimbawa dito sa Santa Ana, ay hindi sila nagpatupad ng forced evacuation. At dito kasi sa lalawigan ng Cagayan, meron sila tinatawag dito, Pia, ng adopt a neighbor policy. Nakaraniwan daw, sanay na talaga sila na tuwing may bagyo, ay doon sa kamag-anak nila o kaya kapitbahay na may mas mataas na lugar, doon sila lumilikas. Pia.
At sa ngayon, James, kamusta naman yung supply ng kuryente dyan sa Cagayan?
Dito sa pinalalagyan natin sa Santa Ana, ay wala namang problema sa supply ng kuryente. Kahit kanina pasado alas 7 ng gabi, yung naranasan natin yung malakas na buhos ng ulan. At ayos din naman yung signal ng telco. Doon sa impormasyon na nakuha natin, Pia, meron lang isang sityo doon sa bayan ng Bagaw na kailangan na patuloy ng supply ng kuryente pansamantala dahil doon sa pagbaha na naranasan sa isang lugar. Pia.
Alright, James, mainam nga yung sapat na paghahanda. Mag-ingat kayo dyan at maraming salamat sa iyo, James Agustin. Apektado ang kabuhayan ng mga mangisda sa Ilocos Norte na hindi makapalaot dahil sa bagyong Krising. At mula sa Lawag, Ilocos Norte, sa sila, si JP Cariano. Really?
Kaya nasa pagulpot pa tayo ng maranasan natin at makita yung malakas at walang pakita pag-ulan dito sa malaking bahagi ng probinsya. At bago nga mag-alas 7 ng gabi ng mag-umpisang bumuhos ang tuloy-tuloy at walang pagkabagsa ng ulan na nagpapatuloy pa rin po hanggang sa mga oras na ito. Nasa ilalim pa rin ng tropical cyclone wind signal number 2 ang Ilocos Norte habang lumalapit sa probinsya ang Bagyong Krising. Alas 8 ng gabi na mag-abiso ng orange rainfall warning sa Ilocos Norte kung saan pinapaalala po sa mga nakatira rito sa mga flood-prone areas o yung madalas bahain na maging alerto. Ayon sa PRRMC ng Ilocos Norte, Pia, hindi bababa sa 13 pamilya ang tinigas sa bayan ng Bana bilang bahagi ng preemptive evacuation o mag-ingat sa mga binabahang lugar. Bago pa ang malakas ng buhos ng ulan sa malaking bahagi ng Lawag, Ilocos Norte na nagsimula bandang hapon. Malakas na ang hampas ng mga naglalakihang alon sa baybayin ng Barangay Kauwakan.
Ay, bawal po sir. Pinagbabawal po talaga namin kasi malakas po yung hatak ng alon po. Delikado po.
Pinaka-apektado ang mga residente na bumubuhay sa pamumuli o pagbibenta ng isdang alam. Kaya ilang mga isda gaya ni Cordy sa kalapit na ilog munang manguhuli ng tilapia para may makain ang pagkiya ngayong araw. Assistant niya ang alagang asong si Tony na kasama niya marami sa pagpalaon.
Minsan, pag kulang ang mahuli namin, pag makabenta ka na, higit isang daan.
Ang ilan, para-paraan at namimita ng islang tuga na lumalapit sa pampang para nila tumalaon. Wala mang storm surge, nag-iingat pa rin ang marami. Lalo ilang istruktura ang sigla noong 2016 ng storm surge ng Bagyong Lawi. Sinuspindi na rin ng Kapitolyo ang trabaho at klase sa pampubliko at pribadong sektor. Pinag-iingat din ang lahat sa posibleng pagbaha sa flood-prone areas o yung mga madalas bahay gaya ng mga nakatira malapit sa Pansat River sa Lawag. At sa mga oras na ito, malakas pa rin yung ulan. Napapansin natin sa ating nakikita rito. Nasa gutter gitna yung tubig dahil sa sunod-sunod ng magulan. Medyo lumalakas din yung hangin. Pero napansin natin sa bagyong ito, mas maulan kaysa sa mas mahangin. At live mula rito sa Lawag, Ilocos Norte. Ako po si JP Soriano, ang inyong saksi.
JP, linawin ko lang, kung meron nga bang mga inihandang evacuation center, kung sakasakali lang, nagkakailanganin, at kung sakali nga, kung sapat ba ang mga supply ng gamot, pagkain, tubig at iba pa dito.
Sa Pampiya kasi ang paghandaan nila ito, may mga nakaraang bagyo, like gaya ng bagyong Christine, bagyong Egay, nasingit din natin ilang evacuation center kanina, at least yung mga nakikita natin, meron silang sapat na contingency para po sa maghahanda sa bagyong ito. Iyan.
Alright, gaya na sinabi natin kay James, mainam na yung laging handa. Maraming salamat sa iyo, JP Soriano. Naisara na po ang gate ng irrigation canal sa Pangasinan. Nasali umano ng flash flood sa ilang bahagi ng bayan ng Umingan. Halos 30 bahay ang apektado. Saksi, si CJ Tuida ng GMA Regional TV.
Rumarang dasang baha ang bubungan sa mga residente sa Barangay Poblacion, Peso, Region Pangasinan, kagabi. Wala, aming pangailan ng baha ang ilang residente. Pero ang ilang sasakyan, gaya ng motorsiklo nito, pilit na sinuong ang baha. Maya-maya, tinangay na rin sila ng agos. Gamit ang isang tubig, tulong-tulong ang mga residente ang rescue personnel ng NRRMO na mailigtas ang dalawang sakay ng motorsiklo. Pagka-umaga, tumampat ang pinsalang dala ng malakas na ulan. Dahil sa bilis ng ragasan ng baha, wala raw na isalbang gamit si Aling Belen.
Yan ay tubig. Wala na. Bigla-bigla. Wala na. Wala kami magawa naman eh. Kasi nandiyan na.
Dahil sa baha ang kanilang kotse, pati na rin ang motorsiklo ng kanyang mga pamangkin. Nalulod din sa baha ang kanilang mga alagang tuta. Halos 300 bahay sa bayan ng Umingan ang apektado ng flash flood. Nagtataka ngayon ang mga residente sa biglang pagbaha dahil noong 2009 pa ng huling bahain ang ilang barangay sa Umingan. Sa investigasyon ng lugar ng pamahalaan, hindi na isara ng mga opisyal ng barangay Pasiil-Siil ang gate ng irrigation canal. Late na rin daw nilang nabuksan ang main gate ng Manila River Irrigation System sa barangay Pasiil-Siil.
Since medyo nagkapoto na po ng tubig dun sa river, malakas na po yung buhos. Then, yun nga pa nakasara siya.
Ako ngayon yan ang isda. Ako talaga isa ko sa sulod-safe kung naka siya sa ila.
Naging to kasi start.
Mana? Ha? Mana? Gamay na ito? Ako. Katog.
Kasunod na bahari ang karanasan sa barangay Rakat sa bayan ng Balubgaw. Kaya ang pinagbahay pinagong ng baha. Malakas na yung tubig. Tapos, pinagkungkutan yung kanila. Pinamakasan mga kapatid. Yung ginawa ko na lang, yung pintuan na para nasasan ng tubig. Sa Tagupan City, nakatenga na ang nasa 20 bangka na mga mangingisda. Hindi na pumalangan ang nasa 3 ang mangingisda sa lugar dahil sa patuloy na sama ng panahon dahil sa bagyong Krising.
Ito lang, sir. Nag-aantay lang na medyo kumanda yung panahon para malalaot.
Ang ilan sa kanila, nag-ayos na lang muna ng lambat at mga damit bilang paghahanda sa muling pagdaot. Patuloy ang monitoring ng mga otoridad.
Ang ating abiso sa ating mga isda ay bawal pumalahot. Delikado dahil malatakas at malalakas na ang mga alon natin.
Nakaranas din ng pagkulan at makapal na hamon sa nilang umaga ang Land Regional Picket dahil sa habagat na tinilala ng bagyo. Dahil dito, naparent na Civil Defense of Cordillera.
Ano sa mga niyang lawa kayo na kung magkuwanta, magsulda sa alma?
Ayon sa ilang pagsasaka,
Pero maybe we're fair sex. We're gonna watch the boxing tomorrow.
Oh my God. Yeah, we're gonna stop. We're gonna go early maybe.
ilang residente ang namataang nagibigwit ng isda sa kabila ng bagyo. GMA Integrated News. Ako, si CJ Torita, ng GMA Regional TV, ang inyong saksi.